New to the European Le Mans Series? Here's what you need to know. The ELMS is Europe's top prototype endurance racing championship, featuring 6 4-hour races on iconic circuits. Teams of 2 to 3 drivers share each car, making teamwork essential from start to finish. 4 categories race together: LMP2, LMP2 Pro Am, LMP3 and LMGT3, creating intense multi-class battles on track and providing a platform for both professional and amateur drivers to compete in endurance racing. In 2026, a record 47 entries and 9 manufacturers will compete for the European title, as well as a place at the legendary 24 Hours of Le Mans for the best teams in each class. With tickets starting from just €8, it's one of the most accessible ways to experience top-level endurance racing. And the absolute best part? You can catch all the thrilling action live and free worldwide on FIA WEC+.
Welcome everybody to the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo Edino Ferrari, because we are here in Imola for some red-hot conditions, and after a pause in the championship, a natural one to make way for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, there are now races to look forward to every single month all the way through to October. This is the 4 Hours of Imola, a race that first began in the modern era of the ELMS in 2013, and we're used to now temperatures north of 30 degrees after last year was even hotter actually. If you remember, qualifying was held in very wet conditions. Well, that's not the case in 2026. We really did get to see the outright ability of the 4 different categories, so LMGT3 and then also LMP3 and the 2 layers of LMP2. And the grid has been fit to bursting for much of the morning, with so many fans flocking to the grandstands, to the tribunes, but also on the grid walk itself as well, to meet their favourite driver, to maybe have a quick selfie alongside their favourite car too. And there's some spectacular cars that are going to be doing battle, not least in LMP2. And we will tell you precisely what happened in qualifying in a moment or two. But the beauty of this place is it is fast in places. It's also fairly slow, and you've got to be patient in others, notably Tosa at turn 7, into the 2 Rivazzas at turn 18 and 19. But it lends itself very nicely to multi-class racing as well. So qualifying took place yesterday, 4 lots of 15 minutes in blisteringly hot conditions, and the track temperature well north of 50 degrees C. First out on track then were the LMGT3s, and of course it's always interesting to note how cars are going during their free practice sessions to then get an idea of who are the strongest chassis this weekend. Just caught a glimpse of the AMG of Abdullah Al Khalifi. He'd had 2 poles to this point, but only 3rd fastest this weekend. 2nd fastest was the GT car. Actually going fastest was the TF Sport car eventually of Blake McDonald after his experience earlier in the year at the World Endurance Championship, with Clement Matter 2nd fastest in the Aston Martin. Corvette and Aston looking very strong this weekend. Wyatt Bricharczyk in the DKR Engineering LMP3 car finishing 3rd fastest behind the RHGP car of Pierre-Alexandre Prévost, but there's no stopping this kid who has already been included in the CLX driver lineup, Louis Iglesias, and I just had it confirmed to me that he'll be in for the rest of the season as well. He was 2/10 clear of everybody else. Stephen Thomas in the 14 TDS racing car, 3rd fastest in LMP2 Pro Am. Jean Gloria 2nd fastest, got very, very close to this guy, Giorgio Roda, who's a bit of a specialist around here. There were 7 thousandths of a second in the difference between the 2 times, but Duquesne team for the 2nd time in a row getting that pole position, and he'll share the front row with DKR Engineering. And at the sharp end of LMP2, Gregoire Sauce, off the back of the first win in a little while for United Autosports at Le Castellet, they bagged 3rd position on the grid with a 1:30.9. 2nd fastest for CLX Motorsport. Ian Aguilera hadn't qualified the car prior to yesterday, but he's by far the best qualifying effort of the year so far in the 37 to be 2nd. But Esteban Masson, again, no stopping another rapid Frenchman. He was testing a Toyota at Le Mans on the test day a few weekends ago. And Esteban Masson with his 1:30.866 puts the defending champions on pole position. We're pausing in a moment for the national anthem here at Imola.
We've got a couple of bits of
His
business to go.
by the way.
Got a couple of bits of business to go through before we get there, Johnny, including something rather special here at Imola. As you can see, blisteringly hot day again. It has been for most of the week, apart from some storms very early in the week. It is 30 degrees and more. And on the grid right now, Bruno Fermat, the sporting director of the ACO, welcoming to the grid 3 daughters and 2 of 7 grandchildren of Bill Gibson, we lost just a couple of weeks ago. I can tell you all the LMP2 cars are carrying tributes to Bill and his astonishing contribution to motorsport through Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, hybrid technology, chassis technology, and of course here the fantastic engines that have powered LMP2 since 2017 will be remembered with a minute of applause before the national anthem. And an emotional weekend. First time we've gathered in Europe since we lost Bill just a couple of weeks ago after a long illness, the age of 78. Of course, man behind Zytec and then later Gibson Technologies. And that's being introduced now with recollection of his contributions by the circuit announcer as we run through the grid.
Yeah, so we've spoken about LMGT3 and the Aston Martin, which has got a bit of catching up to do as far as the championship is concerned, is strongly placed. But we're remembering fondly Bill Gibson of Gibson Technology, founded in Derbyshire in the East Midlands of the United Kingdom in the early 80s. And as Graham mentions, the first race since, sadly, the passing of Bill, and great that the whole grid is assembled now to remember him, his life, but also the input that he's had into particularly sports car racing. It's not just that discipline that Bill was actively involved in, but some testament as well to say that still the modern day LMP2 car is powered by his power plant. There's a cracking shot as well outside the Gibson Technology premises with a Jaguar E-Type. And there is an example of the badge that is being carried by every car this weekend, Graham.
Every LMP2 car, 23 of them here. 3 daughters, 2 grandsons, and Mark Britton, his son-in-law, now the managing director. And the crowd recognising Bill wonderfully, as are all the teams on the grid. I can tell you we'll be paying our own tribute during the race to Bill Gibson. Hope we're going to be joined by Mark if he's got the opportunity in the second hour of the race for a quick look back and a quick look forward, because his legacy will go on into the next era of LMP2 as well. His daughters Karen, Helen, Joanne, grandsons Adam and Max, 2 of 7 grandchildren for this great man. And the national anthem of Italy.
Performed by Banda Musicale Città di Imola. That's the fabulous Italian national anthem to get us well and truly in the mood. That's the other great thing about having a track so close to the town centre, is that so often the officialdom of the town is actively encouraging big race series coming to this part of the world. We've already had the World Endurance Championship race here back in April, and some actually drivers that were competing in that have kind of benefited with a little bit of knowledge, notably the guy on pole position in LMGT3 who was guesting for an injured Ben Keating at the time, but Blake McDonald actively saying that he was very grateful for that extra bit of track time to produce an awesome fight. I mean, between Blake and Clement Matter in the racing spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, it could have been anyone's. And I was just mentioning to him before we came to air that the beauty of where they were positioned on the grid is that they were always in the same frame as well. So very easy for us to keep up to date with what was going on. Lenny Reed, who set the time in the number 31 Racing Spirit of Le Mans LMP3 car. He did the time, but that car is actually going to be started by Ralph Maestri for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. But again, very, very tight for the times in LMP3, but then Louis Iglesias entered the scene and was clear. It's still a small margin, but relatively speaking, a quarter of a second is some statement, Graham. Absolutely fantastic stuff from a young man we're going to be seeing more of this season, and I'm sure for a long time beyond. It's become a bit of a mark of the European Le Mans Series, introducing new talent into sports car racing. That is given a ladder to climb, and we're seeing more and more really talented young drivers choosing sports cars as an opportunity to forge a career in motorsport, and that's one of the reasons why this fantastic era at the moment should be celebrated. Second in LMP3, RA's GP in the Sol Duquesne chassis in the LMP3 order, sitting third in the points behind Inter-Europol competition and Rinaldi Racing. Rinaldi taking the win first time out. Yeah, so Pierre-Alexandre Prévost setting the time in the session yesterday. And I think I just spotted Bianca Bustamante,
correct,
who is driving in the Eurocup 3 races this weekend, the third of which was very early this morning at 8:45. But she has been invited to be waving the green flag for this weekend's race as well.
Yep, F1 Academy race winner.
So an indication of the difference in times. As I mentioned, it's a 1:30.866. But right after the support races, much of the pit lane was opened to the fans to enable them to get very close indeed to their favourite drivers. The signing session with all three, or in some cases 2 drivers per car, sitting at the front of the garage to sign autograph cards, maybe the odd cap, maybe some other obscure memorabilia. But it's warm even at this point of the day, so the fans needing fans just to cool them down. And bear in mind, some of the drivers will be racing cars that do not have air conditioning. For instance, the AMG doesn't carry that as standard, whereas the Porsche and the Corvette in GT certainly does. That is, again, from a strategic point of view, going to have to be in the minds of those calling the shots, the chief engineers on the pit wall, just the health of the drivers. Great to see Dorian Pat in good spirits, though, as well, in the number 30 car. So that's the pole-sitting car that she shares with Giorgio Roda, who will be starting from the front of the LMP2 Pro-Am field. Remember, we've got a huge amount of LMP2s in total, 23 of them, but they are split almost 50-50 between the Pro-Am department and the non-Pro-Ams. The difference being, in a Pro-Am car, there is a bronze there, an essential part of the driver combination. And I think pretty much across the board, it will be the bronzes starting those cars in the second category.
So clock ticking down to the start of what is set to be, I'm sure, another very closely fought European Le Mans Series race. 23 LMP2 cars across the 2 classes, as Johnny was just outlining. 10 LMP3s, 14 LMGT3s, 4 races, 1 track, 4 hours. And literally anything can happen, and it always does.
Well, I think It's very much so around here because it feels like it's a higher jeopardy track than, for example, where we were last time out in Le Castellet, where, yes, we had the odd incident, but the runoff allows the track to be a bit more forgiving. Here, if you make a mistake and you run out wide, or you have a clash with another car in the opening few laps, you could be in the gravel, you could worse be in a wall somewhere, and that'll be race over within the first 10 minutes. Everybody is desperately trying to avoid that.
3-minute board is out. Absolutely right. This is a place that can be very unforgiving, even in its more modern form. Grandstand's pretty well filled at this point, and people will be looking for some shade. We walk down, Johnny, from the media centre. It's a blast furnace down in the paddock. The breeze that's coming through is very hot.
Well, the paddock is actually very, very narrow, and that is because of the river that runs right through Imola, but it also runs alongside the racetrack here, the River Santerno, I think that is. And because of that, all of the wind that you want to be channeled through the paddock kind of isn't evident today. Just caught a brief glimpse of some flags there that aren't fluttering much at all. And the highest temperature expected to be about 33 degrees Celsius today. Track temperature probably north of 50. And if you're in the LMP2 category, you only get 14 individual tyres. You've got to be very careful when and where you use them.
Yeah, just 3 points, by the way, separating the top 2 cars in the overall standings. The second car in LMP2, the 37 car, CLX Motorsport in Aguilera, putting that car onto the front row, and the young Mexican beginning to find form in LMP2. Adrian Claude-Menil it will be to start the race, but pole position, Esteban Masson for Forestier Racing by Panis. It will be Louis Rousset again to start the race. This team, again, very much in contention at Le Mans, but eventually had to give best to the 1-2 from Inter Europol, who, by the way, are on a run of 7 consecutive second places in the European Le Mans Series. 1-minute board, engine starts.
Just a quick mention about Ian Aguilera's time, though, because that's now all 3 drivers that have had a chance to qualify the 37 car. Theo Jensen, Adrian Claude-Menil, and now Ian Aguilera. That's by far the best position that 37 car has started all year. I think the next best was an 8th. Now, you know, sometimes in a 15-minute session, plans don't go your way. You can have them laid out beforehand and it just doesn't happen. But that is some statement. And bearing in mind, they are the 3 that ran in that car at Le Mans as well. It's a great initiative, but they could have a higher profile of driver. They've decided to go with the 3 silvers as a sort of junior car, if you like, and it's going to be fascinating to see who is the best of the 3, because they're working together, but they're all secretly trying to outdo each other as well for the opportunity in the future.
Absolutely, and they're going to be looking for results. And the national flag is flown. Bianca Bustamante from Eurocup 3 has been in action over the last couple of days here. And away they go, 47 cars on this grid.
We will have a chance to run through the grid very shortly to give you the full detail. Obviously, we've spoken about the top 3 in each category. Here we go. Forestier Racing by Panis, who are the defending champions. It's their silver driver, Louis Rousset, to start number 29 then from the left-hand side of that front row. And alongside him, Adrian Claude-Menil, who do not do the time, but he has done qualifying in the past for CLX Motorsport. Then Griffin Peebles, winner last time out in the 22 United Autosports car, ahead of Bijoy Garg, who's had some great times so far this year. He's just in a 2-driver lineup, remember, with Richard De Giras in 4th position, car 34, ahead of Paul Lafargue and Roy Nissany for EDEX Sport and Nielsen Racing, respectively. Then it's Valerio Rinicella at his home race for EDEX Sport and Matthias Kaiser for Algarve Pro Racing. Kuba Śmiechowski off the back of a win at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, again in the 43 car for Inter Europol competition with Ryan Cullen for company Vector Sport. The final car on the LMP2 grid is Jonas Reed's Proton competition number 9 car. LMP2 Pro-Am Pole position taken again by Giorgio Roda in the 30 Duquesne team car, alongside Jean Gloria for DKR Engineering. Then Stephen Thomas and Jens Reiner Moller for TDS and Vector Sport, ahead of PJ Hyatt and Horst Felbermeyer, sorry, John Falb and PJ Hyatt, I should say, for Rosser Racing by Virage, and the AO by TF car for the two Americans. Horst Felbermeyer, Francois Parodo are next up, 18th and 19th in the overall grid. The sister United Autosports car will be started by Brazilian racer Daniel Schneider, and he has Michael Jensen alongside for Algarve Pro Racing. Then it's Crichton Lendudis in the Nielsen Racing car, and with all his times removed because of speeding in the pit lane, Georgios Kolovos will have to start from 12th position in LMP2 Pro-Am. The LMP3 pole position was taken by Louis Iglesias. Paul Lancher will start the 17 car then alongside Fabien Michel for RHGP number 85. It's Antti Ramo and Ralph Meichtry next for DKR and Racing Spirit of Le Mans respectively. Then we got Louis Stern and Jose Fernandez for Team Virage and Rinaldi Racing. Terence Woodward in the Ultimate car 35 and Nick Adcock for M Racing. The 68 car is just the two driver lineup this weekend. Euro Internationals Matthew Richard Bell will start 32nd alongside Alexander Bukantsov in another green and yellow car for Inter-Europol competition. TF Sport, terrific time in the end from Blake McDonald, but only by a 10th to be quicker than Clement Matteur's Aston Martin. So it's Corvette on pole. Team Qatar by Iron Links, Abdullah Al Khalefi had taken the two poles prior to this weekend, will start third with Custodio Toledo in the Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari there as well. Then three Porsches in a row. Max Moritz in the high-class racing car ahead of the two Proton cars of Matt Kurzajewski and Martin Berry guesting for an injured Banksy. Then it's Amir Naran and Andrew Gilbert. So Mercedes ahead of Kessel Racing Ferrari. Another Kessel Racing Ferrari is the heavier than normal championship leading 57 car guy car. Mike Wainwright's GR Racing Ferrari number 86 will start 11th in LMGT3 ahead of Michael Berg, Charlie Samani, and finally Duncan Cameron. Again, a car stripped of all of its times, and again that was because it was speeding in the pit lane, just a smidge above what should be 60 kilometers per hour. Unfortunately, in the case of Georgios Kolovos and CLX Motorsport, he was pinged at doing nearly 89 kilometers per hour in a 60 kph pit lane, so was stung with a pretty significant financial penalty because of that. And the other bigger thing is that he now has to start right at the back of the LMP2 Pro-Ams. That puts him at the back of the whole of the LMP2s, of course. And there is a natural pinch point at the start of the race at Tamburello, where you've got to be very, very careful to thread your way through there, generally in single file, Graham.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. On board briefly there with Martin Berry. He had a two-place grid drop, by the way. That was after being seen to impede the number 74 car on a qualifying run. So a minor penalty, I think it's fair to say. But Martin Berry.
And actually, I mean, the bulletin that's issued gives lots of information about what was discussed. And in the end, of course, Martin Berry holds his hands up. He's never raced a Porsche before. And he said that he genuinely didn't know there was a car behind him, both in his mirrors and also the rear-facing radar system. So kept on the racing line because he genuinely thought that was the safer thing to do. But there is also a driver advisor, and he said, actually, Martin should have been getting out of the way of Andrew Gilbert. So Martin went, yeah, fair enough, I'll take the two grid place drop. And like you say, it's relatively small, a difference. He had qualified 5th. He's now going to start from 7th place.
Well, we're coming down under the control of the leading car. Lights are off, and we are going to go for a start. Midway points at the end of this race in this 2026 European Le Mans Series season. It's been fantastic so far. Music starts. Johnny, take it away.
Well, the key thing here is patience, because you come out of Rivatsa 2 and you haven't even got to the end of the corner sequence yet, because turn 20, which is the right-hand kink, will then bring into sight the control line, which is the finish line. But the start line's even further down than that, and the next thing everyone has to be doing is to stay in two distinct lines of cars, so there should be a gap now between the pole-sitting car and Adrian Clomanil. You've got to drive directly through the grid hatchings, and everybody is doing that beautifully to this point. Still, we're not going to see the red lights extinguished quite yet, because there is the finish line, but it's around the next kink that now the lights will come into view above the Imola banner. And now we are racing, because the red lights go out and round 3 of the European Le Mans Series gets underway in hot conditions, and it's a great getaway from the pole-sitting car driven by Louis Rousset. Cleanly into second place will go Adrian Clomanil. There was a bit of hip and shoulder though between Griffin Peebles and Bijoy Garg, and the Australian will just about nip ahead. Now, how close is the CLX car from making a move into Villeneuve corner? Not quite close enough, but Louis Rousset will have certainly been wary of where that car was in his door mirrors. Meanwhile, LMP3 being led away by Paul Lancher from pole position, and in LMGT3, Blake McDonald's got a good jump on a couple of LMP3 cars, actually, so he's already got ahead of Nick Adcock and Alex Bukantsov to be well clear of Matt Kurzajewski in the 75 car, who certainly wasn't starting second. Matt has come up from 6th position on the grid to already be second in GT, Graham.
Well, I think he's just lost a position to the Aston Martin, because the Aston is up ahead, but the 50 and the 62 side by side. The 62 still in its Team Qatar Biome Links colours from Le Mans. The high-class racing car getting involved in that battle as well. At the front of the race, it is first-year racing by Panis's Louis Rousset, trying to fend off Adrian Clomanil, who has got Griffin Peebles right with him.
So where's the opportunity to get by, and does anybody want to be doing that as early as possible to make sure that the drivers in front don't settle into a rhythm? But the other thing you're going to be worried about is the tyre temperature. Are they in the window yet? Because this place is all about pounding the curbs in order to get a good lap time. But if you start to abuse tyres a little more, or to the same extent as you might have done yesterday in qualifying, then you're going to pay for that at the back end of the stint. The other thing is the stint lengths are interesting to me, particularly in GT, because a lot of GT drivers are saying we're going to struggle to reach a full hour on energy, and that was the case in the World Endurance Championship race in the early part of the season as well. So should we stay away from those full course yellows and the safety cars, a lot of the GT cars might need a splash right at the end.
Yep, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? At the moment, Clomanil is the man on the move, it seems, or certainly looking racy, close to the back of Rousset. Griffin Peebles just tagging back a little bit, holding back a bit. This is LMP3. It is being led by CLX Motorsport from RSGP. That was Racing Spirit Le Mans from Euro International. Ralph Mectry from Matthew Richard Bell. In the pink car, the BWT colours, so familiar now across European motorsport.
Yeah, so good early progress actually from Matthew Bell there in the all-pink number 11 car. Back to the leaders coming out of Variante Alta, the chicane at the top of the hill, which has some very high sausage curbs, and there is no let-up in the pressure being applied by Adrian Clomanil on the rear of Louis Rousset, who at the moment is not rescinding to the pressure being applied, but not far away either is the championship leader, let us not forget, United Autosports in 3rd position.
Martin Berry there in defensive mode against the 57 Kessel Racing car. It's the pink Porsche from the highlighted yellow Kessel Racing 57 Ferrari. Top 3, by the way, beginning to edge out a little bit of a gap. But Bijoy Garg has decided none of that, and he's gone through with the fastest lap of the race to try to close back up on the lead 3.
Good little move there from Rinicella. It's put him ahead of Matthias Kaiser. So that'll put Edex Sport, the second of their cars, up to 7th position. I only caught the back end of that, but that was at Tamburello, I think. So it will put the white car with the black body length stripes in behind the sister car now. And Rinicella, with a bit of local knowledge, climbing the order. So Matthias Kaiser, he might have made the slightest of errors coming out of Rivazza, which can be felt all the way down the start and finish straight and then into turns 2, 3 and 4. Forestier Racing leading by only 0.4 of a second, and United Autosports Griffin Peebles right in there as well. Those three have sort of broken away a little bit from Bijoy Garg, but only to the tune of a second.
It is a trail of 3, Bijoy Garg in this 2-driver squad, which has been really head-turning stuff this season. Lead the championship and have not yet won a race. So, on Board here with Clomanil, not letting Rousset get away. He's got his mirrors full as well of Griffin Peoples. Head-turning talent, that young man.
The difficulty here for Clomanil is that these cars are very aero-dependent, so he's now going to be in that aero wash, the dirty air in behind the race leader Louis Rousset in all the crucial bits of the racetrack. So any opportunity to get a good run into Tamburello is sort of negated by that, and Griffin Peoples is going to be in the same boat as well. The thing is, as long as you're sticking with the race leader, that's the most important thing, to keep the gap, keep the march on at the sharp end. Give you a flavour of what's going on in LMGT3. This is relative peace for the GT drivers at the moment, because remember, once the LMP2 leaders catch up with this gaggle of 14 cars, then they've got to be forever looking in the door mirrors when they're going into those particularly slower speed corners. Aston Martin in second, but the runaway leader is Blake McDonald in the TF Sport Corvette.
Yeah, got an incident involving two of the LMP3 cars. It is the Jose Fernandez Cotella, number 5 of Rinaldi Racing, and Ultimate's Terence Woodward. Incident under investigation, causing a collision, turn 6, and also Paul Lafargue, a starting grid infringement under investigation for car 28 from Edex Sport. We'll keep you abreast of that if and when we get a decision.
The other thing that's happened since we checked in at LMP3 is that Matthew Richard Bell's now got ahead of Ralph Maitrey, so that will give Bell 4th place now in the pink BWT car, and he can set the crosshair on Antti Ramo, who's managed to build about a 3-second gap in the DKR engineering car, so there is a bit of a gap to close up now between 3rd and 4th places. But Griffin Peoples make a slight error on that lap. A 135.0 is not the same sort of speed as the 68 LMP3 car has lost it at Acqua Minerale. Yeah. So was that car helped into that? We'll find out in just a tick. Difficult to tell, to be honest. The 13 car is very close, but I didn't see contact. And
whatever else has happened, it's certainly delayed the 13 car. It's lost more places to more GT cars as a result. So that's Nick Adcock in the 68 car, and it's Alexander Bekantsov in the 13. The yellows have been removed, so Nick's obviously got the car on the move again.
But yes, the Peebles lap was not as good as Rousset and Clomanil at the sharp end, so there's more of a larger gap between 2nd and 3rd, albeit briefly. That could come down just as quickly as it grows, frankly. Rinicella's the guy on the move, though. He's just done the fastest lap of the race on lap 4, so Valerio Rinicella has got ahead of his teammate, Paul Lafargue, I noticed. Now it's side-by-side in GT, and that is the challenge for 3rd position, as around the outside goes the Qatari ace, Abdullah Al-Khalifi. He's the qualification specialist for sure in that Mercedes AMG number 62, and he's got the spot on a hard-charging Matthew Kurzajewski. Remember, Matt made all those places up. Unfortunately, he's now starting to lose 1 or 2.
Indeed, AMG versus Porsche. 62 plays 75. Well, that is for 3rd position in LMGT3 at the moment. So lead battle still under a second, although at the moment looks to me like Louis Rousset is beginning to open up a gap. Adrian Clomanil still maintaining that gap to Griffin Peoples, who's gathered himself back up again, but he in turn is gapping Bijoy Garg.
Yeah, so there might also be a little bit of just long game thinking here, not to push the tyres too much, because an LMP2 stint is going to be about 40 minutes. But bear in mind, because you only get 3.5 sets of tyres, each of those stints will have to be doubled from a tyre wear point of view. And in a hot afternoon in Imola, I think those that are just taking it slightly more easy might be grateful towards the end of each of their double stints. There was some dust being kicked up on the exit of Acqua Minerale there, but everyone survived.
I think that was a 74 Kessel Racing car running a bit wide ahead of this group. That is the 74, just ahead of Martin Berry. The Kessel Racing car in the hands of Andrew Gilbert. It's all bronze driver starting lineup for LMGT3 this time around, as it is in LMP2 Pro, by the way.
So Ferrari ahead of the 77 Proton Competition Martin Berry driven car. So that's the Andrew Gilbert Kessel car, 7th, number 74. And now further up the order, Custodio Toledo in the 50 Richard Mille Air Corsa Ferrari is having a good fight with Max Moritz in the high-class racing Porsche. All of these GT cars now starting to be caught, as I promised, by the LMP2s. So yet to be swallowed up by the race leader, but in the distance now, as Louis Rousset exits the Villeneuve chicane, he will see the tail enders in LMGT3 just disappearing into Tosa at turn 7.
There's Nick Adcock having got back underway at the rear of the field and is about to be swallowed up with the first of the traffic is coming on what is this lap 7 of this race. Pace at the front relentless. PJ Hyatt there with Francois Perrodo behind him. I think that might be a change. Yeah, it's the 47 car in the hands of Georgios Kolovos has gone ahead of PJ Hyatt. Been tracking him from the start of the race. So as with qualifying yesterday, PJ sort of built up his pace, didn't he? Qualified well eventually, but it was far from the barnstorming run, and I do wonder whether or not this is about tyre life. There is the change.
Yeah, so I don't think PJ was going to fight that deliberately. So Kolovos getting a good run. Remember, coming from the rear of the field, and PJ Hyatt, didn't really offer much defence. He's just happy to know a pace. Oh, problems again for Nick Adcock in the 68 LMP3 car. He'd already had that spin at Aqua Minerale, remember, and is now in the gravel. Now I'm trying to work out where that is. Towards the end of the lap, it looks like. So it might be into Rivazza. It was as the leaders were coming through, and I just wonder whether or not he was looking in mirrors for where the next P2 car was and missed his braking point. Yeah.
Either that or there's a problem with the 68. Well, there certainly is now. Here they come through, and there's been a change. 37 is ahead.
So that all happened in the chaos and the confusion in amongst traffic, I'm guessing. And Adrian Clomenil, what needed to be there, they were already side by side as we grabbed them to this point, and that's into the Villeneuve chicane. So turns 5 and 6. But he obviously got a better run out of Tamburello that time around. Maybe the 29 cars exit out of Rivazza was slightly compromised by GT cars. He couldn't get on the accelerator as readily as Adrian Clomenil, and that's sometimes the advantage that you have by being the following car.
Yeah, we are going to go to a virtual safety car, by the way, and that's going to be, I'm sure, for recovery of the 68.
We will deploy virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC, VSC.
Now, immediately, both the 17 CLX Motorsport and the 18 Virage Ligiers have headed for pit lane under this virtual safety car. No doubt in my mind that is to burn a long stop.
Yeah, as we witness again Nick Adcock's worrying moment, because the car thrown sideways as he misjudged his braking point. Your indication of maybe was he distracted by those cars around him or the one to overtake him next, but there was plenty going on, and all of a sudden you can go, oh blimey, Rivazza next, and I'm not quite at the right speed. Slam on the anchors. There's no ABS on an LMP3 car, so it chucked him sideways, and not necessarily out of the race, because the marshals hopefully will get him out of the gravel and back onto the racetrack, but he's going to lose a lap.
He is indeed. Also on pit lane, by the way, Alexander Bakantsov has come in, as has the United Autosports McLaren, the number 23, Michael Birch. It's going to be an interesting moment. What we didn't see in that shot, by the way, was the wider shot. Was there a car underneath him going for that apex? And maybe that just caught him out at the wrong time in his braking sequence. But either way, I'm sure that Nick Adcock, let's not forget, an ELMS LMP3 champion and multiple champion in South Africa in small prototypes. He's a very experienced racer, so something went wrong there, and I'm sure we'll hear from Nick later.
The other thing we should factor in, perhaps, is how badly flat-spotted the tyres were anyway from the first incident. So then it's easier to lock a car up when they find that 50p piece edge again. So certainly he did well to avoid anybody else, because in those moments sometimes other cars are cleaned out.
Please remind your driver of weaving off-track and off racing line to get rid of the gravel. Thank you.
It's a good moment, by the way, to inform and remind our viewers, listeners, that's changing our race director for this round, Johnny. It is Graham Boursier, who is in the big chair. ably assisted in race control by Eduardo Freitas.
But also Ronnie Anderson, which is fun to see, because Ronnie's normally the race director for the Ligier European Series, so he steps up to be Gwen's assistant. So they got underway, just trying to work out whether there were any cars in the wrong place, maybe going a tad too early. A cracking fight for third and fourth positions, mind you.
Great pass up the inside into the first chicane from Griffin Peoples on Bijou Garg.
Well, yeah, he was ahead of him on the grid, but I think Garg got away initially pretty well.
He got the better start without a doubt.
And then Peebles said, no, you don't. I've got the inside line into Tamburello for the first time and held the American racer off, Bijou Garg, former Le Mans winner with United Autosports. He's now with Inter Europol competition. Now, GT's Matt Kurzajewski in the silver Porsche had got a killer getaway from 6th on the grid up to 2nd. He was then down to 3rd. Running wide, meanwhile, was the number 5 Rinaldi racing car, started by Jose Fernandez. And then a good dive between Ralph Maestri and Matthew Richard Bell. Bell eventually getting through. Rinicella ran the outside of the Algarve Pro racing car of Matthias Kaiser. That was the moment I mentioned. And this is the lead change. Yeah, getting just a little bit compromised behind. Now, which Ferrari was that? Was 55. Duncan Cameron.
So he basically chose the wrong side, didn't he?
Duncan doing absolutely nothing wrong.
Absolutely.
That is what happens in traffic. And he Clomanil did superbly there was box Louis Rousset in. He had no escape then with a GT car in front of him. Clomanil clamped to his left-hand side, and that was the lead change prior to this virtual safety car. The other thing we haven't mentioned in the new rule set of regulations is that 2 laps of a virtual safety car are automatically followed by a proper safety car. So that is going to bunch all of the field up. Still can't tell you whether there was contact between Nick Adcock's number 68 M Racing car and the 13 Inter Europol competition LMP3 car of Alexander Bukantsov. The 13 car has been in the pits, and that was to burn a long stop, because the time that we're looking for is 1 minute and 55 seconds or 115 seconds. And they have done it perfectly with the number 13 car.
So 13 car, 155, 156. Nick Adcock has just come back out, obviously delayed there with the double off. 159 for Team Virage's Louis Stern and 157 for Paul Luncher. We've got pretty much all of the remaining LMP3 cars currently on pit lane, with the exception of Ralph Mectry, who goes around as part of the train. Remember, the safety car will follow this virtual safety car period. So will Ralph take advantage? My guess would be the next time around we will see the 31 car down pit lane. Not familiar with this virtual safety car principle. They will go around at reduced speed, no overtaking of course. Pit lane remains open for at least 2 laps. At the end of that process, you'll hear from Gwen Boursier or his assistants that the pit entry is closed. At that point, the safety car will be deployed, and at the point where the team see the safety car has been deployed, whether or not they see the actual car, or indeed if it's on track, that's the point at which, yes, you can leave the pits, but you cannot go into the pits. So if people are looking with a strategy that they think requires a splash, well, here's where you get back onto if we stay full green for the remainder of the 3 hours and 41 minutes that are left. That's a big if. But that's where you can burn it. Now, Adrian Clomanil has not chosen to come in, and he's very much in the minority amongst the LMP2 cars. I'm looking at John Falb in the Pro-Am leading now, number 19, Rossa Racing by Virage car. And I think that is the only other P2 car that has opted on this time around not to pit.
Yeah. Now, you should get 2 opportunities to pass the pit lane and obviously pit on one of those times as you leave Rivazza. You don't have to pit at all, of course, but with everybody else doing so, there may be a question mark, but what we tend to see for class leaders is that they don't want to give up that position, that track position, because it is so valuable. So when we go back to green after the safety car period, we may well see that the lead gap has extended significantly. Good fight, by the way, before we went virtual safety car between Matt Kurzajewski and Abdullah Al-Khalifi. And Al-Khalifi later on the brakes, he was a nose ahead of that Porsche. And the Mercedes straight line speed comparative to the Porsche is pretty strong. But Kurzajewski is now deliberately tracking Abdullah all the way around in this safety car period, or this virtual safety car as it is at the moment. So this is where we're restricted to 80 kilometers per hour, whereas when the safety car comes out, the safety car will dictate the speed.
A couple of things to watch. The remaining LMP3 car that hadn't pitted, Ralph Mectry, in our now race-leading Racing Spirit Le Mans 31 Ligier, is on pit lane. But while he's doing that, two cars, that's the CLX Motorsport number 17 and Team Virage's number 8, have completed a second long stop. So from this point forward, it's as quick as they can get through the pit stop sequence. So that it remains to be seen exactly what effect that's got. But if it runs their way, that strategy has been successful before. We saw it done in the Asian Le Mans series a couple of times. It's been a bit of a kind of weapon in the armoury of LMP3 teams in these circumstances lately, where they've spotted the opportunity to do it. And I'm looking at all the LMP3 stops, and everybody...
Safety car deployed, safety car deployed.
...has managed...
Leader to keep the 80 kph, leader to keep the 80 kph, all other cars to speed up to reach the queue behind the leader.
Yeah, all the stops completed by the LMP3 teams have been done, having completed the 155 you were talking about, Johnny. So everybody, bar two, has done a single long stop. The two that have done two, I believe, are CLX Motorsport and Team Virage. They currently sit down in 8th and 9th place in the class. And if I'm looking here, I believe are still on the lead lap.
Well, that was the other question for me, because just in pit lane presence alone, you're talking about nearly 4 minutes, and the race leader in LMP3 is doing lap times of 3 minutes and 46. So I'd be surprised if those that have done the double stop already have retained the category lead lap, but that might well be the case.
It looks like they have. It looks like they have.
So
keep an eye on this. Remember, it'll all sort itself out once we're back behind one safety car train, and then we will get the wave by.
Yes. So the pass around is crucial as well, because even at this stage of the race, we're still fairly early on, 22 minutes into a 4-hour race.
Car 62, please pick up the pace. 62, pick up the pace.
That's 62, by the way, being told to pick up the pace. There's a big gap between the number 62 AMG and what will be the safety car train.
63, pick up the pace. 62 and 63, please pick up the pace.
This is all about getting this process done and dusted as quickly as possible.
The pass around is crucial, particularly later in the race when the cars have got further apart, I suppose, and the overall race leader can start to interrupt scraps further down in other categories. So I often call it trapped traffic. Let's just remind you about what happened, though, to Nick Adcock. Yeah, he was in behind the 23 McLaren, which was making space for the overall race leader to go through into Rivazza, and whether Nick Adcock was caught out a little bit by the much reduced speed of the McLaren, or as you suggested, Graham, he was just looking in the mirrors perhaps to find out where everybody else was, cautious of further LMP2 cars wanting to get through. But yeah, those cars in the trapped window, so if you are, let's say, a GT car, and ahead of you on the road is the safety car, but behind you is the leader in GT, you will be permitted to pass the safety car to make sure you stay within racing distance, or within still the competition of LMGT3, because the danger is that the overall leader can split apart, even at this early stage of a race, a GT battle, and effectively force a lap between you and everyone else in your category through no fault of your own. So that was addressed a few years ago.
Just trying to pick up, by the way, safety car is now on track. It is the 37 car at the lead of the trains. There will be no pass around required for LMP2. Pretty clear to me that the 85 RSGP car is very early on in that train, and I don't therefore think we're going to need a pass around for LMP3. Just trying to pick out LMP2 Pro-Am and the LMGT3 leader. I think we are going to need a pass around for LMGT3, because it's that 62 AMG that is our current leader, and there are certainly several cars in the class that are in the train ahead of them.
all competitors to check your eligibility for pass around. All competitors start thinking about your eligibility for pass around.
Because that's the other thing.
I think it's just GTs, by the way.
You're not told to pass the safety car.
No.
It's down to the engineer, down to whoever's calling the shots on the pit wall to say, yes, we are allowed to overtake the safety car, but we have had in the past, thankfully it's a rare moment, but cars incorrectly overtaking the safety car, and there is a huge penalty for that.
You do not want to do that. There is a big penalty for that. You'll be sitting on pit lane for some time.
Now, the other thing I like, don't get me wrong, I like this strategy of doing the double long stop in LMP3.
Prepare for pass around, all eligible cars to move to the right, all the other cars to the left-hand side. Prepare for pass around.
But Paul Lancher, who's in the 17 car, remember that's the pole-sitting car, he is in a bronze-silver-silver combination, so by that fact has to do a minimum of 1 hour and 45 minutes.
Start the pass around, start the pass around.
You can see there is maybe, I think maybe the 68 car of Nick Adcock is the only LMP3 car, and then a train of LMGT3 cars will pass around the queue and the safety car and will be permitted to come back at speed around to rejoin this queue. It is all about not allowing an interruption from a safety car to completely ruin a race in a multi-class field. Not perfect, there is no perfect system, but it's a damn sight more perfect than some.
Pass around concluded.
So we can tell you, by the way, now, with that pass around concluded, Adrien Clobinil does lead the race for CLX Motorsport still from the 29 for SDA Racing by Panis car of the Rousset. Griffin Peoples stays third, and CLX did not pit, by the way.
At all. Nor did John Faub in the lead of LMP2 Pro Am.
So that is going to be a significant factor as we move forwards in this race. So the two class leaders in the LMP2 classes are the only two that did not choose to pit. In LMGT3, in fact, all the LMGT3 cars now sit ahead of all of the LMP3 cars because of those long stops for the LMP3 cars. Team Qatar Bayern Lynx lead the race. The AMG in the hands of Abdullah Al-Khalifi. He has not stopped. Neither have the following three cars, and that's the 75 Proton competition car of Matt Kazajewski, Custodio Toledo's number 50 Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari, and the high-class racing 54 Porsche of Max Moritz. And in fact, the next car too, Blake McDonald, did he stop? He did stop. So the leader of the stoppers was our previous leader, and he is going to be very close indeed to that lead group, but with half an hour more of fuel aboard.
Yeah, and it's interesting to now know how much time or how much more of the race he can get through with that extra bit of energy. Can he make the 1 hour and 30 minutes that Blake is trying to do, as are all the bronzes? Now, I want to finish the point about Paul Lancher. He's got to do 1 hour and 45 minutes, as have a lot of the other bronzes who share with two silvers.
Car 74, 55, close the gaps, please make your best effort to catch up with the line of the safety car.
Just let me finish this point first, Graham. I've had 3 attempts at it now. The time in the pits doesn't count for your drive time. So he's got to add another 4 minutes to that. So he's not going to be able to get out. If he does it in one slug, that's 1 hour and basically 49 minutes before Paul Lancher can get out and allow the rest of his silver drivers to complete the rest. That will be the case for a lot of the other bronze, silver parts of the race as well. Now, I've realised why those that have stopped twice have not fallen off the lead lap of LMP3, because everybody else has done at least one of their longer stops. So they've actually only lost 2 minutes, and you buy back that time
55.
behind the safety car. So that's a huge gain.
It is massive. LMP3, by the way, is led by RHGP's 85 car in the hands of Fabien Michal. Also now under investigation, and this does explain the earlier incident, is contact between Alexander Bekantsov and Nick Adcock for causing a collision. So that was the one we saw with Nick off to the left-hand side, and Alexander avoiding that car at that point at least to rejoin. before the terminal off, if you like, into the gravel trap. So that potentially...
But I wasn't sure whether there'd been contact, and
well, you know,
they're checking it.
They're checking to see whether or not there was. There clearly is an indication that there was.
Yeah.
But RSGP lead from DK Engineering, Euro International, Racing Spirit Le Mans. There you're 1, 2, 3, 4. All of those cars have completed one long stop, but 2 cars, and they sit in 8th and 9th place, have completed 2. And that could be potentially a minute saved on track if this stays green.
Huge. I mean, quite a decision to do, and to make sure that you're not losing the lead lap, which is so precious in each of your categories. But yeah, for both the 17 and the 8 cars in LMP3, so CLX Motorsport and Team Virage, they've effectively got a free pit stop in place there. Now, they're still going to have to pit for fuel anyway, but it can be as quick as the team can perform those stops now.
Those cars that have passed around are pretty much back with the train. So with everything cleared up, this we are approaching the end of the lap under the safety car. There will be one, I would guess, and then we will go back to green flag racing. Adrian Clomenil trying to get a little bit of, keep a bit of heat in the Goodyear tyres. Goodyear announced earlier this week as having an extension to their current contract into the new LMP2 era to 2029 for LMP2 and for LMGT3 in the European Le Mans Series. And we await, by the way, the next bit of excitement on that front, which is we're not very far away from hearing the results of the tender for hypercar for the next period, next era. And certainly Goodyear have expressed interest / intent to challenge Michelin for that. Bit of a lock-up there by Griffin Peebles, showing a little bit of intent to have a bit of a go at the end of this safety car.
Well, he might be a little bit annoyed that he'd made a smallish error to take his car away from the leading duo when we were under green at the start, but he's been given a second chance, as have so many. But the problem, if you're in the driving seat of Louis Rousset, is that he's now got cars ahead of him in the way to Adrian Clomenil. 3
LMP3 cars, and he cannot pass them until the line. So that's a mighty potential advantage for Adrian Clomenil, who, by the way, can choose when it is he puts the power down.
Yeah.
So that could be a massive advantage from him. Expect to see Clomenil with a significant lead once we go back to green flag running. Still have not yet been advised that the safety car is in the list of that, but they do so as I say those words. The Porsche pulls away, lights are off. Clomenil in control now of the pace of this field. Just has to keep a steady, reasonably predictable pace to the point where he decides it's go time. He's down at turn 15, so a little way to go before he completes the lap, and he is backing this field right up. He will have been told by the team about exactly what we've just informed you. What you can see here is cars 2, 3 and 4 in this queue, and he's gone already. He has gone already. Green flag has been shown, turn 17, and Clomenil is on the gas.
And of course, the LMP3s are not going to have the legs in comparison to the race-leading LMP2 car. So this is going to have to be a game of patience, waiting for that control line for Louis Rousset. Not allowed to overtake these P3s, the baby prototypes. Griffin Peebles wants to overtake, in the meantime, the second-place car. Where's the control line? There it is. You can start to overtake now. And here comes Griffin Peebles, 2 wheels on the grass down the inside of Louis Rousset. Didn't quite get the move done then, but he's going to have a second stab at it into Tamburello there, door mirror to door mirror, and still with the inside line just is Rousset, but no longer, because Peebles is through and into second position, in behind the DKR Engineering LMP3 car. And who might be about to make a move next? Bijoy Garg for sure, in the green nose with the yellow stripe, the Inter-Europol competition car that has finished second twice already this year. And remember that run of second place finishes for Inter-Europol with their other cars, string of them, for much of last year as well.
It's turn 8 before Griffin Peebles, now the new second place car, manages to pass the last of those 3 LMP3 cars. And by now, with the same timing beam, 6 seconds to the good, Adrian Clomenil he played that card beautifully, it has to be said. And now it's the chase. Bijou Guard, by the way, almost got it amongst it. We're going to take another look here. This was Griffin Peebles trying to go up the inside here. Or rather, this is where he managed to get up the inside. A little bit of argy-bargy there. Makes the pass, makes it count, and clears the Perez Racing car before having to deal with the LMP3 car ahead.
But they had to be so aware of the whereabouts of Antti Ramo as well in the orange and blue and black colours of DKR Engineering, having a little bit of a look, and off onto the gravel. I was about to say Blake McDonald was having a look down the inside of the 74, I think that was, Ferrari of Andrew Gilbert. But as a result, some time lost. Now, this was the best of the pit-stopping cars. It was Toledo, actually. He was trying to make a move on at the top of the hill at Variante Alta, and it went a bit wrong for Blake. But actually, he's right with Toledo again.
Blake McDonald's already gone by Max Moritz, by the way, since the restart, and is looking to make that pace he's got in that Corvette pay. Leapfrogging through, meanwhile, come LMP2 and LMP2 Pro cars through the LMP3 cars. Paul Lafargue, grid infringement, 5-second time penalty added to the next pit stop for the EDEC Sport car. That's the 28 car, isn't it?
It is.
Which currently sits in 10th place in class, 13th overall.
So grid infringement is either not being through the grid hatchings as you go across the line, as now Blake McDonald to the outside of turn 7 at Tosa is going to go right around the outside of the Brazilian racer Custodia Toledo, and the Corvette very, very good off the corner there in comparison to the Ferrari. So that is the place that he was attempting to make up at Variante Alta, and the Corvette then up into third position. And by far the best placed of those pit-stopping cars to this point. Now, long line of cars, Graham.
Including the overall leader, 37, 24 from Nielsen Racing, 47, the second of the CLX cars, 59, 50 and 57, all getting drive-through penalties for start infringements. So again, the 37 leads the race, 24, which sits down in 11th place in the hands of Roy Nissany, for the LMP2 car from Nielsen Racing, 47, which is the LMP2 Pro Am car from CLX Motorsport, 5th in class, the 59, which is the Aston Martin, isn't it?
Yes.
It is the Racing Spirit Le Mans car, 50, Custodio Toledo's car, and 57, that is the Car Guy Kessel Racing car. All of those cars will get a drive-through penalty for a start infringement, and that is going to gift the lead of this race to Griffin Peebles. Already, immediately, some of those cars taking that drive-through penalty on pit lane at the moment, both the 59 and the 57.
Interesting that Paul Lafargue was done for a grid infringement. All those 6 were done for a start infringement, which suggests a jump start rather than being out of position, which is a slightly different thing in the regulation. So I make that 2 LMP2s, 1 P2 Pro-Am and 3 GT cars that are all going to have to take drive-through penalties. I'm still puzzled as to why CLX didn't pit Adrian Clomenil, and that's going to cost them even more. Even though they're enjoying a 6.5-second lead over everybody else, the drive-through penalty is going to peg them back massively.
Most certainly is. Here's Paul Anchet trying to challenge Alexander Bukantsov. Remember, the black, blue and silver car sitting down as it is at the moment in 8th place, but has those 2 long stops burned, as does the Virage car sitting behind them, but now is beginning to make hay. This is Roy Nissany coming in for his drive-through penalty. It's the 3rd of the 5 listed.
6 listed.
6 listed, my apologies.
So, yeah, the 37 and the 24 are the cars in LMP2, but notably Clomenil is only going to have a couple of laps to respond to that. It's normally 3, actually, 3 times by the pit lane. And then he'll have to respond, putting in some good times, mind you. Best for that car, Adrian Clomenil, and Griffin Peebles will respond. They've set lap times just 100th of a second apart, and marginally faster was the chasing Australian.
Yeah, Kuba Shmikovsky, by the way, and the chasing Vector Sport car Ryan Cullen trying to get into terms and buy John Falb, leading LMP2 Pro-Am, 7th place overall, and the other car that did not pit from the combined LMP2 field. So the moment he's bottling up a group of LMP2 class cars, including Jonas Reed in the number 9 Proton competition car. This is the car run by Vector Engineering and effectively is the learning ground for Ford's hypercar program. They teased their new car on social media yesterday. You won't see that car until next month when that is due to start its testing regime.
Peebles has set the fastest lap of the race now, so he will be well and truly revved up, knowing perhaps that the car ahead of him is going to have to do a drive-through penalty, so he's closed the gap by 1.7 seconds. That might be a bit of traffic as well, as now...
That's the 47.
In comes the 47 car, so you can tell that that's the different car from the race leader with the kind of sky blue backing for the race number on the nose and on the flanks.
Georgios Kolovos brings the car down pit lane. So it's going to be topsy-turvy stuff in this field.
Ralph Maestri, meanwhile, still has company because Jose Fernandez in the 5 Rinaldi racing car is duking it out in LMP3. All the P3s, because most of them have done at least one of their long stop. And in with the case of 2 cars, they've done 2 of their longer stops. They'll be side by side. But what I was going to say was that these cars are behind the LMGT3s right now. We wouldn't expect that ordinarily, but it is because of those longer stops already burned, and that was a tidy overtake from Jose Fernandez into Tamburello corner. So that done, and now Blake McDonald on Matt Kurzajewski, fellow American racers, and Kurzajewski kind of had to make that, allow that to happen to avoid any contact. So the Corvette, again, got a really good exit coming out of Rivazza, and down side by side into Tamburello corner. Blake McDonald gains another spot, and that is for 2nd position now in LMGT3.
Yeah, he's a couple of seconds back from the overall leader in LMGT3, which is still Abdullah Al-Khalifi. But remember, that is Blake McDonald having had a, well, I would suggest more than 50% fuel stop against cars that didn't. So this is a potentially big advantage if this race stays green. Valerio Rinicella, by the way, put in the fastest lap of the race on lap 18, a 1:33.142. He sits in 6th place. Car 13 now, that is Alexander Bekantsov. It is a drive-through penalty and confirmed, causing a collision with car 68.
Which we didn't see. It all happened out of frame. Blake McDonald getting a good run on the Porsche, the 75 emblazoned on the side of this Porsche to celebrate 75 years of Porsche motorsport, and later on the brakes round the outside, but they kept it within the track limits, and that was a bit of certainly allowance from Matt Kurzajewski, I think, realising the game was up because the Corvette had got a much better run into Tamburello. They're, I think, mates out of the side of the car, so they didn't want to have contact this early on in the race, and Kurzajewski knows that the rest of the afternoon he can fight once he hands that car over to his teammates.
Yep, and that was neatly done by Blake, bravely done by Blake, and sensibly seeded, I think, by Matt Kurzajewski in a place as we see the Team Virage car run off the road through the gravel and rejoin. Now we've got the race leader down pit lane. And that will mean that Griffin Peebles powers by, and has done already, to lead this race. Just how far down the order will the 37 drop? And this is the point at which the fact that we're so close to having that safety car will not pay dividends for the 37, because the field is relatively close together. Must feel like a very long pit lane at this stage.
So that's another drive-through ticked off of this long line of 6 cars. You can add car number 13 to that as well. Somebody else to watch out for in LMP2 is the rise of Valerio Rinicella in the white with the black body stripes EDEC sport car, who's already passed his teammate. And Rinicella is starting to bear down now on Bijoy Garg for 3rd position.
I'll tell you that drive-through cost the number 37 11 places at least, comes out just ahead of Paul Lafargue, who himself has got a penalty to serve. But yellows, by the way, to turn 6, and that is the 28 car from EDEC Sports. That is Paul Lafargue in the gravel. Was that Paul looking to take advantage of the 37 car having had its rhythm interrupted?
So he's on his own and just loses the car, I'm afraid. Too much curve maybe on the inside, which chucked it sideways. There have been one or two moments during qualifying where cars have gone through the gravel but stayed facing the right direction. The real difficulty there for the Frenchman was that the rears started to overtake the front tyres pretty early on. He couldn't arrest the slide, and he's not going to get out of there in a hurry.
Yeah, that's likely to need an intervention of some sort. We'll see what is chosen by Glenboursier.
Again, does this play into the hands, well, does it give the 37 car a bit more of a shot now? Because that car's not been fueled yet. Yes, it's been into the pit lane, but just for that drive-through, which from point to point took 33 seconds, but there was less time than that lost in the grand scheme of things. Well, it might have fallen perfectly, actually, for CLX if... Well, is it going to be a... well, we don't know yet, do we?
We don't.
Whether it's going to be a full course yellow.
At 13:46.00, we will be deploying full course yellow. 30 seconds to full course yellow.
Well, so full course yellow doesn't help them because you're not allowed to pit under one of those. The pit lane entry is closed, just as it would be for the first 3 laps of a safety car.
So this is the point at which you can see there the APR car taking the opportunity as we're approaching a full course yellow to get by traffic.
Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
So there will be those screaming at the TV.
T5, T6, bear right. T5, T6, bear right. We have marshals and telehandler exposed.
And on the internet, I'm sure, why have they done that for this and not for the other, etc., etc. It's about where you are. It's about sight lines. It's about what do you need to deploy and where, and can they be seen. And remember, the first intervention was for a car in a very tricky spot. There's not a very long approaching sight line for that. You're coming through a reasonably blind right-hander downhill into the braking zone, and you've got all of the intervention staff and vehicles in line of attack, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
You get it wrong and you run into them.
It's not only the drop-off of elevation, so you can't see necessarily the apex of Rivazza, but the bridge abutment actually gets in your way as well, to be able to see the gravel trap until you're on top of that corner. So, yeah, I take your point that from an approach point of view, the marshals want to know that everyone is circulating at a suitable speed. At the same time, a virtual safety car and a full course yellow are essentially the same thing, the difference being that the virtual safety car is automatically followed by a safety car, whereas here we won't ordinarily get a safety car at the end of it. You can actually, the race director can interrupt a full course yellow with a safety car, but I think we will stay under FCY for the recovery of this car, and then we can get back to racing very swiftly indeed. But what it means is, you know, how much fuel is on board that 37 car, which has still not stopped. There is the convention of emergency service, so if they're absolutely desperate, they could come into pit lane, put 5 seconds of fuel in.
Remind your driver to weave off track before rejoining.
The downside of that is you've then got to pit straight away as soon as we go back to green again to kind of finish the stop. And if you don't pit again, there's a penalty for that as well. So I wonder how much fuel is in the CLX car and how accurate the readings are with the team as well, because we had that 22 minutes of green, then we've had a segment of virtual safety car followed by safety car, bit more green flag running. There was the drive-through penalty as Paul Lafargue is released, by the way, from the gravel trap now. At
13:49.00, we will be removing full course yellow. 25 seconds to remove full course yellow.
There's no delay there. They're getting stuck in straight away.
Remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Adrian Clomenil trying to get a better start than the LMP2 Pro-Am runner, which is being driven by Giorgio Roda still. So that's not a move within category. Oh, and so now Roda's gone straight on at Tozer, and he's hit the wall, in fact, at the restart. So skating through the gravel, no tyre temperature, of course, even though the ambient's pretty high, and the Duquesne team going off the road. And I can see with that car in a very vulnerable spot that we might not be too far away from another caution. However, side-by-side action coming out of that corner. So Clomanil made it through Tozer, but just understeering off onto the gravel, no grip there at all, and side glancing the tyre wall. It might be Recticel there actually, but it has certainly disrupted the front end of that, the front right of that LMP2 car, and it's going to need outside assistance now.
That was a weird moment for
maybe it doesn't need outside assistance. Going again.
Well, that might have saved us what I think might have been a virtual safety car at that point.
Quite possibly, again, due to sight lines. So Olivier Panis was almost throwing his arms up in the air, not because that was his car, but because this race can't find any rhythm right now. But we are able to stay green, and every credit to Giorgio Roda from driving away from that incident. He wasn't leading LMP2 Pro-Am. That is still John Fowle by virtue of not pitting. Yeah, the only car in LMP2 that pitted.
I think that was a hit from behind. I think the 19 car was hit from behind.
Carrying damage on the rear left, which I don't think was caused by, and that's the race leader in LMP2 Pro-Am.
This is the other LMP2 car that did not stop for fuel, and is he going to be able to get hard standing? He does. He's saved that car. So that was John Falb having been passed by Kuba Shimikovsky for position, and as he came through that, he'd lost a lot of ground and was collected by just maybe that was Ryan Cullen, maybe.
I'll have a look at it again, as now trying to nip through was the number 9 car of Jonas Reed, and he might just rub the side very slightly of the McLaren. This is the jeopardy that we were talking about at the start of the day, because the track feels very narrow in a lot of places, and it certainly is a lot narrower when you're having to deal with GT traffic in LMP2 cars.
I think there's further trouble for Paul Lafargue. I think that is Paul Lafargue.
Off the road this time at Variante Alta, and he might not be in the car.
Oh, there's trouble as well for the 3. That's
Jean Gloria, maybe, who's gone straight on, and that is not at Tozer. Aqua Minerale, I think it is Aqua Minerale, with the grandstand in the background, and the big crowd in the stand there have got a good view of it all.
And the 27 in trouble as well. What is going on here?
Well, this is maybe to do with the heat of the day as well, because the UV levels are very high, and it means that there is a distinct lack of grip, because UV takes the grippiness nature away of the asphalt. But that was just a moment on his own, I think, for Jean Gloria. Everything's cooled down for the 27. That looked to be a spin for Crichton Lendudis again on his own as he applied the throttle, although I didn't see all of that. And Jean Gloria is running again.
Yeah, that is the 4, isn't it?
The
3 part, rather. It's,
car 3 is Jean Gloria, yes.
I was rather bamboozled by a rogue graphic, but 3 separate incidents.
Round the outside, Clomanil, he's attempting an overtake on Jonas Reed. That at the top of the hill at Piritella. But yes, 3 segments of the track were all under individual yellow flags. And by the way, there are still yellows just out of this corner at Variante Alta. Well, Paul Lafargue's car sits in the wrong direction in the gravel trap. And I'm trying to work out whether Paul's still in the car. The door was open just to get a gulp of cool air, I think. Here are the double waved yellows, and he is still awaiting recovery. But we stay green in every other part of the racetrack.
Yeah, I can tell you the 30 car, the Duquesne team car of Giorgio Roda has made its way back to pit lane. We're going to go full course yellow.
So it is full course yellow in the next few minutes, as meanwhile Antti Ramo was battling and in fact making contact with Matthew Richard Bell. That was a move for 2nd position in LMP3. I'll remind you, all the LMP3s are still behind the LMGT3s because so many of them have burned at least 1 stop. A new nose then for the damaged car of Giorgio Roda. That was the car that left the road at Tozer, remember, and not exactly clattered into the barrier, but he had a glance and was briefly parked there, but he did well to get out of it. Here's the full course yellow for the 2nd time. Again, the pit lane is closed.
Now they respond with the full course yellow, protecting this group of marshals. One potentially interesting moment there. As we came to full course yellow, that was the 2 chasing LMP2 cars, Louis Rousset and Bijoy Garg, attempting, whilst battling each other, to deal with what I think was the Racing Spirit Le Mans Ligier. One passed, one didn't, and the timing of them doing that will be critical. On board now with Blake McDonald, who is right with the leader in LMGT3.
Hasn't taken him too long to reel in Abdullah Al-Khelaifi. This is a right headache for anyone calling the strategy calls, though, on the pit lane, because I don't think anybody can be confident about how much fuel is in a lot of these cars, particularly the 37, which has still not stopped for a regular pit stop. John Falb, after that potentially contact, haven't seen that again yet, but he's either spinning or being nerfed out of the LMP2 Pro-Am lead. That car has not yet stopped for fuel. So the question is, how much further can the 37 in LMP2 for CLX and the number 19 Rossa Racing by Virage car for John Falb go before they need a gulp of fuel to get them through the next 40-minute segment? We've had nearly 55 minutes of this race, and it has been a real stop-start affair. Perhaps it was always going to be around a track like Imola. Makes it very interesting, though, for the second phase of it, and indeed the back timing that's probably already begun to 5 o'clock this evening in the checkered flag.
So Paul Lafargue, his number 28 car, after already having been off track, is now being lifted out of the gravel trap. Sort of wonder whether or not that might have been a stone against a brake disc catching him out. That can happen. All sorts of storylines developing. We're not an hour into this yet. We've had 2 full course yellows and a virtual safety car / safety car. All sorts of dramas. What is it? 5 LMP2 cars have been off the road for various reasons. There is the 28.
Just going to check back there on the list of those that were needing to do a drive-through penalty. 37 we saw at the time. The 47 car is the sister CLX, and that has been in. Car 24 was on the list, which is the Nielsen Racing of Roy Nissani. That's been in as well. And then 3 GT cars, 59 Aston Martin.
59
yes.
And 57 both came in immediately.
And the 55-0 Ferrari has also been in. So everybody has acknowledged those drive-through penalties, and they are done. The 13 car was the other one actually in the list, and that was after the contact. Are we back to green? Yes, we are. And here's the race then for LMGT3. Blake McDonald getting a slightly better jump than Abdullah Al-Khelaifi, and the Corvette, which took pole position dramatically yesterday versus the Aston Martin of Clement Mateur, has got the jump, certainly, as we go back to green. Now, what about the straight line speed coming out of Tosa? Mercedes seems to have got a good exit there, but hauling their way up the hill just with the slight advantage was the line there through that corner for Blake McDonald, and he is into the lead of LMGT3, and he's also had fuel, remember.
Potential dramas again for the 37 car. Incident involving car 37, Adrian Clomenil, and 68 Nick Adcock, and that was the incident that saw Nick Adcock off into the gravel, causing a collision. So that under investigation. Oh, and the big off.
Algarve Pro Racing, I fear. Yeah, and it's exactly the same place where Giorgio Roda went off, but at a much higher speed. So the Algarve Pro car heading away from the scene is the 20 of Michael Jensen. That's certainly the way of things on the tracker. So is it car 20? It is the Pro-Am car. So Michael Jensen has done exactly the same thing. I honestly think grip levels down at Tosa are next to nothing. And again, it's not long after a full course yellow. So tyres, it's not a case of them not being up to temperature. I just wonder whether there's a bit of overheating going on. So you are pushing like crazy going into Tosa, expecting the car's speed to retard as it might do at race pace, and the grip is just not there. Out of Tosa goes the 29 car of Louis Rousset then. 8 seconds now down from the race leader, Griffin Peebles. He is 0.7 of a second clear, though, of Bijoy Garg, who is by far the bigger threat. This is the 2-driver lineup for car number 34, as now we get news of a drive-through penalty for car 77, and unfortunately that is Martin Berry again. Now remember, he got a 2-place grid drop for breaching the speed limit in qualifying yesterday, and now the 77 has been caught going too fast in the pit lane again, and will have to take a drive-through penalty because of that. So that's a concern for Proton competition. just to make sure. There's another spin for an LMP2 car. That's
27.
the 27 Variante Alta. But yes, is there a concern about how they pit lane speed limit has been calibrated on car 77? Because there was a problem with it yesterday. There's been another problem with it now.
So all sorts going on here. This is again another look at, it's pretty dirty on the outside there. And Michael gave the tyre wall a good old slap there, didn't he?
The other thing to remember, of course, is that Paul Lafargue had his off the corner before that at Villeneuve, and has he therefore left quite a bit of gravel at turn 7, and particularly off the racing line. So if you just run into Tozer maybe half a lane slightly wider than you should be, it's then very much diminishing returns, and you're just not going to get the car back after it understeers away from you.
37 on pit lane as we hit the hour mark. That will be fuel required, as I would guess, at this point.
Yeah.
This is the first stop for the 37 car.
And if we take that logic, then John Fowler's going to have to pit as well, because he hasn't yet stopped at all. They'll be grateful that the car's not had any penalties, but it's not had any fuel either, and done incredibly well to reach an hour, but we have had a fair bit of caution. Griffin Peebles running into the Villeneuve chicane. Oh, and a big squirm, in fact, from the race leader. That was Tamburello, I beg your pardon. So he was out in the weeds briefly there as the race leader, and an 8-second lead is diminished to 6.5. Louis Rousset won't be able to see it, but that was a scary moment that could have been a lot worse.
Wow.
So Peebles shows you just how hard he is pushing right now, as the 21 car, which is the sister United Autosports car of Daniel Schneider, is running in 7th position, in behind John Fowle and the Rosser Racing by Virage car. So Schneider up the hill, as here is Griffin Peebles again, and he lost over a second with that smallish error, the chicane before this one and a lap ago.
Well, whilst lots and lots of LMP2s appear to be having trouble with grip, one that isn't is Valerio Rincella, a 1:33.137 on his lap 29. The 4th place car is the fastest lap of the race, and he's closing in on Bijoy Garg for 3rd place.
He has been cooking very nicely indeed from the start of the race, the 19-year-old Roman. And his experience around here may be paying dividends. Bijoy Garg, no, that wasn't the move for 3rd. I thought it might have been, but Bijoy Garg has been pressurising Louis Rousset, which would now be for 2nd place in actual fact. So Rousset versus Garg is one we're paying close attention to, as Paul Lafargue, after his 2 off-track moments, that car was resplendent looking at the start of the race, but it's now covered in gravel dust, as in behind John Fowle has had to pit as well. That's no big surprise.
No, as you correctly assumed, Daniel Schneider is in too. We are over an hour in now to this race. Marco Jensen as well with, I did see that car was sporting some damage. May well have been carrying something from, plucked from the tyre wall. There was quite a long piece of debris on the left rear of that car. So the 28 car fishtails back out into the race. Well, with all of that said and done, Griffin Peebles still leads this race by 10 seconds from Louis Rousset. Bijoy Garg is a second back, and the car on the move undoubtedly is Valerio Rincella in the 18 car, and he's now under a second back from Bijoy Garg. Meantime, lead of LMGT3 is a charging Blake McDonald.
But Abdullah Al Khalifi, having been overtaken by the Corvette, is still right with him. 1st and 2nd, less than half a second. And the Mercedes getting a tad lighter on fuel, but not as, well, lighter than the Corvette, because the Al Khalifi Mercedes has been in, hasn't it, for some fuel?
No, the Al Khalifi car hasn't.
Okay.
It's Blake McDonald that holds the advantage here, because he has.
Right, yep.
So he's not only done the fuel stop, but he's actually recovered all the positions he lost.
Agreed.
The other quick announcement here is we've got 4 more cars under investigation, this time for a virtual safety car infringement, and it is Mike Wainwright in the 86 GR Racing Ferrari, Duncan Cameron in the 55 Spirit of Race Ferrari, Georgios Kolovos in the 47 from CLX. Just looking to see the cars, by the way, not sticking with the grid hatching, certainly that was the case for the 37. Nick Adcock, who's having a rotten day, is also under investigation for virtual safety car infringement. Peoples, Rousset, Garg, Rincella as your 1, 2, 3, 4 in Pro-Am. TDS Racing, Stephen Thomas, looking through the highlights here.
So this was just after 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it got really busy in amongst the GTs, the front of the GTs and the tail end of the LMP3s. Rinicella around the outside of Matthias Kaiser is possibly the overtaker of the race so far, and also some good dicing after Matt Kurzajewski got the jump on several of the LMGT3s. He then had to concede one of those places to Abdullah Al-Khalifi in the Team Qatar Mercedes, the one run by Iron Lynx. And side by side, this was at the time for the race lead. Adrian Clomenil judging the traffic perfectly, boxing Louis Rousset in. But then after contact, and there was contact now because the 13 car pinged for a drive-through penalty, the first of two big offs for Nick Adcock in the M Racing number 68 M Racing LMP3 car. The first at Aqua Minerale, the second into the first of the Rivazzas. And that second incident would bring out the virtual safety car, followed by automatically the safety car. The restart was harum-scarum stuff as well, as Griffin Peebles was leaving nothing on the table. And Peebles through on Louis Rousset. Then we had a moment close to the restart when Giorgio Roda left the road. It was after this spin for Paul Lafargue that put him backwards into the gravel at the Varianti Villeneuve, turns 5 and 6. And then Roda off the road, understeering at Tosa, into the gravel and into the tyre wall. He was the first of a couple of cars to do that. Now, what happened here? John Falb, it's very difficult to tell, but it does look like there's a bit of damage on the rear left corner, which I don't think was caused by the gravel trap. So that rather suggests there was a bit of nose to tail rubbing. Was that the Vector Sport car behind? Yeah, Vector Sport's car number 7 of Jens Moller, potentially. So that might be looked at as well by the officials. There was a tag as well between Antti Ramo and Matthew Richard Bell, but after Matt had pulled off the manoeuvre to give him second position in LMP2. And then the second of the restarts out of a full course yellow, that was Blake McDonald getting the jump on Abdullah Al-Khalifi. Remember, the refueled Corvette versus the Mercedes that hasn't yet stopped, and Blake, the American, getting the jump on the Qatari ace Al-Khalifi. Here was the almost copybook manoeuvre as Michael Jensen went off, but at a much higher speed compared to Giorgio Roda. Oh, he just outbraked himself, actually. That was nothing to do with lack of grip at Tosa. The more peculiar incident was definitely Roda's for Duquesne. And then Griffin Peebles, well, he himself had a worrying moment at the first of the chicanes where he nearly threw the car off the road. Rinicella has got ahead of Bijoy Garg and into third position now. Then there was a tag at the top of the hill at Piritella to put the 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari and the championship leaders, let us not forget. And is this now back to live pictures? Not quite, but it's very, very recent. In fact, 57 in the gravel.
It is, and we've got a virtual safety car because in the midst of that that highlights reel, and there's plenty to be commenting on, we've got another one on low lights in the case of the 57 car. Takeshi Kimura into the gravel at turn 9.
But after contact, I think, with the 4 DKR Engineering LMP3 car.
Just going to correct one thing you said in that highlights run through. I'm pretty sure it was the other Vector Sport car. Kubish Shimikovsky had gone by the number 19 car, and I think that puts John Falb a little bit wide on the outside, running a little bit through the gravel, and in recovering, I'm pretty certain he was hit by Ryan Cullen.
You did mention Ryan's name at the time. Half a minute is the gap, but remember, these are times under a virtual safety car, so they are not indicative of the gaps when we go back to green. But because this is a virtual safety car, there will be another safety car period at the end of this. That will be the second VSC/SC of the race. We've had 2 FCYs as well, and we've had only an hour and 8.5 minutes of this race, and already 4 individual cautions, I'm afraid to say. But United Autosports and Griffin Peebles lead from Louis Rousset's Forestier Racing by Panis number 29 car, then Valerio Rinicella, who's on a charge, and it's been a shame actually that his silver stint has been interrupted so much by these cautions, because he's arguably the quickest guy out there right now. Bijoy Garg, as the 57 Ferrari is put back onto the racetrack, and he then will rejoin because of the helping hand from the marshals at the top of the hill. So Bijoy Garg is 4th, ahead of Matthias Kaiser in 5th, Jonas Reed in 6th position, and Kuba Śmiechowski and Ryan Cullen complete the top 8, although they are now in the pit lane. LMP2 Pro-Am is led by Horst Felbermeyer's Proton competition car. Jem Bollock-Bashi's just taken over the Vector Sport number 7 car. That's the one I incorrectly suggested was involved in the John Falb incident. John Gloria staying at the wheel of the number 3 DKR Engineering LMP2 Pro-Am car. Remember, you have to do a minimum of an hour, so that would be a surprise if Jean Gloria is still in that car. That might be a timing glitch or a driver ID issue. We will update you on that as soon as that changes. Sami Megatuniv in the TDS racing car is in 4th position, number 14. LMGT3s, they're starting to pit now as well, so that will put Blake McDonald and Abdullah Al-Khalifi potentially on the same amount of fuel. And there is the Mercedes, the half-silver, half-burgundy Mercedes, pitting on the same lap as Blake McDonald, which will even things up after an hour and 10 minutes of running. LMP3, remember, most of those cars are now behind the LMGT3 cars because a lot of them have done at least one long stop. Fabien Michel's 85 RA's GP car running as the leader from Jose Fernandez in his Rinaldi Racing number 5 car, and Ralph Maichtri in the number 31 will complete the top 3, Graham Goodwin. But this again is the natural pause where you are allowed to pit for fuel.
Well, this is going to be interesting one, isn't it? So some of the advantages gained are going to be offset. Some of the disadvantages that came with not pitting are going to be offset. But we don't know where people are going to lie yet once we get this race back to green. So just to catch up with one other bit of information, the incident involving the 57 at turn 9 involved Antti Ramo in the number 4 DKR Ligier. That's under investigation. It's a busy first go at the big chair for Gwen Boursier. Do you think I just want to throw this out there. There's no Michelin Le Mans Cup this weekend here.
I think I know where you're going with it.
That's quite often, can we say, action-packed. It's been a while since we've had this level of incident in an ELMS race, and the major things that's changed is the race director.
You know, as British commentators, when we go around Europe and it happens to be raining in the country we arrived in, and they say, you've brought the British weather with you, I notice.
Are you going to say French race direction?
Has Gwen Boursier brought the driving styles, shall we say, of the Michelin Le Mans Cup into the ELMS?
Yet another one, by the way, incident involving car 5 and car 35. That was one from very early on. I think we've seen that one before, unless they've hit each other again. Terence Woodward and Jose Fernandez Cortella.
7 minutes past 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
so
that was early on.
Yeah.
But these cars working their way through the pit stop cycle under virtual safety car. We're going to get to halfway, and some of these cars will not have stopped under green.
There is a chance of that, yeah. So it's almost like a hopscotch manoeuvre of dancing between the various cautions, and if they're falling your way, that is ideal, perhaps for a team like United Autosport. So Griffin Peebles out of that car, Gregoire Sauce in, as we can head to the pit lane to catch up now with Steph Wentworth.
Hello everyone, I am joined now in the pit lane by John Falb, driver of the number 19 Rossa Racing by Virage. You've just jumped out of the car. It was a bit of a stint that was broken up with so many interventions.
Yeah, no, it's this racetrack always creates a lot of issues, and so far we're having plenty of them. And somehow I was able to do a full hour on 1 tank of fuel. Our strategy was going perfectly, and then the 10 car decided he wanted to push me off track and set us on our back foot a little bit, but lots of time to go.
How was the car driving? Because we noticed a little bit of damage towards the end, but how did the car feel? Because it looked like there was a lot of pace.
Yeah, the car was fine, honestly. Probably didn't need to change it, but maybe the taillight didn't work, and I was saving fuel. So, yeah, we're all good.
Okay, best of luck for the rest of the race. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
That confirms the contact. We thought Ryan Cullen had clattered into the back of John Fowle. The damage was there as well, and it's a great spot, Graham, from you to say that it was the 10 rather than the other Vector Sport car, which I was suggesting the 7, which actually now leads the category, LMP2 Pro Am. The other thing I was questioning at the time of the pit stops was whether Jean Glorieux got out of the number 3 DKR engineering car, because it was showing on the driver ID that he hadn't done. That's now been corrected, and Matteo Capietto is in, because everyone's done their hour now. You only have to do a minimum of an hour, and you can get out and enjoy the race as a spectator.
Just think about endurance racing. It's boring, isn't it? Nothing ever happens. Car 99, PJ Hire, under investigation. Full course yellow infringement. Bad Dragon. Bad Dragon.
Going to get the slap of the wrists to Spike.
So Gregoire Saucy now leads this race. Safety car has now been called. That will prevent anybody else from heading down into pit lane unless they need emergency service. And at this point, you heard the engine notes rise. We come out of virtual safety car, and now the cars will be allowed to proceed at pace, no overtaking of course, to form up that one line, and we'll see whether or not the pass around is required. So the safety car will wait until the 22 car is ready to be picked up. I'm pretty certain we are going to see pass around required, looking at where the lead cars in the order are. 85 certainly has LMP3 cars ahead of it. And the 33 car, yeah, we're going to have a fairly extensive pass around required here.
So that's going to take a bit of time, but it's a perfect opportunity.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
We're gonna. Okay, fine.
We're gonna wait for go back to green.
Okay.
But, an important part of this broadcast today.
Oh, for that bit, yeah. I thought we were gonna have a conversation, but we'll do that after that, will we? Fine.
Do that after that.
If only we'd discussed these things before we began the afternoon, Graham. They're all work in your head. Anyway, so Gregoire Saucy is the new driver into the Griffin Peebles car. It's a real shame for Griffin, because he was pushing like crazy. I mean, sometimes over the line. Particularly at Tamburello corner, where he nearly lost the car. But onto the 36th lap now, his Swiss teammate Gregoire Saucy has taken charge of that. Ollie Gray in the Forestier Racing by Panis car, so he's 2/3 of the European Le Mans Series champions last year, remember. So Gray still in a good position with his teammate Esteban Masson, because they are right with the race leader. In fact, there's just one Ferrari from GT that sits in between them, the GR Racing 86.
Yeah, and one major change, by the way, with that pit stop cycle, which is we have a new third place car, and that is because Jamie Chadwick has taken over the number 18 car from the, well, mercurial Valerio Rincella, and they have leapfrogged the Intereuropol number 34 car, the hands of Stella Bijoy-Garg. That came courtesy of a pit stop that was 9 seconds quicker for the new third place car from EDEX Sport. So EDEX Sport, well, they really are almost bookending this race. Up to third now with the 18 car, the 28 car, after the travails for Paul Lafargue, is stone last. All 47 cars, though, are still running, with Takeshi Kimura back on track after his recent off, that after a clash with the DKR Ligier. Safety car has been called. Marks the second phase of this virtual safety car process. The third phase will come very shortly. Pit entry is closed. That will be the pass around, and that is the precursor for getting back to green flag running. 2 hours 42 minutes to go. On board with AO by TF, the number 99 car. Double yellows at turn 2 and 3.
Good question. Not sure.
My guess is that might be a clean-up for gravel.
Yeah, okay, yes, because we've had 1 or 2 cars, well, certainly leaving the road a little bit later on. I don't remember an incident at 2 and 3, but there could have been somebody going straight on.
Oh, it's trouble.
That's a big problem. The front left wheel of Dane Cameron's 99 Spike the Dragon car is not there.
Well, I wonder if that's why we got a double yellow, is the wheel sitting... needing recovery. Well, so I saw the car was running slowly, wasn't quite sure why. Now we can see.
And now this is not an out lap. Now the previous lap may well have been, but there's a lot of puzzled looks down at AO by TF. Dane Cameron doing exactly the right thing of slowing the car down, but of course he's losing positions. Everyone's got to be aware as well that they can legally overtake the 99 car under the safety car.
2 troubles now for the 99, well 3. 1, it's got no wheel on the front left. 2, it's got a pit. Pits are closed, which means it will have to pit again when we go green.
Yeah.
So this is an absolute disaster for AO by TF and the 99 car, which was running well to that point.
So a peculiar incident, but certainly not unknown for a wheel to either have not been put on properly or something has failed on the hub, perhaps. But it's come off at pretty low speed as well, because that will have been a car that pitted under the virtual safety car, as so many did. And of course, they're trying to do those pit stops as quickly as possible, also trying to avoid things like unsafe releases. Let's hope that everything is still in place on the hub so that it can just be attached and then the wheel gun can be applied as normal. That sounded pretty healthy.
Yeah, you'll note they did put just a whisper of fuel in. They might as well at this point.
They're going to take the nose off just to make sure that everything is correct underneath. No, brand new nose, in fact.
No, that will be because the front corner will have been rubbing along the road. There's no reason not to do so. The time taken is a minor inconvenience compared with everything else that's going on here.
Well, they've already lost the places they're going to lose, I suppose. They're not going to lose the lap because of the safety car's relative speed. And, yeah, fair bit of wear on the front left corner of that splitter and on the nose of the car, with it being several inches lower than normal. And they're absolutely distraught down at the team there. I think they realised they were potentially on for a very good result. They've been taking things easy. Qualifying was nowhere near, I felt, PJ Hyatt, the sort of lap that he could have done, but they were being very cautious about tyre wear on what is a very hot day. And that, sadly, has meant that their race has spiralled completely out of their control now.
Well, as Dane actually works to catch up the train, pass around is underway.
And that will remove the GR Ferrari, actually, from between the two race leaders. So that means that Ollie Gray will have clear line of sight now to Gregoire Sauce at the sharp end of the field.
I thought that was our second place car there. Apologies. Misidentified briefly a green and black car.
That was the Duquesne car, I reckon, number 30, getting some of the ground back again that it had lost. Dorian Parr has been installed to take over from Giorgio Roda, but she's down in 10th place.
So Dane has caught up with the queue. We've now got to wait for just a short while the cars, and they are legion, that have passed the safety car under the pass around rule to come back around. And, I think every class bar LMP2 represented in that train.
Yeah, so one half of the circuit out of Rivazza and all the way down to Tamburello chicane is now littered with cars at more or less full speed, because they're being instructed to increase the pace so that they can catch the back of the safety car train. But this will reset the field to make sure that anybody that was in contention and on their lead, the lead lap of each of their categories, can still fight for the remaining 2.5 hours, just over.
So we've had 2 virtual safety cars, followed by, obviously, by the safety car, and I think 2 full course yellows as well.
Yep.
This has been an instant-filled, I might say instant-scarred race, and all sorts of things in play. A few elbows out here and there, but certainly one of the themes here has been a profound lack of grip in certain parts of this circuit. That's seen car after car, in particular from LMP2 off the road, and no little contact either. Notoriously narrow, this Imola circuit. We saw with the FIA World Endurance Championship earlier this year here, with a number of these teams, cars and drivers involved in that, but very difficult to pass. And, that's proved to be the case once again in a number of occasions. So I can tell you that the lead car in that train of cars that performed the pass around, that's the 86 GR racing car in the hands of Mike Wainwright, is almost the back of the train now. Not sure we're going to be quite there in time to restart under green next time around. It might be one more.
Yeah, because the decision to do that's going to be happening about now in race control in order for the safety car lights to be off in time for Variante Alta, and that's just a couple of corners away from where the safety car is sitting. But an awful lot of this track is exposed to direct sunlight. There's just virtually no cloud cover this weekend, so that UV on the top layer of the asphalt just takes all the grip away. It's been a problem that the Australians have spotted years ago. I remember this being an issue at Bathurst and other places too, where the ozone layer is a little bit thinner, I think, in that part of the world. But that could explain why there is a lack of grip here, plus the fact that we see cars starting to leave the road, like Paul Lafargue, for instance, and then bringing gravel back onto the road surface. The lights are still on the safety car, so I agree with you, Graham, that we're going to be going around at least one more time under caution as the clear-up continues, and they're also wanting to make sure that those runners that have just had the pass around are fully with the rest of the safety car train.
They're going to be there in moments. It's just, frankly, you know, I think we're 30 seconds away from that being potentially the final lap under safety car, but it will be one more time around. And that's only fair. That's what this is there to do, is to effectively reset the field. There's no point in doing that if you're going to leave 2 or 3 cars trailing about with a substantial gap to the cars ahead. And that pace, of course, is determined by whoever's leading that part of the queue. In the case of the cars that have just caught the back of the safety car queue, there was one GT car ahead of a little gaggle of LMP2 Pro-Ams.
Gregoire Sauce in the dark blue and red United Autosports car. In behind him is the car second in the race, now driven by Oliver Gray. The Forestier Racing by Panis car in its new livery for 2026. Then the white car with the 2 central black body stripes of Jamie Chadwick, who took over from Valerio Rinicella. Rinicella was mightily impressive. It's just so frustrating for him and us, frankly, to have this opening stint interjected by so much caution. Then we have Bijoy Garg. Now, he couldn't get out because that's a 2-driver lineup and it runs to slightly different rules, governed by actually the maximum drive time for Richard de Giers. He can't do more than 2 hours. Bijoy could have got out because he's done his minimum, but it doesn't help Richard at all because there's still 2.5 hours to go. So Bijoy Garg, as he's done in the other 2 races this year, has to do slightly more than half of them.
There you go, and you know what? The status of this race at the point at which they've got to make that call is going to be critical for them. They've had a great run so far this year, but say again, the astonishing stat of the day, I guess, is 7 previous races, going back to the 2nd race of last year into Europol competition and finished 2nd.
Not always with the 34 car. It was the 43, wasn't it, last year?
It's the 2-driver car this year, safety car in this lap, and the same crew for the 5 races after race 1 last year. Absolutely astonishing. And by the way, didn't win the championship. No,
well, probably because of that. Forever being the bridesmaid, so this could potentially be an 8th in a row 2nd place finish. They're 4th right now as the weaving has begun, as they appear around the corner underneath the road bridge there, the race leaders, and Gregoire Sauce is having to now judge his restart. He hasn't done any racing laps yet since taking charge of this car. With the safety car away down the road and gone, we are back to green, and it does look to be a good exit coming out of Rivazza for the Swiss, who leads Ollie Gray in the green and black Forestier Racing Orica 07. Good little tussle for 3rd and 4th between Chadwick and Bijoy Garg, who remains in the car, and Tristan Vautier is just the next car in the sequence in the Pro Racing car. So let us bear in mind that actually the 28 EDEX Sport car, the second of the white machines, is not on the lead lap, and that is why Tristan Vautier is going to be allowed through. The blue flags waving in the direction of car 28 with all of its delays and those visits to the gravel. So now Vautier is through and remains in 5th position. He's got Nick Yellerly, though, snapping at his heels in that 43 car, the yellow and green into Europol.
That was sportingly done there for the EDEX Sport car, just got out of it. no point in defending that.
Pauline Chatin it is.
Yeah, Rinaldi Racing, by the way, black and white flag for driving standards for that car. That was the car involved in the very early contact, wasn't it? It's been under investigation since the first 10-20 minutes of this race. So we're back up to speed, and proper racing resumed as this group sorts itself out with gaggles of LMP2 Pro cars trying to deal with traffic. There's two more at the back here. It's one of the CLX cars. It's the Duquesne team car with LMP3 cars and GT cars in the mix as well. So far without major incident.
Very busy though, isn't it? I mean, it feels like something's going to happen at any point here as the orange Mercedes squirms its way over the sausage curbs at the top of the hill at Variante Alta. But Gregoire Sauzet is just making a bit of a break from Ollie Gray. Again, that might be deliberate so that Gray is not in the immediate aero wash from the back of the Sauzet car, or is it just that the Swiss getaway from that safety car is just that little bit better than Oliver Gray? They're all having to get used to these cars and the current conditions, having, for many of them, not been in the car since, well, free practice yesterday. So driver inserted for this next segment, and you've got to be out of the box quick straight away.
Meantime, Kuba Shmikowski under investigation. Full course yellow infringement for car 43. That car currently sits, where, Johnny? Sixth place. Yellowly now aboard the car.
Yeah, so that's the slightly confusing thing, but it was Shmyhovsky infringement potentially, as now two of the LMP2 Pro-Am cars maybe almost come to blows. That's the 19 that was in the hands of John Faub. It's now Manuel Espirito, though, who's taking charge of the 19.
Yeah, Espirito Santo, and this is the view of that gaggle from the driver's eye view from the 75 Proton car in the mix in class and in these multi-car battles as well. The 85 car RSGP from Fabien Michal under pressure now from Matthew Richard Bell in the Euro International car for the lead of LMP3, and they too are going to have to be dealing with traffic in just a few moments.
So the 11 car of Matthew Richard Bell chasing down Fabien Michal, about to be swallowed up by the TDS car, which is number 14, now of Sami Megatuniv, but qualified superbly well by Stephen Thomas yesterday. And the GTs, well, they've been busy from the start, and the high-class racing dark green and white Porsche, the inside line into Rivazza, and that is now Max Moritz, so still burning his bronze time. Yes, because we're not yet, or we just are now tipping over the 90-minute marker, minus any time spent in the pits, of course.
There's been a fair amount of that.
Yes. Yeah, so the United Autosport car continuing to lead as the GTs give us a terrific display, Graham.
We did say that we'd be marking the life of Bill Gibson during this race. We're on board now with the number 37 car from CLX Motorsport, and we're going to give this a lap and listen to the Gibson music and remember Bill's life and the absolutely massive contribution he's made to this fantastic sport of ours. Enjoy the music. Bill Gibson, everybody, made this happen. It's fabulous formula of LMP2 with the astonishing 4.2 litre normally aspirated V8. Johnny, going to come to you for a little bit of housekeeping, because there's been plenty, ironically, involving the car we were listening to as well there. So it's a drive-through penalty for that car for contact?
Yeah, with the 68 M Racing car, which was Nick Adcock. Now remember, he's been on the wrong end of a couple of bits of contact now, because Alex Bukantsov was judged to be at fault for the contact into Aquaminarale, and then a couple of laps later, at very high speed, Nick leaving the road at Rivazza, just as the race leaders were trying to get through. And we were saying maybe he just misjudged the traffic or got distracted by something. Well, no, by the looks of things, he was hit by the 37 CLX Motorsport car. So apologies to you, Nick. That's two incidents not of your own making that you've been involved with. It was Adrian Clomenil driving the 37 car at the time. And there are now three cars, at least three cars. Now it's being added to, in fact, because of recent virtual safety car infringements. So three of the cars on the list are the 86 GR Racing Ferrari. Ferrari? Yes, it's Ferrari these days. For some reason I've written down Porsche. I think it maybe used to be. The 55 Ferrari, which is the Duncan Cameron Spirit of Race car. It's now it's probably still in the hands of Duncan. And the 47 car, that's a second penalty. These are just 5 seconds, though, to be added to the next pit stop. Some of them are 10-second penalties.
They're virtual safety car infringements. There's some full course yellow infringements as well. Car 99, that is the AOBO TF car. Car 68 is a virtual safety car infringement, but that's the M Racing car, and that is 10 seconds. And there's yet more coming in as well. Yep. Cars 28, that's the Edict Sport car, that's had a terrible afternoon. 43 from the Interpol team and 51 from AF Corsa. 37 car completes its drive-through. They're all 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for full course yellow infringement. Now we've worked through that, and by the way, can tell you there's another fastest lap of the race. Mattia Capietto in the Deco Engineering car. We can finally turn, after we've listened to the Gibson music from the 37 car, to Mark Britton. Mark, welcome to the booth, welcome to the show, welcome to the race. That's a very major moment, I guess, for you, for the company, and for the family, because you are family. Son-in-law of Bill, our sincere condolences about losing him. We know the family are here, his 3 daughters, all involved still in the company, 2 of his grandsons. Tell us a little bit about the great man. Huge contribution to motorsport, much of which many people will not be aware of in terms of the electronics for Formula 1, for the Group C sports career with Jaguar, and the same with the touring car side of things, hybrid technology, winning chassis, race-winning engines. It's a small company, but boy, oh boy, what a huge legacy.
Big history. I probably can't cover it all in the remaining 2 hours and 22 minutes, and my direct involvement with the company is sort of 5 years or so, so Graham, you'll probably remember a lot of the past successes, but yeah, just a huge character. You know, set up what is now Gibson back in the early 80s, and just exceptionally genuine and generous individual that was happy to give people the opportunity, and he created a culture at Gibson that allowed good people to flourish. I think the testament to that is we've still got a large number of staff that will have worked with Bill some 40 years ago, and I think that probably tells you a lot.
I think it does. I mean, we were at Repton, myself and my colleague Stephen Kilby, not that long ago, and the workforce is characterised by plenty of people with grey hair, and actually, better still, plenty of youngsters finding a first rung on the motorsport ladder. And a word about this era, powered by Gibson. Every one of these cars, every one of these teams, without question, agreed to run the tribute vinyl. As we got trouble there for a couple of the LMGT3 cars, we'll catch up with that in a moment, marking Bill's life, and that's the 55 car, I think, would have been on the way into the pits anyway for the penalty. This 4.2 litre engine fabulous thing, but the contribution is not just that you build them, but they're pretty much faultless. I mean, we're closing in on a decade now in service. I think I can remember maybe 2 or 3 failures of that engine in what is now millions and millions of racing kilometres.
Yeah, I'm looking around for some wood to touch. We're probably just over 6.5 million kilometres. That credit goes to all the staff back at Repton, not just current staff, past staff. You know, the GK is, I'm fortunate, I get to listen to that sound almost every day as we pass the engines off. But the dedication of the people back at Repton, Bill always used to say our greatest asset is our people. And that's a comment I can only echo.
The final thing we're going to mark is that legacy is not over, because it is that record of performance, not just the performance on track, but the performance in the paddock with the teams, with the customers, will continue, with Gibson being the core of the new powertrain contract for the next generation of LMP2. And that must have been, for you and for Bill, not just a relief, let's face it, but a sense of real pride.
It is, yeah, without doubt. And it's a sign of growth as well, moving from engine provider to powertrain provider. It was, you know, down again to all the efforts of people back at Repton. The tender was a difficult process. It was lengthy. It was a lot of hard work. We're very thankful to the ACO FIA for their selection and trust in us. And there's lots of work underway at the moment. We're looking forward to the next chapter. Obviously, that involves some partners, working closely with Nissan, Nismo, on the development of the VR34.
Oh, trouble. What's in the middle of that cloud? Sorry to interrupt, Mark. Is that, is it clears? There's no one there. Abracadabra, as they say. So it's, is that yet another, Johnny, car running off with a lack of grip?
I saw it from distance, and I think it was just, yeah, somebody running very, very wide.
It was the Nielsen car.
They got through.
It was one of the Nielsen cars.
So either 27 or the 24 car potentially. I might be able to work that out from the sector times, because that was at the first chicane, so covered by sector 1, and as now up at the top of the hill at Variante Alta. The time from James Allen looks pretty good. James, I think, celebrating a birthday this weekend. I don't know who it was, but anyway, they escaped, amazingly enough.
I'm prepared to put a guess on that was Edward Pearson. It was a 22-second first sector, and that doesn't match up to the kind of pace we'd expect. I apologise, I'll finish the point, by the way, and say I've been privileged enough to see the first of the new engines under construction, the test engines coming through as we get the DQR. Ligier interrupting our point again this time, the number 4 car. Those engines are going to be out there to the chassis providers pretty soon, so that we can get the engineering done.
Yep.
And we start to see
towards the end of the year.
Yep, the shape of the next kind of LMP2 cars.
They'll be making noise in Japan this month.
Excellent stuff. And this is a true partnership with Nissan and Nismo with this engine.
Yeah, we've had a number of staff out in Japan working closely with their engineers. So yeah, it's a true partnership with them. And obviously looking across the wider powertrain, working closely with Bosch, Motec, X-Track, and also Control.
We want to say thank you for coming. We want to say thank you for the legacy. We want to say thank you to your lady Karen, who forms a key part of the Gibson legacy moving forward with the company. Her sister and Bill's daughter Helen also here, and Joanne, the third daughter. And we know too that Adam and Max, is it 2 of 7?
2 of 7, yeah. There is a Gibson five-a-side football team.
Good grief. Don't go up against them.
They're not very good.
But we'll say thanks to you, Mark Britton, and good luck with what comes next.
Yeah, thank you. I'd also like to thank everyone at ELMS for the ACO for arranging the tribute. Bill's got family over in Canada and up in Scotland, and you know they really appreciate that. Also, I'd like to say thank you for all of the kind messages that we've received as a family from across the world. it's really helped the girls sort of see those messages.
Great stuff. Good luck to everybody. Condolences to the family. Condolences to everybody at the Gibson Engineering family for that. And I know the way they're going to respond is by pushing as hard as they ever did while the old man was still there. Thanks, Mark Britton, and thanks to everybody at Gibson Engineering. And we're going to get back racing because that's what he wants us to do.
Indeed. Thanks.
And the glorious sound of the 4.2 litre V8s that all power the LMP2s heading up the hill and dicing for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. Jem Bollock-Bashi still ahead of Horst Felix Felbermayr by only 1.4 seconds, so the gap is pretty tight in Pro-Am as well. We're on to lap 50 of the race so far, and obviously that's been fairly truncated because of the cautions that we've had to this point, and we're still a little way away from half distance now. 2 hours and 15 minutes still to go. Gregoire Saucy, though, leading by just under 6 seconds from Oliver Gray in the Forestier Racing by Panis car. Gray definitely still in the mix, and I just wonder whether, as I say, he wanted to get out of that dirty air for a period of time. He's happy to keep Saucy within his sight without being under his boot lid all the time. So
another penalty, car 77, as the train of Inter-Europol LMP2s is broken up with the 43 of Nick Yellerly down pit lane. 77 car gets 10 seconds added to its next pit stop for a full course yellow infringement. They have not been backwards and coming forwards with penalties today.
And again, this place is sort of no stranger to that, because in a sense it's a little bit self-policing when it comes to track limits, but then there are the issues as soon as we start to get a flurry of full course yellows or safety cars, there are then going to be those that either have just misjudged speeds into and out of full course yellows or are trying to gain a slight advantage here and there. But the problem is every car is mapped by GPS data, and you're going to get caught ultimately, and the penalties are deliberately incremental as well. So one maybe not too bad with it being 5 seconds added to your next pit stop, but then it can be 10 seconds, and then it can be a drive-through, which is a completely independent visit to the pit lane, and that is when it starts to become very much a question mark. The last safety car period, which happened at 2:15, is now all being checked as well, so we might have a whole load more other penalties once the speeds and the behaviour behind that safety car are checked. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, Graham.
There you go. 30 minutes to go until the halfway point of what has been, well, how can we put it? An interesting race so far. It is still United Autosport's Gregoire Saucy that leads the race, pulling away from Ollie Gray, so it's another good run from Gregoire Saucy, and he really has taken a step this season, and a big one at that. So third place at the moment, Jamie Chadwick is powering away, 12 seconds back with the Algarve Pro Racing car, number 25 of Tristan Vautier in fourth place. LMP2 Pro-Am is led by Vector Sports, Jem Bollock-Bashi from Horst Felix Felbermayr. They're running 8th and 9th overall. And then they've got Edward Pearson in the Pro Class LMP2 car, running between them and third place Sami Megtanif in the TDS Racing number 14. LMP3 still sits behind LMGT3. They're making their way back up the order. So the LMGT3 leader, still Blake McDonald aboard that car. Blake, well, surviving all sorts of slings and arrows in terms of choices made on the... Just watching as those two LMGT3 cars cleared the number 13 car. But the TF Sport number 33 Corvette leads the race from Abdullah Al-Khalifi in the Team Qatar Bayern Link 62 AMG. That gap, by the way, has gone up to 6.5 seconds, and Blake McDonald is on it. Matt Kurzajewski sits 10 seconds back in third in the 75 Proton competition, Porsche. And then R-Race GP's Fabien Michal leads in LMP3 from Matthew Richard Bell in Euro International car. So it is Duquesne from Ligier. Paul Loncher, meanwhile, sits in third place, and that car burned their quick stops early. Next recipient of unwelcome news from race control and the stewards, it's a 10-second stop-and-go penalty this time for car 23 for pit lane speed.
It's the McLaren, is it not?
It is indeed.
From LMGT3. or not?
No.
I'm getting it confused. No, it is.
Yes, it is. My apologies,
United
Wayne Boyd.
Autosports. Wayne Boyd McLaren. So that car running in 10th, but that's a 10-second stop-and-go penalty. So caught, again, being higher than the 60 kilometres per hour permitted in pit lane. 3 abreast going up towards Tozer.
Oh, twitch there from the 14.
2 of which are LMP2s. They went either side of the DKR Engineering LMP3 car. And now 2 wheels on the grass, in fact, for the TDS as it exits Tozer and heads up the hill. That's going to compromise, obviously, its straight line speed. I think they just about knew what they were doing. That's Massimo Capietto in the orange and blue striped car and the green car in the hands of Sami Megtunif, as you've mentioned.
And that was a change of position as that made its way through, and that was Capietto going by Megtunif. That was sketchy for a moment or two, and Capietto immediately on it and trying to get on terms with Edward Pearson.
Still no change between Amir Naran and Max Moritz, the 2 bronze racers. This is Mercedes up against Porsche for 4th and 5th in LMGT3. Behind them is Clement Matter. I reckon Matter's getting a bit closer here as they fight amongst themselves, and there was quite a bit of opposite lock required by Amir Naran as he exited the Villeneuve chicane. So the grip levels may be a bit of a premium now as he's deeper into the stint on this set of Goodyear Eagle tyres. Plenty of curb being taken as well. Yeah, that Mercedes is drifting here, there and everywhere, but good car control nevertheless from the bronze racer. And Clement Matter not being given the instruction to get out of that car yet either. Again, where the stints are falling is a bit awkward around this 90 minutes, but they're obviously keen to keep the pace going. As now dive bombing into Tozer comes the CLX car. And that's the 37, which has had all the penalties, but it's a very, very quick car. It's now in the hands of the young Dane, Theodore Jensen. Sadly for them, they're down in 21st overall, but keen to make some of that ground back up again.
And they are, I believe, they are off the lead lap, aren't they?
Yes, yes. So doing battle actually with the second-placed LMP2 Pro-Am car, but they are not on the same lap, so that's buying a lap back again for Theodore Jensen versus Horst Felix Felbermayr.
Yeah, they've been amongst the quickest. There's trouble again. It's those 2 cars we're following at the moment we leave them.
Yeah.
The drama happens, and there's
clearly been contact because the headlight's hanging out of Amir Naran's car, and it's so low on the rear left corner. I'm concerned about maybe suspension failure, unless that's the deepness of the stones, I think, in the gravel trap.
And by the way, the other car involved here was also
so it was the Aston of Matter.
Oh, and he was off the road. He was off the road and then hit the AMG. Watch this. Oh.
Well, Naran turns in, just taking the corner as normal, not expecting anybody to be there, and almost 4 wheels off the ground was Matter because he caught the sausage curb and was airborne, and I'm not surprised. That might have actually shattered the drivetrain on the Aston Martin. That is a huge hit between the 2 front-engine GT cars. Meanwhile, 47, the other CLX car, elbowed out of the way to a certain extent.
That was the 19 involved in that.
On an in-lap for Ferdinand Habsburg, and the 19 car was Manuel Espirito Santo for Rossa Racing by Virage. Now, whether that was due to be an in-lap for Habsburg, I don't know. But the remains of Mercedes and Aston Martin now litter the racetrack at Tamburello.
It's a virtual safety car, Johnny, and that's not a surprise. 2 cars needing recovery.
That Mercedes clearly cannot be left there, nor can the Aston Martin. And the Aston's going nowhere fast. I fear both of those cars are out of the race. So Clement Matter wanting to outbrake certainly Max Moritz, but could not get the car stopped in time and to the inside of the line. And now there's big damage on the 14, and we did not know about this before either. The 14 TDS car of Sami Megtunif. So Megtunif was doing battle with Massimo Capietto not so long ago.
It was front and side damage to that car.
Is the tyre still inflated? Well, the tyre's not rotating, but the tyre's still inflated, I think. So that has the look of maybe running into the back of another car or into some of the scenery around here.
So we'll look and see what happens here. Here is the 14.
He's overcooked it maybe into Acqua Minerale.
Oh, it's
no.
3 cars involved. It was Capietto up the back of Edward Pearson and being collected by Megtunif.
So why is Pearson going so slowly with their yellow flags out at that point? Was that when the virtual safety car had kicked in? And is this therefore an incident that has happened as they're all slowing? And the problem is you might be unsighted behind another car, not be able to see the yellow flags. But then again, there are counts into these sequence of cautions.
I just chuck something else into the mix. We very briefly saw on our timing screens, pit wall radio was not working. Now, my interpretation of it was that that wasn't working then but have we got a communications problem?
There is a chance of that, and there was actually something in the regulations in the lead up to this weekend about how team radio must always be heard by the team chief on the pit wall, but it's not a direct team radio to each of the drivers. The messages delivered by race direction then have to be re-listed or reworded to the drivers individually. But if there's a problem for that exact team radio, and I wouldn't imagine coverage is necessarily a problem around here, but it might just be a genuine fault. So yes, if either one of those two cars following, both of them perhaps didn't get the message that we were going into another caution, that, I'm afraid, is the sorry state of it. And in what state is Massimo Capietto's car now? Because he piled in the back of Edward Pearson's car and then got more contact from the rear.
24 is on pit lane from Edward Pearson.
So did Capietto pit? No, he didn't. So the car that was semi-collected by Meg Tunif has been able to continue around. They will get another opportunity to pit because these virtual safety cars are deliberately for 2 full laps. The Mercedes is going to be at least,
I think that's
recovered to a safe position, but I agree with you. I mean, their hit was astronomically hard for the Mercedes. That was the innocent party, but as it turned in, there was the Aston Martin going
across
completely straight and having shaved off very little speed.
Let's watch this again. Trying to get up the inside of he tried to get up the inside of the high-class car,
Max Moritz,
and then
lost control. I mean, that car was not...
He was way too deep into the corner.
Yeah.
The AMG was taking its regular line through.
And I think Clement knew he was in a bit of a difficult spot there, so he was trying to get the car well over to the left, but he was never going to get it out of the firing line of the Mercedes. I'm so surprised. Yeah, we are under virtual safety car at that point. How on earth has Matteo Capietto continued around onto another lap? Because that number 3 car got absolutely walloped by the 24. Sorry, not the 24. Let me just get the sequence of cars right. It's 14. So it was 24 Ed Pearson slowing,
yes,
and I think correctly for the virtual safety car. And then into the back of him arrived Massimo Capietto and then Meg Tunif, who we'd already described were in their own fight. They'd gone either side of an LMP3 car not so long ago. But is that a case of them not then observing the virtual safety car? And here's the damage on the back of the number 3 DKR, and it is missing a considerable amount then of the diffuser and that legality panel that carries the tail light and the warning rain light.
It may well be that they wanted to observe where the damage is to get things ready. They're not under pressure to pit the first time around, as long as there's no imminent danger to the car. It gives them just that extra 3 or 4 minutes, and that, I think, is done.
Yeah, the mechanics signal there of the cross saying the steering's just not in alignment anymore, and it's going to take such a long time to fix that. It's a 4-hour race. We've already had nearly 2 of them, so that is a real shame, particularly for Stephen Thomas, who qualified that car so well in 3rd position yesterday, the American racer, and it means that we're not going to get a stint from Scott Huffaker either. But Sam Megatunif running into the back of an accident that had sort of already happened. But again, the virtual safety car had been called. The boards were out, but for some reason, neither Matteo Capietto nor Megatunif seemed to get the message.
That TDS car, by the way, looks like it is out the race, and it's a sequence of 2 4th-place finishes, interrupted by what looks like will be a DNF. And that car is going into the garage. Whether or not they will seek to make a repair. Wheel is pretty much square on that car. You look at the state of the rim if you get a chance with the mechanic looking at that corner. It's taken one hell of a hit.
Yeah, and then the sandwich from Matteo Capietto arguably was worse, although perhaps the car being lifted up off the ground helped it to a certain degree. The other one that we've not really caught sight of is Ed Pearson, and how much more of the race that car can do. But Pearson
has been on pit lane. Is he still on pit lane?
That's what I'm just checking.
He's on his way out.
He must be moving again. Yeah, okay. So that car looks all right.
And Matteo Capietto has just pitted. This is the wrecked 59 car. It's triggered the virtual safety car with the hit on the 63.
Yes, it was. The Mercedes of Amir Naran, which ended up in the gravel trap, looking very dishevelled. One of the headlights had come out of its socket, but also I wonder whether there was significant damage on the rear left corner. If nothing else, it was deep in the gravel at Tamburello chicane.
And it's often the case. I mean, not only is it's not only the damage you can see, it's the damage that's transmitted with the shock through the rear axle, the driven axle, remember, into the gearbox.
So that has taken one of the two clear favourites, let's say, in GT out of the mixture now. The Corvette's still a very strong car, it would seem, this weekend, but the Aston Martin was able to virtually match the qualification times yesterday. There is a driver change now in the TF Sport Corvette, with Alec Udell taking over that 33 car, still in the race lead.
So that means bronze time is going to be up, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, and then some, because 90 minutes was the time that all the bronzes have to do if they're joined by a silver and then a gold or a platinum. So they were well over the 90 minutes, but it is more about fitting in now to the segments that remain in the race.
Safety car has been called, by the way. So we'll get back again to one line. There is the Porsche safety car emerging from pit lane to pick up race leader, and the race leader is still scored as being Gregoire Saucy. The pretty much entire LMP2 field has been in and now out. And red light for the 43 car as they wait for, there we go, there's Gregoire Saucy.
So as soon as the cars cross the safety car line 1, as soon as the safety car does that, then the pit lane exit is automatically closed, and that is to make sure that cars that have just made a stop aren't released right into the safety car train.
That could be really costly for the 43 car.
Hugely so, because when you're about to call a car in, you've got to make sure that the pit stop isn't going to extend to the point where that safety car train's about to cross the control line. It's been a really busy afternoon, and not necessarily all for positive reasons either, with several cars badly damaged, a number of them running off the road as well. And we can't even blame the bad weather that occasionally affects this part of northern Italy. We're in Emilia-Romagna, beautiful part of the world, cracking town nearby as well, and the racetrack's not too shabby either. So we got underway at 1 o'clock, and this was the very busy start in amongst LMP3 and the sharp end of LMP2. Valerio Rinicella with a cracking manoeuvre around the outside at the Tamburello chicane to pick off Matthias Kaiser. We also had some excellent dicing in LMGT3 in the early stages after a great getaway from Matt Kurzajewski, where he gained about 4 positions from his grid spot. He then lost 1 or 2 of them. Then there was a lead change as Adrian Clomenil judged to perfection the position of his opponent, Louis Rousset. M Racing's Nick Adcock had a violent off at Rivazza, and we subsequently found out that that was as a result of a collision with the 37 car, which was subsequently penalised, and feel really sorry for Nick Adcock, because that was the second of a couple of incidents that put him off the road. Not his fault. Side-to-side action as well between Griffin Peebles and Louis Rousset. That would put Peebles into a cracking position early on in the race. Blake McDonald, who had fueled his car by this point under one of the virtual safety cars, was then able to pass his fellow American racer Matt Kurzajewski sideways, and he couldn't get it back for Paul Lafargue into the Villeneuve chicane. That would bring out a full course yellow, and as we re-emerge into green flags, Giorgio Roda ran off the road at Tosa and into the barrier. Little bit of a tag on Matthew Richard Bell's number 11 Euro International car, but he controlled that well. Yet another restart, and Blake McDonald up against Abdullah Al Khalifi, just about getting the jump in the Dayglow yellow-fronted Corvette. So Corvette now ahead of QMMF AMG. Good tussling as well in LMP2 Pro-Am, and this was the precursor, Massimo Capietto and Sami Megtunif, between these two guys, but then they would get together into a virtual safety car, but not as violently as the Aston Martin of Clement Matter and Amir Naran. Matter fully out of control for my money, into the chicane, slamming into the side of the Mercedes, and then into virtual safety car, this kind of classic motorway accident where Edward Pearson had slowed down, but Massimo Capietto and Sami Megtunif did not react quick enough, and a 3-car nose-to-tail contact. So we're under now a 3rd safety car of the race, and Gregoire Sauce leads for United Autosports.
In what I believe is United Autosports' 500th race.
Good knowledge.
I think that's right.
Somebody else must have fed you that statistic.
It's remarkably, I can't explain why, because I can't.
Go on.
The thought had occurred to me earlier to actually ask United Autosport about race numbers.
Wow.
And I can't explain why that happened, but I'm told it's their 500th race.
Goodness me. So you're almost telepathic for these numbers that are floating around.
There's other words.
There are. We can't mention them, of course. So this is the order. Gregoire Sauce leads by, well, I won't give you the times because we're under a safety car. Ollie Gray, Forestier Racing by Panis, still in 2nd position. Then Tristan Vautier for Algarve Pro Racing into the podium slots in car number 25, ahead of Jamie Chadwick's EDEX Sport car. That was the car started by Valerio Brindicella. Mike Rockenfeller's been plugged into the number 9 Proton Competition P2 car. So that's the top 5. In Pro-Am, it is Horst Felix Felbermayr now in number 88, the Felbermayr colours, that leads. We're about to do the pass around under this, I think it's the 3rd safety car. Yes, it will be, because we had one fairly early on as well after just 22 minutes. So Felbermayr leads Pro-Am. From now, Ollie Jarvis in the 2nd of the United Autosports cars, number 21. Enzo Trulli in the Algarve Pro Racing number 20 car is in 3rd position, ahead of Jem Bollock-Bashi for Vector Sport and Mathieu Vaxivière for AF Corsa. LMGT3 is Alec Udell for TF Sport and the Corvette gang, number 33. Remember, a terrific month and a bit now for TF Sport after that victory in LMGT3. The 24 Hours of Le Mans, although with a different driver lineup. Julian Hanses in the Team Qatar AMG car, number 62, is running in 2nd. And LMP3 is led by RHGP for Pierre-Alexandre Prevot. Safety car, let's head to the pit lane therefore. And Steph.
Hello everyone, I am down here, joined by Matt Kozajewski, driver of the number 75 Proton Competition Porsche. I thought it was time that we talked about LMGT3 because it's all going on down there. Some of the big competitors are struggling, and it seems like it's a really great opportunity for yourselves and the team.
Yeah, make the most of it. The week has been challenging, but Imola, it's one of my favorite tracks. I enjoy coming here. But it also creates for really good excitement activity, which will create for opportunities. So capitalize, keep the car clean, which is what we've done, and go from there.
We had a particularly long stint from yourself, but let's talk about the start because you made up so many places at the beginning. Just talk us through it from your perspective.
Normal start. Inside, I think, from my opinion, I believe people were just trying to get down to the inside, kind of ignored the outside. Outside was open. I went there, usually probably not my first choice, but the positions were available. Going into Tamburello on the outside is a little risky, but it paid off. It wasn't bad, so it paid off. Hopefully we can keep the positions, salvage the best opportunity, and go on to Spa.
Good luck to you and the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That answers the question as to how he gained all those places. I've seen that happen a few times, actually. Yeah, so the outside line outbrake everybody else, almost like the computer game start, and say he wasn't quite in the lead, but I'm up to 2nd place from 6th or 7th on the grid.
Yep, fortune favour the brave in that particular instance. But, I think it's probably about the only gutsy move that's actually pulled off without a further incident in this race.
I will say Rinicella's overtake, actually in the same corner, outside of Tamburello on Kaiser, Matthias Kaiser, was just perfection.
Absolutely great stuff. So, Aaron, 51 minutes remain. We're on the safety car. Pass around has been concluded, by the way, whilst we've been while listening to Steph interviewing Matt Kurzajewski. And a fair number of cars involved in that and are making their way through. And again, it's going to be quite tight here as to whether or not they make it before we get to the decision mark. And it may well be another one where we need another lap. I think it will. Just a mark of the length of this circuit, I'm afraid. It makes it tricky to complete that in just the one lap.
The other thing that the virtual safety cars are allowing, I suppose, is now to just clarify where everybody is sitting within the pit stop sequence. Whereas at the start of the race we had one or two pitting away from others. What a virtual safety car is doing is basically making sure that, well, not making sure, but where we end up is that the cars are matching one another stride for stride now on strategy. So it's a simpler race, I suppose, for us to understand, but I quite like those ones that get truly mixed up, and you then only know which team is going to be in the best position in the final half an hour or so. The safety car is going to come in at the end of this lap, so we're going to be racing this time around and already backing the field up. Gregoire Saucy, when is he going to go? There isn't the luxury of having a car from a different category in behind him, but he does have a back marker in behind because that CLX car is not on the lead lap, and Ollie Gray's not going to be able to overtake legally Theodor Jensen until they go across the control line.
Does give the 37 car an opportunity to get a lap back though, doesn't it, to get back onto the lead lap, and they'll be keen to do that.
But Theo's going to have to catch Gregoire Saucy, and that is going to be some ask because Saucy will have been rehearsing the restart to this race in his mind, certainly on that final safety car lap. A little bit wide there for Tristan Vautier, but he mopped it up just in time for the second element of Tamburello. Now wedged in traffic is Ollie Jarvis, running in second position in LMP2 Pro-Am. So that is the dark blue visor on the United Autosports car. And both he and Horst Felix Felbermayr are able to get by one of the LMP3 cars, the R-Race GP car, in fact, which is the P3 class leader. So out of Tosa will go Felix Felbermayr, Horst Felix Felbermayr, running in that lead Pro-Am car from Jarvis, from Enzo Trulli, the son of Jarno Trulli. I just had to look up where Jarno Trulli scored his only Grand Prix win, but I had a feeling it was here, but it wasn't. It was Monaco in 2004. But Jarno, being the family's local track, might even be here. I don't know.
It has been a number of races to watch Enzo's progress. We're going to see another father of famous son later this afternoon, by the way, presenting trophies. Leave that one for a little later, though. But it's been a much better run than they've had so far this season for the Felbermayr family backed and crewed number 88 car. And by the way, third member of the family had some success earlier today, winning in F1 Academy, Emma Felbermayr.
That is true as well, yeah, and I'm looking forward to the day when she might be able to get behind the wheel of a prototype or similar. Door is always open to sports car racing, as I'm sure she knows. The incident involving car 10 and 19, that was much earlier on. Ryan Cullen into the rear of John Falb is now under review, so it shows how busy those in race direction have been. That will be handed to the stewards shortly as Ollie Jarvis has a little look at the inside of Horst Felix Felbermayr approaching the Villeneuve chicane. But so far, the 22-year-old is soaking things up pretty well.
Absolutely. So at the moment, United Autosports cars lead the race overall with their LMP2 car. The LMP2 Pro-Am with Ollie Jarvis is in a fighting second ahead of a 4-car train. Enzo Trulli sitting third, and under pressure now. Up the inside goes the Vector Sport car. Can't quite make it there. Enzo Trulli just squeezes him back out.
But it's nip and tuck, and there are definitely these chances to overtake. Sometimes the the corners like Acqua Minerale and like Variante Alta arriving for the car being chased at just the wrong moment. And it's all about car placement then. Sometimes you might not have had the ideal run out of the previous corner, which leaves you as a bit of a sitting duck, but well coped with there by the Algarve Pro Racing runner Enzo Trulli, with Turkish racer Bolukbashi in the wheel tracks in car number 7. But that's the top 4 in Pro-Am, all within the same frame, and whipping by that cracking camera angle, the locked-off camera, which is virtually attached to the Armco barrier at turn 20.
This is a building battle. There's 4-car battle here for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. This, by the way, is for 8th position overall. And the 7th place car, the number 9 Proton car in the hands of Mike Rockenfeller, just ahead of this battle. Meantime, this is the battle for 2nd in LMP3. Yaris GP Duquesne, 5 seconds ahead of this battle. But we've got Silex Motorsport's Alexander Jacobi and Dua de Decker for Euro International here, with the pair of Ligiers dueling for 2nd place.
So again, under virtually zero cloud cover, so again still very, very hot down at track level. 53 degrees Celsius is the latest reading, 35 in the air. It's going to get even hotter out here by midweek, but 35 degrees is comparable to the temperatures on Saturday and Sunday at Le Mans last month. So this again is so tough on tyres, it's tough on drivers having to clear their drive time. I'm sure the bronzes, those that did as much as 2 hours, might not have been expected to do that many minutes, but they needed to, of course, confirm that they were okay to do a few more stints. How is Gregoire Sauce feeling now? Because Ollie Gray is back with him. So he built a little bit of a lead at the latest restart, but now Gray has got his head down, and maybe he's also had the word in his ear from his engineer to say, well, pull the pin at this point, go and get Gregoire Sauce.
Yeah, this looks like being quite the duel, doesn't it? And the 37 car has dropped back behind the 29. So the opportunity to get back on the lead lap, not going to be an easy one to take. 37 car, some self-inflicted wounds, I'm afraid. They will rue what they'll have seen have been an opportunity to score a really good result today. We've got here, this is the 31 Races Pit Le Mans car under pressure from the Team Virage car. On the outside, and away they go, and that is a position gained by Matteo Quintarelli. This, though, is our battle for the overall lead.
Another incident's going to be looked at as well, which was...
That was some time ago. That was the one that puts Takeshi Kimura into the gravel and involved Antti Ramo in the DKR Ligier. That is being looked at for causing a collision.
That was at Piratella, or turn 9, as the race officials have it. I much prefer referring to the old school corners of this track, which is now celebrating its 73rd year, by the way. And excellent that another 4-hour race could be held here. The first ELMS 4-hour, in fact it was a 3-hour, was in 2013. That was a Thierry by TDS Racing victory, I seem to recall. And then the following year, in 2014, we were already up to 4-hour races, and that is a format that has been a real success. We've got 6 more of them to look forward to in 2027.
We do. The new calendar is issued here. We start a little earlier in the year. Same 6 tracks, but some shuffling in terms of the timing of the start and the finish of the season to accommodate all sorts of other shenanigans in World Motorsport, and particularly this absolute burgeoning era for sports car racing. Car 88, by the way, did say that they were going very well indeed. Sadly, they're the latest to get a penalty. It's a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for a virtual safety car infringement for the lead car in LMP2 Pro-Am, and that is going to put United Autosports into the lead in both LMP2 classes.
They really have turned a corner, it feels, United Autosports, in recent races. They were are the championship leaders by just 3 points heading here, but that was after victory in Le Castellet and a third place finish to start the year. But yes, coming good as well is the sister Pro-Am car, it appears, this weekend.
Well, I think, you know, what they've seen with the Pro-Am effort is Daniel Schneider, his form has only been improving, and that's going to help them. It's a massive part of, you know, success in the LMP2 Pro-Am efforts. And here in the overall, I said earlier about the improvement in form, the vertical step taken by Gregoire Saucy, and then we've got the introduction into the proceedings of the magical talent that is Griffin Peebles. They've all of a sudden got it right, but one of the best bits of news of all, it's not United Autosports leaving customer racing to go hypercar racing. They're doubling down on that. You're going to see some big news from United Autosports. They've committed to the new Orica chassis coming in 2028 in the new LMP2 cycle. They're going to be moving to new, bigger premises to accommodate their continuing ELMS Asia Le Mans Series programs, as well as IMSA in LMP2, as well as hypercar racing in the FIA World Endurance Championship.
Let's not gloss over this battle, by the way. I know we're talking about other things. I think it's because we're used to seeing these cars almost appearing like they're on rails, but they're certainly not, because Gregoire Saucy is almost being pushed out of his comfort zone here. There's a slow McLaren into the pit lane, which has just made it out of the way of the top two in LMP2, the top two overall. But Saucy, it doesn't feel like he's in the quicker car of these two right now. But he is he's able to keep Ollie Gray behind him for the time being. And how close is Tristan Vautier? He's still about 7 seconds adrift. This is the 23 McLaren of Wayne Boyd, which has now officially entered pit lane, so the team could go down there and push him the rest of the way. Just they can't do that if he's still technically out on the racetrack, but he has just triggered the letter P next to his name and therefore has crossed the white line.
Pit entry is closed because it's blocked by that McLaren for the moment at least. So anybody that needed to pit, that shouldn't be the case so close to a virtual safety car. But anybody that did need to pit, there's a big problem there, so they'll need that car out of the way quickly. We can see one of our other monitors, the United Autosports pit crew racing down there to rescue their car. So great news LMP2, bad news LMGT3 for United. TF Sports, Alec Udell, by the way, continues to lead in LMGT3, and this battle, Johnny, goes on.
It's absolutely superb to witness, because there's plenty of curb being taken. There's occasionally, not all four wheels off, but certainly, let's say, 3 of the 4. And I don't think Saucy can afford to let up at all here, to potentially show even the glimmer of an inside line, an open door to the second place car of Ollie Gray.
The slight problem here is the car's made its way back to pit lane. It's managed to do a Control-Alt-Delete. Half the pit crew are still running back towards the pit garage to assist. So this time, Saucy manages to put a back marker, the 55. Did that pick up debris, or was the contact? I think there was debris on the track being thrown up, but certainly a couple of chunky bits flew up as they passed the number 55 Ferrari.
Well, there's certainly plenty of bits of car and bits of tyre potentially, also gravel here, there and everywhere, but that was Matt Griffin that they were having to lap in the 55 Spirit of Race Ferrari. He's currently 10th in LMGT3. The GT class is still led by Alec Udell by only 1.5 seconds from Julian Hanses in the Team Qatar by Iron Lynx Mercedes number 62. So AMG certainly giving Corvette a good run for their money.
And actually up into 3rd now and pushing hard, and why wouldn't he be? Ricard Leitz in the Proton competition number 75. Do not count that one out. Meantime here, LMP2 Pro-Am. This is not deja vu. This is the United Autosports car at the head of a gaggle of cars, but this time running second to the 88 Proton car that, remember, has a 10-second penalty coming. Then United, Algarve Pro, Vector Sport, AF Corsa. There's Felix Felbermeyer, Ollie Jarvis, Enzo Trilli, Campbell Basie and Mathieu Vazevier in line astern. And catching that group as well, by the way, is Matteo Capietto in the DKR car. and is pretty much with them now.
I'm really impressed with the DKR car still having the speed, considering it was pincer moved after it, I mean, probably was at fault by running into the back of Ed Pearson's car, and then it got clattered by the chasing Sami Megtuniv. But the fact that the performance is still there for the DKR engineering car is a testament to how strongly they build these LMP2s at Orica.
It's not just, by the way, the DKR car that's catching this train. It is a further train with the Nielsen Racing LMP2 effort, the 24 car of Edward Pearson, being closed in on by Dorian Pan, pretty much the quickest on track at the moment in the 32 Kane team car, and then the Rossa Racing by Viraj car with Manuel Espirito Santo. That is all of that for position.
Yeah. And this is the positive that you get out of so much caution, is that nobody can really get a break. Now the race leader in LMP2 is wedged between the leaders in GT and LMGT3. So there's the yellow-fronted Corvette and the burgundy rear of the Mercedes AMG of Julian Hanses now, German racer. But the leaders are going to pick their way through here so delicately, particularly because the 13 LMP3 car of Chu Ting Shou is also there, trying to get a good lap time.
That's helped Gregoire Saucy. He managed to deal with that quite quickly, but in doing so, what happened there? Ran very wide in getting by the Qatari-backed AMG, but it's just given him a little bit of an edge here. Just over a second clear now with that traffic.
Yeah, so Ollie Gray, again, has got to go right. That bit of traffic didn't necessarily go my way in comparison to Greg Saucy's run through it. An indication of just how much gravel is sitting just off the racing line at Variante Villeneuve. But that time into Tosa, it did look like Gray was right with the race leader again. Is now darting to have a little look down the inside of the Vector Sport car of Jem Bolokbashi with Mathieu Vaxivière in the zebra-like colours of AF Corsa's 83, and then Bolokbashi just ran a bit short of brakes there. There was a puff of tyre smoke, and that will put the 83 car up alongside, and now surely Vaxivier's not going to give that one up. He has to in the end. I think there was a strong risk of contact at the top of the hill at Piritella, and also running wide in the background was the Nielsen car of Edward Pearson. So he nearly ended up in the gravel as well. You don't know where to look next at the moment, Graham.
He's under pressure from Matteo Capietto, who's gone by Dorian Pan, by the way, in that chasing pack. But the gaps are tenths. Pass around infringement under investigation from Capietto, we're being told. So that could be very bad news for him, and that would be a massive penalty if it came that way. Well, we're still watching. That gap, by the way, for the lead has closed back down again. So Ollie Gray has taken a second out of Gregoire Saucy in about half a lap. So as Saucy had a bit of a moment here, we'll just bring you news that the other Nielsen Racing car, the 27 car, Alex Quinn, has brought that car in quite a while ago, and it's tumbling way down the order, and that's a long stop. And I think car in the garage there for Nielsen Racing.
Just looking at the pit stop times for these two cars, the fact that the 29 car spent 25 extra seconds in the pit lane suggests to me that they did tyres on that car, whereas they didn't on Gregoire Saucy, and that might explain why Greg's just a bit slower. Like I say, for sure, the quicker of these two cars is the chasing 29, and Gray's very good, but I don't think he's quite as he's not to the extent being better than Gregoire Saucy on just pure performance. This has to be Goodyear Eagles being a slightly older for the race leader potentially.
This is a great battle though, and by the way, they're pulling away from Gregoire Saucy from Tristan Vautier. He's now 10 seconds back from this pair, and that is just pure pace.
Yep. I mean, it's electric stuff. This is what won them the title last year, Ollie Gray and Esteban Masson. That was with Charmy Lacey in the crew as well in 2025. But then that put Ollie Gray up from silver to gold in the winter period, so they needed to find another silver, and that is the reason why Forestier Racing came in as the main backers of the team, because of Louis Rousset.
Traffic coming, and it's coming in a part of the track that can be dangerous if you're being chased down. And it's LMP3 and LMGT3 traffic, and Ollie Gray knows it. Closes right back up on the rear end of Gregoire Saucy. They go to the inside around the Team Virage car. There's the McLaren back out and running. And Ollie Gray's right underneath the rear end.
So Garnet Patterson in the McLaren. It's Matteo Quintarelli in the Virage car. Patterson's just trying to say, leave me alone. I want to put the car in the best place possible for the two of you. But they were almost going either side of the McLaren then. It left Tozer right in the middle of the road. But again, Ollie Gray's thinking, what do I need to do here? Every bit of traffic is not going my way and just losing me probably 4 or 5 car lengths each time.
Still, there's a gaggle of LMP3 cars ahead. We're back now with the LMP2 Pro-Am battle. Still Hurst, Felix Felbermeyer heading this train with a penalty looming. Ollie Jarvis, Enzo Trulli, Jem-Bullock Basie, Mathieu Vazevière. Then Edward Pearson in an LMP2 class car. And Dorian Pan has moved up. Because DKR's Matteo Capietto has dropped back in this order. He's had a problem. Ferdy Habsburg right with Dorian Pan. He isn't quitting, is it?
Vaxivière got a very good run on the car in front of him, which is Jem-Bullock Basie. They were almost side by side. However, for the race lead, they are side by side now, and Gray to the outside line of Tambirello. There's not quite enough space, but he had an awesome run coming out of Rivazza. The next question is, did Bullock Basie and Vaxivière switch places? I'm still waiting for them to go through the final split of this lap. Now, this might be game up, because all of a sudden the CLX LMP3 car, not intentionally, but has potentially held Saucy up. Actually, he survived the moment pretty well into Tozer. Ollie Gray trying to get on the loud pedal a tad earlier than the Swiss. But once more, car placement key, because he's got the left-hand side of the road, and that's perfect for Piritella.
Spellbinding battle this for the lead of the race. After so many interruptions, it comes down to this at this phase of the race. Into the final 90 minutes, United Autosports, Gregoire Saucy from Ollie Gray in the Forestier Racing by Panis car, 22 and 29, both very much title contenders, heading towards the halfway point in this series.
I can tell you that there was no change between Jem-Bullock Basie and Mathieu Vaxivière, so they will stay in 4th and 5th places in LMP2 Pro-Am. Remember that the 3 in Pro-Am are absolutely nose to tail. You could throw a blanket over Horst Felix Felbermeyer, Ollie Jarvis and Enzo Trulli. Then you've got Edward Pearson, who's not in a Pro-Am car, but he is in P2. And that car's actually 8th in LMP2, but effectively 4th were it to be a Pro-Am car. And then Bullock Basie, Vaxivière, Dorian Pan's in that fight as well. And then a bit more distant, it's Ferdinand Habsburg. But it wouldn't be a huge surprise if Habsburg could get close enough to make that what would be an 8-car LMP2 train and a mixture of Pro-Am and non-Pro-Am machinery. I say machinery, it's more to do with the driver lineup. The cars are identical. So down, or rather slightly up the hill and into Tozer at one end of the circuit. There is a Ferrari from the GT class now to get by, but Gregoire Saucy has judged that pretty well, so there's no way by for Ollie Gray as they go round the top of the houses there and down, then thunder their way into the valley at Acqua Minerale. 2 Inter-Europol competition cars almost getting together. There was a bit of contact maybe in behind.
With CLX car and the LMP3 car, and there is damage to the rear of that LMP3 car. So did the CLX car give it a nerf in that corner? I think it did.
I'm really hoping that that wasn't the 2 Inter-Europol competition cars making contact. Oh, but there's a problem there for Bullock Basie and for Vaxivière. That's the scrap we've been talking about for a while. Bullock Basie was a tad slow into Tambirello, and that was reactionary, I think, from Mathieu Vaxivière. So, again, one car through the gravel, another car maybe trailing a bit of bodywork now, and here are the leaders still not changing position but threatening to at any moment, and they're in behind the race leader in LMP3, which is the R-Ace GP car of Pierre-Alexandre Prévost.
And this time, no delay in traffic. Through they go at pace. That LMP3 car, by the way, is a mighty lead now. What is that? 14 seconds the good from the chasing CLX Motorsport car with a GT car between them. They're beginning to start, by the way, to pick off GT3 traffic, finally.
So inside the final 90 minutes, and the next thing to think about for the LMP2 teams is how soon do you want to get your third driver in? Because there is a minimum drive time of all, regardless of FIA rating, of 60 minutes. Now, it feels like Gregoire Sausset and Ollie Gray are going to be in need of fuel pretty soon anyway, so the driver change may well be forced on a lot of these LMP2 crews. What I'm trying to remember and also trying to dig out in terms of the figures is when that last caution or the last virtual safety car happened, and that might give us an indication of how much fuel is likely to be in these cars. FCY ran until pretty much 3 o'clock.
Full course yellow.
And now there is a full course yellow out on track. I was talking about cautions. Maybe that's the power you and I have.
T5, T6 is, I suspect it is debris. I think it's the debris from that incident we saw involving the CLX car and the Interpol LMP3 car. Look at the state of the track in terms of the gravel. I was going to say, by the way, that last virtual safety car into safety car, they did, I think, a fairly extensive clean-up around the track. There were a number of periods where we were given double yellows at certain corners. That indicates, with the safety car train in play, that under instruction from race control, they're instructing clear up in particular parts of the racetrack where it's safe to do so. Watch this again.
So this, I think, was the moment we spoke about at the time, unless there's been another where Ollie Gray got level with the United Autosports car. No, that was good, again, car placement from Gregoire Sausset, and no way through for Ollie Gray. He wanted to go 2 abreast, but Sausset just ran the car a little further into Tamburello chicane and prevented Gray from turning around the outside, akin to Valerio Rinicella's move on Matthias Kaiser a couple of hours ago now. So the last, we're under a full course yellow now, but the last virtual safety car was for 6.5 minutes or so, and more like 7.5 minutes, and therefore your last opportunity to pit for fuel was at about a minute past 3 o'clock. Let's call it 3 o'clock for argument's sake. We're back to green again now, by the way. But then, of course, there was a safety car period for about 10 minutes. So that's going to buy back some fuel consumption as well. So they'll easily be able to go for another, well, probably till 1/4 to the hour, which will be 3:45 local time. And then a question as to what comes first, the need for fuel or the need to get your third driver in, which will have to be done.
Look at this little lot.
Prior to the hour mark, so about 5 to 4, I reckon. We're going to get loads of cars down pit lane, but for the moment, we've got loads of cars in and out of Tosa, and Horst Felix Feldmayer still just about hanging on to the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am for Proton competition. Here's Ollie Jarvis. He wants to clear this LMP3 car. That's the 11, isn't it? The Euro International BWT-backed car. And he can do so now, but United have lost a little bit of time through all of that.
Yes, it's real jeopardy here. You stumble over a back marker, and there are going to be 2, 3, 4, 5 other LMP2 cars looking to take advantage. Just about managed to do that, the main protagonists here.
Lorenzo Trulli has behind him the Nielsen Racing car, which is not a Pro-Am car, but it is on the same lap, so that's a fight for position. As is this, Cem Bolokbashi, the Turkish racer, with Mathieu Vaximier.
Good run for Bolokbashi, by the way, against the drive of the quality of Vaximier. Through the gravel goes the DKR Ligier in close contention with, what was the other Ligier there? There's more shenanigans involving LMP3 runners.
It was Roman Favre in the DKR number 4. Bit more breathing space this time for Greg Sausset at the head of the order, but it's only temporary, you get the feeling, because Ollie Gray, again, will be able to push, unless he's asked a bit too much of his tyres, and maybe that peak performance on the Goodyear Eagles, no, I was about to say he's ebbing away, but his run through Acqua Minerale is so much better than the United Autosports car, mainly because Ollie Gray just pounds those curbs. He's just about keeping enough of the car the right side of the white line. He's got a very good run this time, though, on Gregoire Sauce. It's going to have to be a significantly better run if he's going to try and outdo him on the brakes into Rivazza, and they do arrive side by side. Sauce did well there to actually stay within the confines of the Rivazza corner.
Yeah, through this battle, it's got to be said, Gregoire Sauce's placement of the car has been absolutely on point.
Yeah, I mean, so much pressure. And the thing is, Gray is in a spot where he can just start to just toy now with where he puts his car. Probably not meaning all of the overtakes he's looking like he wants to do, but it will potentially throw Gregoire Sauce off. And speaking of throwing cars off the road, that is the 3 car of Massimo Capietto, who was side by side, and also a moment for Garnet Patterson's McLaren. God, that was almost like it wasn't gravel, it was like it was water, and he just drove right across the top of it. I've never seen a car negotiate a gravel track quite as well as that. Maybe there is a future in rallying for Garnet Patterson.
Capietto, by the way, has got back onto the track, so we're not going to get an intervention, although it does mean it's going to be a little bit more like a garden feature again. Here's Garnet Patterson.
Slow.
Struggling.
Has he punctured a tyre with that very quick run through the gravel track?
Or was it cause or effect?
Yes. Well, the tyres look inflated on the left side of the car, but maybe a front right.
Maybe.
Has not exactly gone bang, but it might be a slow puncture, or, like you say, that could have been the cause of his off in the first place. I wouldn't be surprised to see that McLaren on pit lane, though, at the end of this lap. Again, the leaders are going to be split, albeit briefly, by Matt Griffin's Spirit of Race Ferrari. An hour and 20 to go now. And again, the thought will be in all of the team managers' minds about when they're going to get their third and final driver into the LMP2 cars. That's not a necessary thought for the 34 into Europol competition car, of course, because they are just a 2-driver lineup, and Richard de Giras took over just beyond the 2-hour marker. As now Ollie Jarvis is right back with Horst Felix Felbermayr. So Felbermayr leading Pro-Am, but only by a slim margin over Ollie Jarvis, who's got Felbermayr in his sights. But this again is a very impressive drive from the 21-year-old. I actually put a year on his life a little while ago, but he's still 21. Comes from a great racing stock, and at the moment Jarvis can't find a way through.
It's got to be said, it's the race of his life so far, I think. Remember, there is still a penalty looming, though, for that car. The number 23 McLaren, by the way, can tell you is in the garage, so whatever the issue there is, it's beyond the immediate attention of the crew on the pit apron. Meantime, back to this outstanding battle, the lead of the race. And by the way, they're not just racing well with each other, the pace is taking them away from the opposition. The gap to third place is now 12.5 seconds. Ollie Jarvis tracking Horst Felix Felbermayr. Enzo Trulli not dropping off the back of this either. Ed Pearson right there. Bonnet Basie, Mathieu Vazevier, Dorian Pam, Manuel Espirito Santo, all still in contention in this battle.
And now, from the viewpoint again of Ollie Jarvis, he has the Felbermayr-driven Proton competition car just up the road, but he's having to attack and defend at the same time, with Enzo Trulli looming large in the mirrors at times. A little bit more curb taken by Jarvis, I noted then, so slightly tidier into the Rivazzas. That might again give us evidence that the tyre wear on car 21 is a little better than the 88 class leading Proton car. Nothing between the leaders, and there are a couple of GT cars just the other side of Tosa.
It's more than a couple, it's a train of LMGT3 cars ahead of this pair now. Here are the first two, and the first two we could see, and again, it's where do you choose to go by? It's one fumble in either the car being passed or the car passing, one wrong choice, and so far it's gone the way of United Autosports and Gregoire Sauce, pretty much fault-free in this battle so far. Ollie Gray right there and making a real tough battle of it. This time has to duck out, though, because the 50 car needed to take the apex. Good decision from the chasing driver not to take the risk. He's got the pace in that car. He should be back with Saucy rapidly, but that will give Gregoire Saucy an opportunity to deal with maybe a couple of other bits of traffic before he can get back on the rear end of the race leader.
Yeah, I don't think Gray's going to be too happy with his route through the chicane that time around. It looked like he really did catch the sausage curve on the second bit of the Variante Alta chicane. That almost brought the car to complete halt, but then he was finally able to get some forward momentum, but he'd lost a fairly large bit of ground. Now, first car to pit in this sequence is Jamie Chadwick in number 18 for EDEC Sport. That will be to partly get the final driver into that car, Laurence Hoare. Meanwhile, race leader in LMP3's off the road, Graham.
Yes, indeed. The 85 Decane off the road, regains the track. And what has that done to what was a significant lead? Well, we'll see that as they pass the next timing sector, but that will be a massive dent in that. We'll tell you, by the way, just by judging sign language from Garnet Patterson, I think it's a braking problem for the McLaren. Let's put that car in the garage, and certainly that area of the car that attention is going on in. That cost 12 seconds to Pierre-Alexandre Prévost, and that means the gap is now down to 6 seconds for the lead to Euro International's Douwe de Decker.
Back into the race is going to go Laurence Hoare very shortly. Now, because we've had a bit more sustained running of green flag, then the each pit stop from the LMP2s is going to appear initially quite damaging, because that car pitted from, where was it, 5th or so, and has dropped down to 16th position. But everybody else in LMP2 will also pit in sympathy, and they'll all be pretty much for driver changes. As Pearson's gone straight on, and that's going to cause confusion in behind, and Vaxivière finally gets the place on Bollock Bashi. He's been spending the last probably 40 minutes trying to do that, and has read the traffic perfectly, unless he's now on the wrong side of a recovering Ed Pearson. He's not. This might be an in-lap for one or two of these as well, of course, as I've been suggesting. We can't be too far away. Yep, Bollock Bashi's going to come in, as is the UK number 30 of Dorian Pin is in, and that will be to hand over in the 30 car to Richard Vershoor, the Dutchman. So,
wow, yeah, that got very busy, didn't it? Into the very tight right-hander, left-hander. That
is just Imola in a nutshell, in that everything can be going sweetly, lap after lap, for probably half an hour, and then one little tiny thing goes wrong for one car, and the fly in the ointment, for sure, is thrown for everyone else to try and deal with it in the moment. And it can always happen in the most awkward of spots as well. Acqua Minerale, or the very next sequence of corners at Variante Alta. We're not that far away from there now for the LMP2 Pro-Am lead. Still Horst Felix Felbermayr in front of Ollie Jarvis. And Jarvis just had to get off the loud pedal, but this was the Ed Pearson moment, Graham.
That was already in trouble with Bollock Bashi. He went to the outside. It was the wrong choice, and with or without the Nielsen Racing car's intervention, he'd lost that position.
Didn't help, but I think I agree that it was probably going to go that way anyway for Mathieu Vaxivière, and Vaxivière for the 83 AF Corsa crew did not come in, so he's gained... I didn't actually gain any places because he was already by those pit stoppers here from second position. So having not been able to get the jump on Gregoire Saucy, and now Ollie Gray, who was well, you could argue wasn't able to use those new tyres, if indeed they gave Gray new tyres in the previous stop. The pit times rather suggests that was the case. Now, I'm going to say that these tyres can't be double stinted now, unless they've got to be doing a driver change. So maybe they are going to give new tyres to the ingoing driver, who's going to be Esteban Masson. The question is, how much are they running short of tyres with only 14 available in the race?
Interesting message, by the way, we've just seen on our screens here. Incident between number 55, Duncan Cameron, and the 59, Clément Mathieu, under investigation, causing a collision. The implication being it was the behaviour between those two cars that caused the later collision with the AMG.
I didn't remember seeing the Spirit of Race Ferrari.
I think it was the Spirit of Race car that was going for the corner, which Mathieu decided he couldn't make. I think he was going around that car, but is the implication that in some way Duncan took a line he shouldn't have taken?
But that was Max Moritz in the 54 Porsche.
Oh, you're right.
In behind
You're right.
Mercedes, but yeah, it may just be a simple thing. They've identified the wrong car. They meant 54 and they've typed 55. That sometimes does happen. Here's the race leader, 22, Gregoire Saucy. Excellent stint. I mean, blimey, the guy needs a pat on the back after that, because that was huge pressure on probably very second-hand tyres, and he kept the champions behind him.
Indeed. Great battle. Really, really good battle. And huge kudos to both of them. Kept it incredibly clean, despite the fact it was massively high pressure, massively high speed, and plenty of challenges, both within their own battle and with traffic to deal with at all levels. Top 4 overall on pit lane at the moment, and that includes, by the way, here's Felix Felbermayr, who's got that 10-second penalty to add, hasn't he, for this one?
Yes.
He will drop back.
Yeah, it's a shame, but rules are rules, but nevertheless, it doesn't take anything away from his ability, again, to fend off Ollie Jarvis, much in the same vein as Gregoire Saucy's been holding off the approaches of Ollie Gray. So they're going to be changing the names, and hang on a minute, we might be changing the race leader.
We have.
Because through, via the pit stop, will go the 29 car and into the race lead, and that's the out lap from Esteban Masson, arguably the in lap as well from Ollie Jarvis, and
3 seconds.
3 seconds is the difference in the pit stop.
3 seconds on the pit stop, 1 minute 15 for SDA Racing by Panis, 1:18 for the usually very well-drilled United Autosports group, but they've lost the lead in that exchange. Jake Hughes, by the way, comes through in third now.
So no tyres on this car, because Gray got a new set, I reckon, at the start of his second stint. So poor old Esteban Masson is going to now have to live with those tyres that Gray has just given a real pounding for probably 50-odd minutes or so, and he's been taking plenty of curb, and Esteban Masson is going to have to drive conservatively for this of his first stint, but the second stint on the tyres, and then, assuming he gets to the end of this stint, will get the reward of a brand new set, probably to bring him to the finish if they've kept some Goodyears in reserve. But these pit stops had to be happening within the next 10 minutes or so to make sure that the final drivers in the LMP2 lineups were doing their prerequisite of 60 minutes. Meanwhile, argy-bargy stuff between the 47 CLX and the 2020 Algarve Pro Racing car. So that's in LMP2 Pro-Am. And the 20 car's now on an outlap for Malte Jakobsen.
Yeah.
Was that the outlap for Jakobsen?
And against, that was at Malaysia against Jakobsen.
Yes.
Alpine driver against Peugeot driver.
So two huge French manufacturers who are currently competing in hypercar in the World Endurance Championship. Malaysia wasn't on an outlap, and Jakobsen, I'm pretty sure, was.
There's a 4-second gap now between Esteban Masson and Ben Hanley. So what can Hanley do about this? Masson, very much a growing superstar of the sport, highly tipped to be heading towards hypercar soon. Oh, and that is trouble for, is that the race leader?
Looks like it's the
It is the race leader.
It had had an off, remember. That was at Aqua Minerale. And is that therefore a tyre that's going down on the rear right of Pierre-Alexandre Provost? It's certainly major tyre rub. It might just be bodywork, actually, that's rubbing on the tyre as a result of that incident at Aqua Minerale. No,
here?
It's something completely different.
He's been hit from the rear. Hit from the rear by the EDEC Sport car.
Laurence Hoare. So that all happened at Villeneuve chicane, and Laurence Hoare into the rear of Pierre-Alexandre Provost in his number 85 car, and he's lost the race lead now to Dove de Decker in the 11 Euro International LMP3 car.
And he will have to pit this car, surely.
So is that the Decker? Here's the Decker, in fact, the new leader in P3, and this is testament to those early stints set by Matthew Richard Bell and Max van der Snel. Max van der Snel, has he been in the car yet? Potentially not. I don't remember seeing his name in that car, but there's been an awful lot going on. But Dove de Decker will cross the line And pretty much for the first time in a long, long time, I don't remember the Euro International car leading up until this point.
RSGP make it back to pit lane, but by the time they got there, they dropped from a dominant lead to 5th place. That is horrible luck for them.
So it's gone very, very wrong, and it had already had an off-track moment at Acqua Minerale, but this damage completely unrelated to that. And I'm sure that clash with Laurence Roux is going to be checked by the officials as well. That doesn't help RSGP at all, but it might well affect the top 4 runners, mainly the 4th placed car, which is on course to be in the shake-up for a podium as well. He's only 0.7 of a second away from Jake Hughes in the Algarve Pro Racing car, currently 3rd overall.
News, by the way, of our previous race leader in LMP2 Pro Am, the 88 car, with that penalty on pit lane, drops to 8th place. They've also opted to put tyres on the car. Rennie Binder now aboard. New leader in this part of the cycle, Rick Kern, in the Rossa Racing by Virage number 19 car from Vector Sports' Lorenzo Fluxa. So there's been a big shake-up in that latest pit stop cycle.
The AF Corsa car now in the hands of Antonio Fuoco, Ferrari factory driver, and he in turn is just ahead of Charles Lacey, who has been having that arm wrestle with Malte Jakobsen post Jakobsen making his stop, or rather getting in the car during the pit stop. But Lacey on an absolute charge, as you would expect, and a tad wide there for Fuoco, who dropped the rear right into the gravel. Doesn't seem to have affected his route out of Rivazza too badly, as they were too quick for our camera there, attached to the Armco at turn 20. They had already gone through shot. And this is the fight for 4th and 5th in Pro-Am. So Fuoco, Lacey, and Malte Jakobsen's about 5 seconds adrift of those now, but both of these cars, Fuoco and Lacey, are within touching distance of Richard Vershoore's Duquesne team, number 30 car. As you mentioned, Pro-Am is led by Rick Cohn currently. In LM GT3, not caught a glimpse of the Corvette hugely of late, still only 1.2 seconds ahead of Julian Hanses. So the Corvette and the Mercedes, I can't now remember whether either of them are carrying any weight. Yeah, there's a bit for the TF Sport Corvette, 10 kilos because of a 2nd place finish in the previous 2 races. And the 62 Mercedes is at base weight, which is at 1,350 kilos. But nevertheless, the Mercedes, either in the hands of Abdullah Al-Khalifi or Julian Hanses, has looked very, very fast, and we still have a stint to come from their professional driver as well, Maxime Martin, as the Platinum in car number 62. So they're on course for a very good result, potentially their best of the season so far. Meanwhile, Lacey in the wheel tracks of Antonio Fuoco. Esteban Masson leading the race by just under 10 seconds. This is lap 88 now for Forestier Racing by Panis, ahead of United Autosports and Algarve Pro Racing. But high time we headed back to the pit garages and had a word with Steph.
I'm joined here in the pit lane by Matteo Capietto, driver of the number 3 DKR Engineering. First and foremost, it's great to have you back in ELMS. You look very disappointed with that stint, but you actually have the fastest lap, so obviously yourself has a lot of pace.
Yeah, we definitely had a lot of pace. I think we did the most at the start of the stint. There were a few mistakes in the beginning, and then we caught up to the leading group. I think we went to P2 at some point, and then we hit a bit of tire deg and we overshoot the tire pressures. And I just couldn't control the car anymore. I was sliding everywhere. I was trying to keep it down as much as possible, going out to with the TC, but yeah, just too much tire deg, and I unfortunately spun alone, hitting a curb with so much rear tire deg. But I was trying to keep up with Mathieu Vaxivier after the big contact with Sammy, who hit me under a virtual safety car. And yeah, just I spun, and it's a real shame because the team did an incredible job, and I'm so sorry for my mistake.
Do you think that that's something that everyone is suffering with? Because we've seen quite a few other cars kind of have that off. Is tire deg a massive issue at the moment?
I definitely think that it's something everyone's struggling with. I also think that we made a mistake by not doing any long runs in the practices. but also I have to take the blame. A professional driver cannot spin alone during a race, and I unfortunately made a mistake, so I'm going to go apologize to everyone and say that I'm really sorry, and hope that Marlon can keep up with the guys and get a good result.
Thanks, Matteo, so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's a very refreshing attitude, I have to say, from Matteo Cappietto. Great to have him back again, his first appearance in the European Le Mans Series for this season. But I suppose, you know, that's the responsibility of being the professional driver, now off the road in LMP3 land. Not far after Cappietto had his moment, actually. That's just after Piritella, and it's the 35 Ultimate car. Very, very wide for Lucas Fecchiuri, but he did at least manage to get back onto the racetrack.
He did, but it really it encapsulates the afternoon, really, doesn't it? We are 45 seconds away from the start of the final hour here, Johnny. Esteban Masson driving away at the moment, 8.5 seconds to the good. Seemingly all calm and collected as behind him, Rome Burns.
Well, this again is telling us how much pace the 29 car has got on the 22 United Autosports car, and again how much of a good job Gregoire Saucy did throughout that stint to keep Holly Gray behind him. Now, you might argue this weekend Esteban Masson's got a bit more speed, but that was all down to, and we've always said this is a team sport, it was down to the efficiency of Panis Racing, Forestier Racing by Panis as they're known this year, to get that car turned around. Did they maybe give it a smidge less fuel as well so that they could give it that 3-second advantage? Neither car had refreshed tyres as far as I could read it, so that might be coming back to bite one or two of them in the closing stages. There's a big cloud of dust again.
It's a cloud of dust that seems to be going on for about a quarter of a mile. So someone's been off and I think back on again.
Well, that might be the carnage that Lucas Fecchiuri left, of course, in his Ultimate LMP3 car. He was off the road for quite some time, but that was about 2 minutes ago. And came straight into the pits, by the way, at the end of that lap.
I would say Rennie Binder, by the way, who's not long aboard the Proton competition car, has been in and out again. And that was a 2-minute stop, so there's been a problem for the 88 car.
The big hit between the Aston and the Mercedes at Tamburello in the GT fight is going to be checked after the race. I suppose that's less of a priority now because both cars, unfortunately, are retirements. After Clement Matter appeared to be semi out of control of his Aston Martin, he was attempting an overtake on one GT car. He then flung it into the sights of the bright orange Mercedes. Now, off the road here is the 47 CLX Motorsport car of Charles Milesi. He was doing very nicely in terms of lap speed, and was it on his own? Milesi always sideways and was doing battle with the AF Corsa car, which is now being driven by Antonio Fuoco. He went for an overtake, and there was a big hit.
It was a big hit.
So Milesi didn't appear to be fully alongside as he was attempting that overtake. Fuoco turning in at the usual point, and contact was made at the first element of the Variante Alta, resulting in Charles Milesi spinning and hemorrhaging time as a result. So that will calm things down to a degree.
Frankly, astonished that the 83 car apparently got away with it at that point, because it was a big hit.
Yeah, so it looked like Fuoco got through the corner, and his lap time will be testament to that, 1:35.7. Or is he still completing that lap, actually? Find out in a moment how much time was cost to Antonio Fuoco. No, he's on to the next lap now, is Antonio. So 1:35.7 is not too bad at all in terms of a loss. 12 seconds now the advantage. So that was a 1:34.8, but a 1:38 for Ben Hanley, wedged in traffic, I've got to imagine. We're not seeing it currently, but that was a costly lap.
Full course yellow is coming, by the way.
Okay.
It's about to actually talk just a little bit about the LMGT3 battle, because TF Sports, Alec Udell, Julian Hanses from Team Qatar Bayern Lynx, very close together, but cannot get clear air to get that battle together with the gaggles of P2 cars involved, and that was just a bit... I think I'll get away with that, I think.
Well, again,
the EDEX Sport car overtook the car in full course yellow, but gave it back immediately.
Yeah, and there is a little bit of wiggle room, because remember that the countdown that we often hear on air into a full course yellow is not portrayed, or is not relayed rather directly to the drivers. It's the engineers that have to do that on their own private pit to car radio. So sometimes that message is slightly delayed, and therefore, as long as you don't gain advantage, you don't overtake into a full course yellow, then there is a little bit of grace here and there. So that place was conceded, and the rightful positions now are adopted for this another full course yellow, I'm afraid to say. We're inside the final hour, by the way.
Full course yellow is going to be coming back off in just about a minute, but just a quick moment to tell you the 1, 2, 3 in each of these classes. It is Esteban Masson with a big lead now over Ben Hanley for SDA Racing by Panis from United Autosports. Algarve Pro Racing third in the hands of Jake Hughes. Rossa Racing by Virage, they're in the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am, 7th overall from Vector Sports, Lorenzo Fluxa, and then Duquesne Teams, Richard Vachereux. LMGT3 is next up. It is TF Sports, Alec Udell. We go back to Green Flag Racing. Team Qatar Bayern Lynx's Julian Hanses, the 62 AMG, and the 75 Proton Porsche of Ricard Leitz some little way back. And LMP3, after the dramas that befell RSGP in the hands of your internationals, Duet de Decker, Alvis Rodella for Rinaldi Racing's number 5, and the Racing Spirit Le Mans, Gregory de Seiberg, Ligier's 1, 2, 3. De Seiberg under real pressure, though, from Roman Favre and the DKR Engineering car.
Second place car, Ben Hanley, and then here's the race leader. Just caught a tad in behind some traffic that he's going to have to be patient to overtake Esteban Masson, but around the outside he will go to pick off Chun Ting Show in the Inter-Europol competition. Fifth place car. Here's the last driver change, what they're hoping is the last driver change at Qatar Racing by Iron Lynx. So this will put Maxime Martin into the second placed GT car. Julian Hanses, again, a terrific stint to stay within a couple of seconds of Alec Udell for much of it. And I know that speaking to Julian late yesterday evening, he was pretty concerned about a teammate of his, Marlon Menden, who was involved in a horrible accident at the Nürburgring yesterday into the first corner, where it looked like one of the Mühlner Motorsport Porsches that Julian often drives had brake failure or similar, and a massive whack for Marlon Menden, who I know had to head to hospital for further checks, but the early prognosis is very, very good. But Julian Hanses has had a mind on that meeting where he would normally be, were it not for his European Le Mans Series commitments.
Oh, hang on. This is 75 car making a move on pit lane.
Yes.
To second place. So that is second place. Well, once we get back into countback, it'll be second place, but taking a place from the 62 AMG. So that was Proton competition with the 75 Porsche. Came in the hands of Ricard Leitz. Tom Sargent takes the car over. Was that 8 seconds different? It was 8 seconds quicker on pit lane.
Well, that again has got to be tyres, I would think, for Maxime Martin's Mercedes. New driver, new set of tyres, and the tyre allocation is no limitation in LMGT3.
Well, was that not then 4 tyres for Proton, or did they just have a regular stop that was slow? Because it's sort of in no man's land, isn't it?
Yeah, unless... Now, my notes of various 10-second penalties and 5-second penalties that had to be served in the next pit stop have of some degree gone awry. The fuel nozzle was disconnected. They did the rear right, they've done a front right, and
right side only.
The car. So ordinarily that would have taken them again a period of time to move round to the left, because you could only change 2 tyres at once due to the number of personnel that are allowed across the line, whereas I think the Mercedes did all 4 corners. So the question is, after 53 minutes of running, which the GT teams will hope can be done on one fuel load, so it's going to be a single stint now for Maxime Martin. Ricard Leitz was already in the car, so he's already very familiar with the conditions. Tom Sargent took over the 75 Porsche, so my mistake actually. Leitz in the 75 car did get out, and Australian racer Tom Sargent has taken that car over. So you've now got the silver-rated Sargent up against the chasing Maxime Martin, but the Belgian's got brand new tyres all around. Still going to be quite a tough ask to catch this car, which is the category leader, Alec Udell, to hand over to Charlie Eastwood. And I'm not sure Charlie was necessarily expecting as little time as 50 minutes or so, but he's here to do a job as the pro driver, and he'll no doubt get a new set of tyres as well.
So for the next 90 seconds or so, the pressure transfers from Alec Udell to the pit crew at TF Sport. Tyres are ready. Driver change underway. Fuel going into the car. Quick clean the screen. And Alec Udell will hang on and assist Charlie Eastwood. Keep an eye on what tyres go aboard this car. Where are the pursuing pair? And the answer, keeping that car on the tracker. Where's the 54 car? It's in a gaggle of traffic, so I can't see it.
We're doing right side tyres to begin with. These look like pretty much brand new.
It's all four.
If not slightly scrubbed. Yeah, going to be all four tyres. Well, the car is terrifically well set up this weekend. And it does appear to have a slight performance advantage over one or two of the rest of the runners this weekend. Away it goes.
I can tell you the chasing 54 high-class racing car, I think just before behind this pair. In fact, it's ahead of this pair, so I think the car is going to clear pit lane in it. Has it?
Oh,
no,
it's tight.
It's really tight.
So the Porsche's going to get the jump, and in fact will now lead LMGT3.
No, it'll be second because the 54 car owns a stop.
Yeah, okay, I'm talking from a net perspective, but I did wonder whether actually the Porsche getting the jump on the AMG was going to do the Corvette a favour, because can now Maxime Martin necessarily do his absolute best lap time, because it might be that Tom Sargent's holding him up a little bit. And had the Corvette managed to get out in front of both these cars, that would have done the TF Sport car a massive favour. But Maxime Martin is now going to fight with Tom Sargent, and that could give the Corvette the chance to reel in that time. I take your point about Klaus Bachler in the high-class racing car, the dark green Porsche. That is leading LMGT3, but does still need to make its final pit stop. Aqua Minerale for Thomas Sargent. Maxime Martin now fully up to speed, and remember he's got brand new tyres, and there was a slight mistake there for Sargent coming out of Aqua Minerale where he caught the gravel trap. The straight though between there and Variante Alta is not long enough for the Mercedes to draw full advantage of that, but again off into the gravel slightly was Tom Sargent. Maxime Martin's run through the chicane was cleaner that time around. How late on the brakes is Maxime going to go? Just wasn't the space there, because again that's decent car placement from Tom Sargent. Get the feeling maybe the two tyres on the right hand side was the wrong way to go, because the Mercedes, the AMG, is looking more manoeuvrable of the two cars right now.
I'm just going to chuck this into the mix. Are we absolutely certain the high-class racing car needs to pit again?
I was sort of taking your lead on that.
Well, I tell you, they're on the same number of pit stops. I'm pretty certain that might, because the pit stop for high-class racing was 8 seconds quicker than the Proton competition car, which in turn was 8 seconds quicker than the AMG. I think that might be. They might need a splash. Yeah, it's going to be tight. It's going to be like one of those big fireworks you buy for a load of money and it fizzles. You're not really sure it's going to go off.
That is the big question mark, is if it has pitted. And now Maxime Martin's got a good run on Sargent down the inside, but the 43 car is arguably in the way, but he's going to get the place at Piratella. That was all about the run out of Tozer, and I do think the slightly better grip may be offered on both sides of the car, because remember it was just the right side tyres on the Porsche that were refreshed. So left side tyres, and particularly the left rear, the driving side, that was advantageous for Maxime Martin. Can he stay in front is the next question.
And how close can, I'm sure, soon to be charging Charlie Eastwood get to this as well? That's a big wobble for the 83 car. Rejoins the track. But that was a major moment for Tony Fire, Antonio Fuoco, on his home track, of course. Well, it's not quitting, is it? Meantime, by the way, Esteban Masson is in his pomp here. 22 seconds to the good now from Ben Hanley, who is under pressure now from Jake Hughes, who is under pressure from Lawrence Hearn. With 45 minutes to go, we're going to take a look back at what's been an action-packed race so far.
Yeah, and I feel sorry for those in the adjacent truck to us who've had to cut these highlights, because, to be honest, you could have included maybe half an hour of the race, but we'll try and sum it up in about 3 minutes. A good getaway initially from Louis Rousset from pole position after that car was put there yesterday by Esteban Masson, the 29 Forestier Racing by Paris car. Cracking fighting in the middle order as well, not least from Matt Kurzaszewski in his number 75 Porsche, down around the outside, as he reported to Steph Wentworth when we caught up with him. He said everybody left the door open around the outside, so I gained 4 places in the process, but then maybe the pendulum was always going to swing in the opposite direction, and the AMG of Abdullah Al-Khalifa got one of those spots back again with a tidy manoeuvre. Then fighting at the sharp end of LMP2 between Adrian Clomenil and Louis Rousset, the starting drivers for 37 CLX and 29 Forestier respectively. Nick Adcock leaving the scene at high speed. Subsequently, we found out that was after contact with Clomenil in the 37 car, and Adrian would be penalised for that. Sadly, that was the second significant off for Nick Adcock's M Racing 68 car in probably 2 laps or so. Side-by-side action between Griffin Peebles and the 29 car of Louis Rousset, and really good fighting and fair as well between Blake McDonald and the 75 car of Kurzaszewski. So the fellow Americans not quite trading paint, but it came close. There was a sideways moment and off track for Paul Lafargue in car number 28, and he would end up in the kitty litter at Villeneuve chicane. Also understeering wide, bizarrely, at quite a slow speed was Giorgio Roda, telling us how little grip there was. There was a slight tag from Antti Ramo on the rear of Matthew Richard Bell's Euro International car, but that would give Matt a decent spot as well. Coming out of another full course yellow, Blake McDonald was the most awake. Abdullah Al-Khalifa was only a smidge behind him, but that gave the Corvette the race lead at the time. Also good battling between DKR Engineering and the TDS car that was started by Stephen Thomas and then was taken over, the 14 car, by Sami Megtuniv. This a huge pile-up in the end down towards the first chicane at Tamburello, and it was as a result of Clement Matter either outbraking himself or misjudging that corner and slamming into the side of Amir Laran's Mercedes. Again, cracking fighting at the head of the order between Gregoire Sauce and now Ollie Gray. And a terrific defence, actually, for the Swiss for most of his stint on second-rate tyres, i.e. they had been double stinted and absolutely thrashed within an inch of their lives. But then the moment where, on the pit stop, gaining 3 seconds, the 29 car would get ahead, 85 briefly off into the gravel, and that was after contact, and that would take the RACE GP car from the lead of LMP3 and drop it way down. So inheriting the race lead in LMP3 is now the CLX Motorsport car. Recent pit stop for the Corvette, but that dropped it behind the Porsche and the AMG sequence of cars, and possibly high-class racing as well, depending on how much fuel they have left in the number 54 car. That's going to be touch and go to the finish. Finally, the overtake then from Maxime Martin on the Porsche, and we're back to live pictures now with Esteban Masson on 100 laps exactly, leading the way for Forestier Racing by Panis. He has a 27-second lead, unbelievably, over Ben Hanley in second for United Autosports and Jake Hughes in third for Algarve Pro Racing. Graham.
Please say, by the way, the 85 car is back out on track after that incident earlier on, but its race is ruined by whatever happened in that mess. CLX Motorsport now leading LMP3, but sure as eggs is eggs, and they are indeed eggs. Esteban Masson is putting on a masterclass here.
Esteban masterclass, you might say.
You could.
That was an open goal, and I'm regretting it even now, just seconds after I said it. But yeah, I mean, he's a star, man.
Can we just have a 10-second silence for that joke for Johnny Palmer?
Is that 10? A few more. I had a concern yesterday about Esteban Masson's health this weekend because he seemed to be full of a cold. I did check up on him, actually, after the press conference, and he said, you know what, it's just lots of in-air conditioned buildings, then out into the fresh air, then back into aircon as well. He's also been doing a fair bit of travelling recently, so it's just the sinuses are a bit full, but he feels absolutely fine in himself. That qualification performance yesterday was just terrific. Now the Corvette of Charlie Eastwood has got ahead of that 75 Porsche of Tom Sargent, and our Proton competition starting to regret just doing the 2 tyres on that car, because they did all 4 on the Corvette as well.
Top 3 separated by 3 seconds in this hotly contested LMGT3 battle. Talking of hotly contested, everything else is too at the moment, with the exception of the overall lead. Esteban Masson cracking on. This is the battle for 3rd place. Jake Hughes soaking up the pressure of Lawrence Herr, the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing car from the 28, and then right behind Reja de Geras. So the number 34 currently in 5th. They'll be desperate to retain their what would be an 8-race run of 2nd place finishes.
I really don't think they are. They cannot wait to go one better, but it has been some distance now. And I was reminded earlier on, I think as an outright victor into Europole competition, have only done that once in ELMS history.
Astonishing.
They've come very, very close, as we were detailing yesterday, to many LMP3 titles through the years, and yes, the string of 2nd places is getting annoying, frankly.
And yet at Le Mans, 3 wins out of 4 and 2 2nd places in those same 4 years.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Outstanding performance. But for a long time in hypercar, Ferrari, they were very good at winning the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but they could not win the sort of domestic races in the World Endurance Championship for quite some time. So they're in good company. Now, here's... well, first of all, let's talk about the GT battle very quickly.
This is the lead battle, all 3.
It is all together on the track. I was about to mention the Goodyear Wingfoot Award, but we kind of can't right now, because look at this scrap. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all together on track, but we should do, Graham.
We will do. Get onto the ELMS official, at ELMS_official for Instagram story. Choose the driver of the day for the Wingfoot Award in the 3 classes that Goodyear support here. But this is going to be about Charlie Eastwood going from 3rd to 1st, then back to 2nd briefly. Is he going to do it again here? Back to 1st or not, within 2 or 3 corners. Spectacular stuff, albeit 4 new tyres on that car, but he's had to come from behind, 4th to 1st in what was that, 10 minutes?
I also wonder whether Klaus Bachler is in massive fuel save mode here, because if we reckon this Porsche number 54 pitted with about 57 minutes to go, that on the current stats is a bit too far. Yes, there was an era where GT cars could comfortably do an hour, but I was told by a number of LMGT3 cars this weekend that that was going to be a stretch with the torque sensors and whatnot. Now, Maxime Martin down the inside, there's contact. Did he have the corner anyway? Well, down into Rivazza, he's got the position, and he's keen not to lose too much ground, of course, on Charlie Eastwood, because the AMG driver wants to win the race.
Must be like being headbutted by a silver block of flats, mustn't it, really? Dear me. But that was, how could we put this, forceful.
Yeah. But in context, you kind of can understand it, because it was a matter of time that Maxime Martin was going to get ahead of Klaus Bachler. He was just desperate not to lose too much real estate on that lead that the Corvette has, because we've only got 37 minutes to go, and the AMG wanting to draw back in the Corvette. Both of those cars are on a brand new set of tyres. They're slightly less brand new now, admittedly, but as this stint began, that was certainly the case. There's the number 18 car of Laurence Hoare, itself in a bit of a collision not too long ago with the 85 RHGP LMP3 then leader. But 17 CLX Motorsport car of Luis Iglesias, who I caught up with very briefly prior to us getting going. He is definitely a star of the future, the 18-year-old, plucked out of karting. His father, though, was a world championship level karter. So again, someone who comes from a good pedigree. And Iglesias, I don't think anyone's going to be able to touch him now as he's in the lead of the race, number 17.
Yeah, CLX, we did say keep an eye on them after they burned those 2 long stops. It was sort of negated by this being somewhat instantastic event so far, but we know they've got a good car, we know they've got a good crew, and with Luis Iglesias, trust me, this is a young man we're going to be talking about a lot in the days to come, months to come, and the years to come. Joining what is a growing cabal, if you like, of real young talent. Another batch of LMP2 cars heading to pit lane. That was the 25 and the 18, Jake Hughes and Laurence Hoare. Sees Richard de Geras come through into 3rd place for the time being, at least.
35 minutes to go and change, so depending on where the overall race leader is when the checkered flag is being unfurled, we might need to go around for another 90 seconds or so. So the cars will be being fueled with that in mind. And as long as these final drivers will put in with slightly more than an hour to go of the race, everybody should be in the clear in terms of driving time for LMP2 at least. Slightly more complicated at LMP3 and LMGT3 level. Lap 105, and the gap continues to grow. First to second, Esteban Masson to Ben Hanley, but it is tight in behind. Hanley starting to come under pressure now from Richard de Geras, because de Geras was quicker by 0.3 of a second last time around for inter-Europol competition.
Yeah, Masson dominating at this stage. In LMP2 Pro-Am, though, tough to call. There's all sorts of things that could be in play here. There's real pace from the group that's leading this race at the moment, but are they going to be the group leading the race towards the end of this race? There's fuel efficiency to come into it. Here we go. Now this was interesting.
So this is the fight for 5th, 6th and 7th places, all cars pitting together and side by side.
Had to give it.
In the fast lane, Jake Hughes in the blue and black car, and yeah, having to concede Pietro Fittipaldi. Is that likely to be an unsafe release, I wonder? The cars were level pegging, and then eventually somebody's got to say, well, I'm here first, and it's got to be single file on the way out.
Indeed, 34 for Inter-Europol on pit lane, as is the current leader in LMP2 Pro-Am, the 7 Vector Sports, car 18. That is a car that's significantly placed, a 5-second penalty added to the next pit stop. There will not be another pit stop, causing a collision with car 85. We saw that. Laurence Hoare to the rear of the 85 car. So whatever position that Laurence Hoare emerges in, we've got to add 5 seconds to it. And that was a car in podium contention before these pit stops.
Yep, and it ruined the race of the then LMP3 race leader. They have now installed Hugo Schwarzer, who took a pole position at the start of the year for 85 RAce GP. But sadly, the only Duquesne in the field, and that car's dropped back to 8th position now. So it is Ligier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 indeed ahead of it. But Luis Iglesias leads for CLX Motorsport from Daniel Nogales, and now Mikkel Garde Pedersen for Rinaldi Racing car 5.
Closing in the final half an hour of this 4-hour race in a blisteringly warm Imola. It's been all week with cars on track. Some storms before we got into track action. Since then, it's been just the temperature heading up and up and up. It's an incident involving Charles Malaysia and Milton Jacobsen at turn 6 under investigation, forcing off track. We saw that.
Yeah, that was a Jacobsen out lap, and he was trying to stay ahead of Charles Malaysia, who'd already done a racing lap on his set of tyres, but it was definitely a forceful manoeuvre.
Ben Hanley, meantime, on pit lane from 2nd place, as is the briefly new leader in LMP2 Pro Duquesne, of course, to take that position.
Richard de Giras has just pitted for the final time, but Laurence Hoare just got past him at Piritella. Now, Laurence Hoare is going to get that penalty, but not until the end of the race. So that could definitely restrict Richard de Giras now in his route back to, because as I said, he was pressurising the second place car of Ben Hanley before the pit stops, and that might have done United Autosports quite a big favour, because a car that actually won't be in the results now is providing the obstacle on the racetrack in reality.
Yeah, effectively a bit of a rear gunner without planning it that way. Jack Doohan currently in second place, but will pit. Here comes the 22 car. Ben Hanley stays aboard, of course.
So there's Ben Hanley back in the race. Esteban Masson still needs to make his pit stop in sympathy of these, so that will peg him back a little bit, because he'd already got a huge lead of almost half, well, it was half a minute, wasn't it? 35 seconds or so. Stretches out to nearly a minute, but that will ping back again. But all looking great for the defending champions, who are Panis Racing, renamed and re-sponsored over the winter period, and their driver lineup freshened up as it needed to be as well, with Ollie Gray moving FIA ratings to gold. Jack Doohan's now pitting from what has become second place in the 24 Nielsen Racing car.
Yeah, 30 minutes to go, and that leaves just a couple of cars. It's the two class leaders in LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am for their final major stops. Esteban Masson, as things stand, leads Antonio Fuoco, who is leading LMP2 Pro-Am, 64 seconds.
Just a check from the Goodyear tyre technician on the rate of wear through the gaps on the top of the wheel arches. Then of all of these cars, those wheel arches are there in order for the air to escape should the car ever get sideways and prevent it from going airborne, basically, much does the dorsal fin. Now, in the background,
that's
the
the race
29 leader. Esteban Masson-driven car is the race leader, and we said this car would need to come in for one final time.
Marginally delayed, maybe by a fraction of a second, coming into its pit box by the presence of the Nielsen Racing car ahead.
But a very calm approach. They know they've got some time in hand. The fuel's going to go in, but they only need half an hour's worth of it. So 2/3 of a tank, perhaps, maybe slightly more than that. I'd be surprised if they... Actually, they might do tyres, because they didn't do tyres the previous time, and Esteban Masson's had to do that stint on the tyres that Ollie Gray had spent 40 minutes on.
Yep. Nice to see, by the way, the recognition of 20 years of my press room colleagues Endurance Info on the mirrors of that car. French language website dedicated to endurance racing.
They are indeed doing all four Goodyear Eagles, and the front right's proving pretty troublesome. It is going to go on now, mind you.
Also on pit lane, the LMP2 Pro leading AF Corsa car, Antonio Fuoco. AF Corsa in the new garages, the 3 bay, but 4 cars in there for AF Corsa this weekend.
So
this is about Ben Hanley and how close will he be, and the answer is not very. No. So as the 29 car emerges, Ben Hanley is coming through the turn 19.
And caught up in behind the Spirit of Race Ferrari as well, which meant that he couldn't accelerate out of Rivazza as quickly as he would have done in clear air. That was 1 minute and 33 seconds, slightly longer than you might have expected, particularly because they were putting less fuel in that car. So I do think there was a problem on the front right for a period of time, maybe cost them 5 seconds. Ultimately, it's not going to matter hugely, because Masson had this 35-second lead going into the pit stop. It's dropped to 20 seconds. But he's a guy who will just not even worry about that. He knows he's got a quick car beneath him. And
new tyres is the more to the point. So it's a sort of survive this this lap, get the tyres up to temp. Out comes the number 83 car. He filters back into what will be 4th place, I think, in LMP2 Pro-Am. Vector Sports' Lorenzo Fluxer inherits the lead in class right now. Now, is that on pace, or is that required to pit again? It's been such a confusing give and take of pit stop, penalty, and pretty much everything else. What can be sure of is Esteban Masson leads this race comfortably. 18 seconds as they clear the first timing beam. LMGT3, by the way, Charlie Eastwood pulling away from Maxime Martin. He's got about 4 seconds to the good. Luis Iglesias, by the way, is absolutely on fire at the moment. I mean that figuratively for anybody that's panicking. CLX Motorsports look at the moment as if they will clear the LMGT3 field before the end of this race. LMP3s dropped behind the LMGT3s with that first... Oh, that was an off-track moment, and a screwy one at that nearly saw the CLX car into the wall.
Well, that was a better speed, straight line speed from the chasing CLX car. Was it in behind Duquesne's number 30? It certainly was. So that's a fight between Richard Vasseur and Charles Milesi again. Well, he's already had his moment at Variante Alta when he clashed with Antonio Fuoco. And that was still being looked at from memory a little while ago. Now Richard de Giras under investigation. Did you mention that one about pit lane speed?
No, that's just come up.
So Richard de Giras, who in the 34 car and the forever, well, in 2 races this year, forever finishing second place runner, was on course to again threaten for second position in this race, Ben Hanley, but now he's under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, and those messages tend to really only go one way because they're measured by GPS data. And any suspicion that he might have been slightly too fast will be investigated, but that could mean a trip down the pit lane as well. And the 34 car, as I say, that overtake from Laurence Hoare to get in front of Richard de Giras was not going into Europol competition's favour either. A Porsche internecine battle here between the 77 and the 54 car, and that is Harry King in the bright pink machine ahead of Klaus Bachler. And Klaus, by the way, welcome indeed back to the European Le Mans Series for the first time in a decade, when he was last racing with Porsche again, but that was with Proton competition, and that was actually here at Imola. He only did 1 race in 2016 in ELMS, and it happened to be here at Imola.
He's been on the package, hasn't he? Because he did some Michelin Le Mans Cup, as I remember, with Niki Lauda. Right?
Well, he was in the...
Well, the Mentos car.
The Mentos car, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Partnering one of the Perfettis?
Yeah, Egidio.
Egidio Perfetti.
Before Egidio went GTE.
Well, 2016 was the first year of the Le Mans Cup, the Le Mans GT3 Cup, as it was known in that year. So he must have also competed in the main race. Now it's all gone to a head, if you like, in LMP2 Pro-Am, as Milesi tried again to get ahead of Richard Vasseur, and Vasseur made a mistake himself, actually. That was just the pressure of Milesi sitting on his tailpipes for such a long time.
Indeed. So with 24 minutes to go, Vector Sport from Rossa Racing, from Algarve Pro Racing, both the Algarve Pro Racing cars, by the way, in their respective 3rd places in class. Masson, Hanley and Jake Hughes, the 1, 2, 3. Charlie Eastwood has made good his escape in LMGT3 and is overtaken now on track by the overall race leader. So 2 of our 4 class leaders side by side just briefly. Vector Sports' Lorenzo Fluxa still leading in LMP2 Pro-Am. Just looking where the movements are likely to come from. Rick Kern is under pressure for 2nd place in that class from Malte Jakobsen. Rino Sato a couple of seconds back from the Dane in 4th. And Luis Iglesias is pushing on. He's very soon going to be with Maxime Martin for 24th overall. And the LMP3 leader has got quite the gap now to Team Virage's Daniel Nogales. Mikkel Garda-Pettersen is right with Nogales. And we've got yet another penalty. Car 47, 5-second time penalty, forcing car 20 off track at turn 6. And we've got problem for the 35 Ultimate car. 18-19, that car's been off track and recovers.
Sebastian Grauland in that 35 car. And not sure whether there was another car involved or whether, again, It was a slight error going into the first of the Rivazzas, which it's very easy to do. Tired cars, certainly tired minds in the bodies controlling them, because this weather, it's hot when you go out, and it's like a wall of heat as well. But then you consider being in a hot race car with the engine immediately behind you for the most part. The front engine cars possibly even worse, because the Mercedes in the GT class doesn't have any aircon either. So you've got that lumping V8 in front of you with all the heat coming into the cockpit. So certainly, even if you're at the wheel of these cars for less than an hour, you are going to be feeling it. We're on to lap 113 already. And yeah, this scrap in LMP3 for second and third is still to be decided. Mikkel Garde-Pedersen chasing Daniel Nogales at Tamburello chicane.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy season so far, so these positions are going to count. Big points on offer here. 8 under 5 contesting second place, and on pace I think that's as good as it's going to get for these two cars today, with CLX away and clear side by side now.
Yeah, because slightly sideways was Daniel Nogales coming out of Tosa. That might be job done, you know, for Mikkel Garde-Pedersen, who has placed his car to the inside at Piritella and will get second place. Nobody's going to touch the category leader, though, Luis Iglesias, who has just done the best LMP3 lap of the race, a 140.442. He is no stranger to lighting up a timing screen, regardless of which race series he's in. He's a strong contender as well in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. Not necessarily had the results to back up his speed, and he said we didn't really have the luck either during the brand new 3-hour version of the Road to Le Mans that we had this year at the 24 Hours of Le Mans on the Friday. Side to side again for the 37 LMP2 car, up alongside the 11 Euro International of Max van der Snel, who does get a stint now.
Could be some dramas to come here for Inter Europol. Car 34's team manager, the stewards immediately. Now that car sits, what is that, 6th place at the moment, but more tellingly sits 2nd in the championship.
Yeah, well, it was under investigation for a pit lane speeding offence, so I wonder whether they want somebody from the team to now put some evidence to them to say why they weren't speeding. But normally the team manager will be summoned, and there is a document known as the summons first of all, and then a discussion can be had. But they'll be wanting to try and decide that more quickly than otherwise. And Richard de Giras, having had that overtake made on him by Laurence Hoare, now finds himself in 6th place, whereas he was hunting a podium. He was actually hunting second place again, which would have been 8 in a row for that team and 3 in a row for that squad. But looking more like Algarve Pro Racing now are having a chance to finish on the podium. They too will have some pressure though, because Vector Sport's Pietro Fittipaldi's
the other Vector Sport car, yes.
The other Vector Sport car and the EDEC Sport car, but that car's going to get a penalty.
That's 5 seconds to add for that one. But certainly Pietro Fittipaldi is motoring. Not nearly as quickly though as the race leader, Esteban Masson, a 1:32.791 last time around. Compare that, no one else. I'm looking at the entire class. Nobody else is under a 1:35 right now.
Well, it's certainly...
Oh, with the exception of Tom Dillman, who's just put a 1:33 in, but that car is way, way down the order.
Yeah. Well, it's an LMP2 fastest lap of the race, because the Pro-Am car of Massimo Capietto was quicker than that, so he has the fastest lap outright. But car number 3, well, remember he'd had that off-track moment at Piritella, which he was very apologetic about to Steph earlier on. So Massimo Capietto still the fastest car previously in the race at a 1:32.735, but we got very, very close to that from the race leader.
New second place, by the way, in Pro-Am. It is Malte Jakobsen. He and Marino Sato have gone past Rick Kern. So the number 20 car. Now, what gap does he have to make up on Lorenzo Fluxer? The answer is about 5 seconds. 5.5 seconds, maybe. 17 minutes to go. The big question is, who has to pit?
Still think Klaus Bachler may need a splash in the GT division, but he, from the race lead, then had to really concede those places because he was in fuel save mode. Meanwhile, the 75 Proton Competition Porsche is going to allow 3 LMP2 cars through in one fell swoop. They are embroiled in their own battle. Antonio Fuoco is certainly one of them. He's got Charles Milesi still permanently glued, it seems, to the rear bumper, and ahead of them is Rick Cohn for Rossa Racing by Virage.
I'm not convinced that those two are not involved in a potential podium battle. I've got a feeling there's a group of LMP2 Pro-Am cars that may need a splash.
All manner of things are up for grabs in this final 16 minutes, I'm sure of it. So down through the gearbox goes the number 75 Porsche with Thomas Sargent driving that now. Remember, they freshened up one side of the car on the tyres, but the left sides were left as they were. So Sargent in behind Harry King. It's about 3 seconds now between those two cars. Again, Rick Cohn under pressure from Antonio Fuoco in the striped AF Corsa car, and then Charles Milesi.
That's a big penalty.
It's a big penalty, yeah, for Richard de Giras' car.
Yeah, it's a 65-second stop-and-go penalty for pit lane speed, pit entry. That was, whatever that was a lot of speed.
High speed, yeah. Well, there's already been a car pinged at nearly 90 kilometres per hour this weekend in a 60. And that resulted in all the times being stripped from the qualifying session, and the car automatically put to the back of the category grid. And deliberately, the race officials stamped down severely on speeding in the pit lane because there are people crossing that lane, back and forth from the pit lane.
Correctly so.
Yep.
You know, sorry, but correctly so. It's obviously a mistake. But that will end the run of 7 second-place finishes for the team.
And they would have liked it to have been in the other direction, i.e.
Yeah.
they win the race, but I suppose all things come to an end, and still the frustration that they can't regularly win ELMS races despite being so strong at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So they'll go away head-scratching. It's not that long to the next race, 3rd weekend of August, for the 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps.
And I did say just a little while ago, didn't I, the gap between the LMP2 Pro-Am leader, Lorenzo Fluxa, and Amelta Jakobsen, who's 2 cars behind with Jack Doohan in between, was 5.5 seconds. It's now 4.2, my apologies. It's coming down reasonably quickly. Also, by the way, got an incident between Maxime Martin and Klaus Bachler under investigation, forcing wide. As is an incident between Charles Milesi and Antonio Fuoco. Gwen Boursier.
Yes, the race director.
Do you think he's had a bit of deja vu about the Michelin Le Mans Cup?
There have got to be elements of that. I mean, I was going to say I bet he'll sleep well tonight after a hard day's work, but he might actually be up all night.
I think he'll wake up screaming.
Going, no, not again, not another incident. More stewards that have to be involved.
Gwen
he's got to love it.
Gwen and his lovely partner Sophie, recently new parents. There will have been some sleepless nights, but not for this reason.
No, that's very true. It's the in-tray getting larger and larger in his dreams, but today is a reality, unfortunately. But I have to say, since about half distance in this race, it's generally been a lot better. The pros on the whole have been getting on board, but there's also been some awesome stints from silver and bronze rated drivers too, just as soon as things settle down. Now I appreciate, because of the hot weather and the amount of UV on the racetrack, then grip is at a premium, and sometimes it's very easy to make a slight error, lose the car, and then the first incident brings some gravel onto the racetrack, and that's been a problem since then, really, around turns 5 and 6
Absolutely.
and 7. And that has been the reason sometimes why a full course yellow has been sent out, just so that the track can be dressed again.
Well, we had that remarkable point, didn't we, where we had 3 separate instances of cars just literally driving off the road.
Yeah, at slow speed as well, relatively slow speed. But there was clearly not a lot that could be done about those situations. Pietro Fittipaldi and Laurence Hoare are together again coming out of Rivazza. The Laurence Hoare car will have to soak up a 5-second penalty after the checkered flag. So Hoare, therefore, is desperate to try and get ahead of Pietro Fittipaldi and build a gap of about that margin in the remaining 11.5 minutes.
Richard de Giras takes the 65-second stop and go, by the way. We'll say, as things stand right now, things are shaping up for quite a result for Vector Sport. They're running 4th overall and in the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am. Both their cars in the top 6. We saw a really good run from them at Le Mans. I think 4th they finished at the end.
Okay, yes.
Which arguably is the worst place you can possibly finish, but that marks a massive turnaround from them, and certainly one to keep an eye on as things move forward. Here comes our race leader, 41 seconds to good now.
And that will take the Richard de Giras car off the lead lap as well, because it's parked up in pit lane still, unfortunately, and is yet to be released. You're quite right, Ryan Cullen, Vlad Lomko and Pietro Fittipaldi finished 4th in this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans in the LMP2 class, behind 43, 343 being the 2 Inter-Europol competition cars, and the 29 car that is currently leading today's race.
They're in 4th again here, under pressure from Laurence Hoare for track position, but not on time. Still, away they go, and this is the leader in LMP2 Pro-Am, Lorenzo Fluxa, in the other Vector Sport car, the 7 car. Then Jack Doohan, who's 1.5 seconds back, and under a second back from Jack is Malte Jakobsen. He's got lapsed traffic as well between the 2 of them, so that could well form part of the shenanigans in the last 10 minutes. There's Doohan.
They're having to clear some of the other middle order runners. I say middle order, we're talking about the class leader in LMP3 as well, Louis Iglesias, who is enjoying lap times very respectably indeed.
And he's cleared the LMGT3 leaders now, and is the only LMP3 car ahead of the LMGT3s.
Yeah, it's taken them pretty much all race to do that, because they were early stoppers to try and get the 1 minute and 55-second pit stops out of the way.
I've just noticed, by the way, we've got a new second-place car, because we saw that, Rinaldi Racing's Mikkel Garda-Pedersen doing battle with Daniel Nogales, but he's been very pacey indeed, certainly on the same kind of pace as Iglesias. Oh, that was a moment for the race leader.
All on his own, but it shows you how hard Esteban Masson is pushing still. Holly Gray's look
turns around, looks like that's the kind of look.
Well, I hope he knows what he's doing. Of course, they were teammates for all of last year as well, but that's track limits too, because he did it on the end of the previous lap, but you're then done for track limits into the next sector too. So has to be concerned about that. So it's actually back-to-back laps then that will be affected by that little TL badge. It's the only time I remember seeing that car actually entirely off the road, in fairness, and perhaps an indication with a 45-second lead that he can just ease things back a touch, but that is not in a racing driver's nature.
Indeed it is not. The battle for LMP2 Pro-Am lead, by the way, still have not seen Malte Jakobsen get by Jack Doohan, and that gap has come out a little now to 4.2 seconds between Fluxa and Jakobsen. Jakobsen right with Jack Doohan.
Up the hill goes the fight. For 4th position between Fittipaldi and Hoare. And Laurence Hoare still keen to apply the pressure, even though he's not going to be as close as this in the result, and that is because of the 5-second penalty. He is sufficiently ahead, though, of Lorenzo Fluxa to not drop another spot. However, what's going on now?
Could there be drama for Pietro Fittipaldi? We saw this at the time, Johnny. The release from the team putting the number 10 car alongside the 25 all the way along pit lane. That's his Malte Jakobsen, and he's got by Jack Doohan. Little bit of elbows out, but now this is a chase in the last 7 minutes for the win in LMP2 Pro-Am, because Malte Jakobsen is thrown to 7th place. His next target is Lorenzo Fluxer. 4.2 seconds is the gap.
So the man from Mallorca leading the Pro-Am division, but Danish ace, Peugeot factory driver Malte Jakobsen in the number 20 car, starting to hunt him down. Lawrence Ho's got ahead now of the... well, he will.
That's
on
fine.
The road.
Yeah,
on the road.
moment.
Yeah, you're turning to me going, remember the 5-second penalty? I had done. But nevertheless, EDEC Sport want to applaud that, because the key thing now is, can he get a 5-second gap? He's only got 6.5 minutes to do it, but Lawrence Ho's scampering away, and this was his eagerness. So it'll be 4th position. It's not for the podium, because Jack Hughes is still 5 and a bit seconds ahead of him. But if he can get that 5-second gap, and of course Pietro Fittipaldi's now under investigation.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's 4th place points, which is 12, and that could be crucial at the end of the year.
6 minutes to go. It is Forestier Racing by Panis leading this race convincingly, 48 seconds to good. And if they take that win, it will be an emotional moment. And the reason for that, Forestier Racing, a new partner with Panis Racing this year, previously with VDS. And just hearing that we've lost Mark van der Straten.
No.
And Mark, a spectacular part of the racing scene on 2 wheels and 4, GT racing, prototype racing, motorcycle racing, and an elder statesman of the sport, massive enthusiast. And there'll be those at Panis Racing that remember their trials and tribulations with the VDS Racing brand with huge respect and emotion. So Mark van der Straten departs the scene.
Yeah, rest in peace, Mark van der Straten. And sorry to bring you the down news, I suppose, towards the end of what has been a cracking race, but that's our job to report these things. And we've been remembering the late Bill Gibson as well at this event, who we sadly lost in the last 3 weeks or so. We are one sports car family, let us not forget. Mark van der Straten coming from a motorcycle background more so, with these huge sponsorship deals there as well.
Yep, Spa 24-hour winners, of course, back in the day. And, Maxime Martin, one of his drivers. Well, that was a big moment for Malte Jakobsen. He's absolutely on it. What is the gap now? The gap is still 4.3 seconds.
Yeah, well, that was a GT car having to go through the corner at one point. We've got winners, meanwhile, Graham, in the Wingfoot Award.
It is for Valerio Rincella, the LMP2 driver of the day aboard the 18 car. Enzo Trilli for Algarve Pro Racing in the car that's still in the mix for the win in LMP2 Pro-Am. Algarve Pro, the 20 car, and the local boy made good. And in LMGT3, a deserved win for Blake McDonald, who bossed this, didn't he, in that Corvette.
Yeah, it's been a terrific effort, and particularly the qualifying performance yesterday here at Imola. Maybe it was written in the stars for an American to take pole position on Independence Day. And his weekend from there has continued to great success. The car in good hands now with Irishman Charlie Eastwood, pedalling still very quickly because he's mindful of where Maxime Martin is. That's a gap of less than 4 seconds back to the silver and burgundy AMG. 3.5 minutes remain on the clock, and Esteban Masson now with a 53-second lead. So that was a much slower lap for Ben Hanley that time around. Again, he might be just being cautious about how much fuel he's got on board. Very wide run for the 50 Ferrari coming out of Rivazza.
I would say, by the way, for some little time, I've been looking at the times and thinking, are United Autosport just looking at the championship here? They're not going to win it on pace.
Yeah.
With the troubles that have befallen the Inter-Europol team, it may well be about points at this stage, rather than trying to chase what looks like an unchaseable Esteban Masson this afternoon.
Well, they came here as championship leaders, the 22 crew, with a third and a first place finish, winning last time out in Le Castellet. And that 3-point advantage is not actually over this 29 car, because the gap is, well, at the start of the race stood at 14 points. 40 plays 26, so that'll be 7 gained back, actually 8 with the pole position from yesterday for Esteban Masson. So still, United Autosports should hang on to the championship lead, I reckon.
I think they will.
We will
yes.
confirm
they will. They will.
at the
I'm
end.
sure that's right.
But Richard de Giras and Bijoy Garg were their major threats coming into this race, but are just 3 points adrift. But their string of second places, as we've said a number of times now, comes to an end. And the 34 car on course right now for 7th place in category.
Reprimand is the decision in the clash between Maxime Martin and Klaus Bachler. We come through now to what will be, I'm sure, is that final lap coming now?
It's going to be tight.
Oh, it's going to be very tight, isn't it?
I don't think they can call it as the last lap quite yet.
It might prove to be. He's got time, he could lift off and make it the last lap.
Entirely so. I reckon it was 1 minute and 35 seconds, which is, well, pretty much Esteban's previous lap time.
But bear in mind that pretty much everybody else is doing the 137s or 136s, then there's time here to just lift off. It may well prove to be.
Yep.
But wait and see, and wait and see when the checkered flag comes out. He's not rushing to go past that Ferrari, is he?
But from an official timekeeper's point of view, you can't put last lap on there if it's still the lap time, a lap time that is evident, and that was the case as it crossed the line.
Let's just say, what a race from him. What a race from the 29 crew as a whole. He is now timed as the last lap, because I think that's reflecting his first sector time. But what a race from FIA Racing by Panis, and cementing their position as real championship contenders here. Great run from United Autosports, but they've had to give best to a stellar run in this last couple of stints from Esteban Masson. Will mark as well, by the way. We look like we're on the way to a first ever ELMS win for Vector Sport.
In Pro-Am, but nevertheless a 4th place finish at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and now to win the second category in LMP2 racing in European sports car action. But a win to start the year at Barcelona, then sadly for FIA Racing by Panis, they didn't get to the end of Le Castellet, but this puts their championship totally back on track. The checker flag does indeed come out for Esteban Masson, for Ollie Gray, and for Louis Rousset, who began the race at 1 o'clock with a very neat and tidy stint as well. So Panis top of the shop again as they look to defend their 2025 title. Louis Iglesias, who's in for the rest of the season, we hear, down at CLX, has been a cracking addition in the 17 crew. They will take the LMP3 honours along with Paul Longchamp and Alexander Jacobi. So LMP3 win goes to CLX Motorsport. They have a number of trophies and titles, no fewer, in the cabinet already at CLX. It's been a blistering display all weekend from TF Sport and Corvette, again off the back of the perfect result at Le Mans for the different car in the World Endurance Championship. But TF Sport are on a real rich vein of form for Blake McDonald, Alec Udell and Charlie Eastwood.
Maxime Martin, by the way, closed that gap at the end to under 2 seconds. And look at this, with the end of the race coming. This is our race winner coming through for the Vector Sport crew. Lorenzo Fluxer takes the win. It'll be just a handful of seconds ahead of Algarve Pro Racing's Malte Jakobsen. 4.1 seconds as it finished, but that is a first win in LMP2 Pro-Am and in the European Le Mans Series for Vector Sport.
So Lorenzo Fluxer and Cem Bolakbashi of Turkey and Jens Reno Moller of Denmark. So Spain, Turkey and Denmark all combining to finish top of the shop in LMP2 Pro-Am for the first time, as Graham's been saying, for Vector Sport, ahead of a hard-charging Algarve Pro Racing's Malte Jakobsen in car number 20. So second place finish for Enzo Trulli at a home race, and Michael Jensen. And third position, number 21 for United Autosports, Daniel Schneider, Marino Sato and Ollie Jarvis.
I think that's the first ever win for Vector Sport in any class. They came into the FIA World Endurance Championship back in 2022, of course, moved to the ELMS with the end of the class in that Championship, and that's a day for them to savour without a shadow of a doubt. So great stuff from Vector Sport, Algarve Pro Racing, United Autosports on the podium. So it's 2 podiums for United in their 500th race, not the win, but I think you're absolutely right, Johnny Palmer. I think they will leave Imola with the championship lead in their hands in the overall LMP2 class.
Yeah, it's interesting to read the results at Le Mans for Vector Sport, because they began in 2022, strangely enough, with a 22nd place finish in class, but then 7th, 5th, 7th, and then 4th, their best to date last month.
Coming, aren't they? They're coming along nicely.
I mean, they're a team formed in only 2021, so very much in their infancy. The dream of Gary Holland, based at Silverstone as well, so in a couple of rounds' time will be very much at their home racetrack. Round 5 of the ELMS.
Channel hopping the other week and came across, it's Keanu Reeves' Brawn documentary, isn't it?
Yes.
And they were talking about the changes that were made at Brawn, and they had to bring in the fueler that they'd effectively fired. Guess who that was? Gary Holland.
No way.
And it made a huge difference the way they could discipline that team. Quite the race. It is indeed for SDA Racing by Panis, from United Autosports, Algarve Pro Racing, the 1-2-3, Edex Sports 18 with the time adjustment finishes 4th, to Vector Sports' other car, the 10 car, finishes 5th overall, 6th overall, and the lead, and the winner rather, in LMP2 Pro-Am is Vector Sports number 7 from Algarve Pro Racing's car number 20, and the 21 for United Autosports. Completing the top 10, Nielsen Racing's 24 LMP2 efforts, and the Rosser Racing by Virage number 19 LMP2 Pro-Am. LMP3 led by, or won by, CLX Motorsport, 23rd overall, ahead of the race winner in GT3, 24th overall, TF Sports Corvette. And then the second place cars in both classes finished 25th and 26th, with Team Qatar Bayern Lynx's AMG 25th, and 26th is Rinaldi Racing Ligier number 5. Completing the podium in LMP3, Team Virage's number 8, and completing the podium in LMGT3, that will be the 77 Proton Porsche. But we may have a change, and we do have a change, with the car 10. That was the 5th place finishing car for Vector Sport, getting a 5 seconds penalty added for that unsafe release, drops them back to 7th, behind the 2 top finishing cars in LMP2 Pro-Am. I think that's the difference that's made. We've seen that adjustment made on our timing screen. So stay with 7th place, and it won't actually affect their points position.
Yes, because the
LMP2s,
the LMP2 Pro-Ams are scored independently. You're not seeing things, by the way, with cars going the wrong direction down pit lane. That is the typical finish, and I noted that the turning circle for Lorenzo Fluxer's Vector Sport car wasn't quite sufficient, so the marshals were having to push him in the wrong direction or reverse the car and then give him the opportunity to steer into pit lane entry. Now the celebrations can begin. Blake McDonald in the door aperture there, and there is Alec Udell with the glasses about to congratulate Charlie Eastwood.
Great team performance. We knew the car had pace. This is, remember, it's a balance of performance class, but in addition to that, we do have success ballast in play.
Yep.
And that certainly has played a part this weekend. That's just the way that the cookie has crumbled at this point in the season. But don't take away anything from the pace that all 3 of those drivers showed. Here's the Vector Sport car, the winners in LMP2 Pro-Am, and that is a little team that will enjoy their day, and I've absolutely no doubt their evening this evening. I think them staying up all night to watch the England game might be a given.
Yes, there's probably a few others up and down pit lane who plan to do that as well after a significant D-rig in the paddock here. So Vector Sports winning crew brought to the flag, bringing the car to the flag, Lorenzo Fluxer, the star from Mallorca, and he's got a younger brother as well who's pretty nifty as well. Jem Bolak-Bashi and Jens Reiner Moller, who is the bronze. And of course the bronze time, a lot of that was done with the stop-start nature of the race, and that can be quite difficult for a driver who's not necessarily used to that format of full course yellow, virtual safety car. It's about keeping you ahead, and Jens did exactly that.
Here comes our LMP3 winners. Great to see, by the way, Michael Jensen, who will be disappointed to be second, but going to congratulate his fellow Dane in the bronze seat. I reckon when you take a look at the stats, by the way, of this race, you're going to see that Ken Bullitt-Basie put in a heck of a stint in that race.
Particularly the pressure he was taking at the time from Mathieu Vaxivière. Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
Vaxivière was all over him for so many of those laps, and kind of similar to when Grégoire Saucé was holding back that guy, Ollie Gray. And the Saucé stint should not be forgotten. In the end, United Autosport's results and rewards for that is second place, because they were jumped by Panis, by Forestier Racing, by Panis in the pit stop. But yeah, Jen Bullitt-Basie's kind of soaking up of all that pressure from a lot of LMP2 Pro-Am cars should not be forgotten either.
But that was one hell of a final stint by Esteban Masson. Absolutely nailed it in, didn't he? All three of these young men put a shift in today. It's just on the odd occasion, you get the impression that things come together and you see a portent of things that are going to come, and I think we've seen that today from Esteban Masson.
Olivier Panis in tears, actually, just wiping the moisture away. He was being put through the mill, and I was puzzled because Esteban Masson was so fast today. But I just think, I mean, unlike when Panis was probably at the wheel of a Formula One car, he felt like he was in control. There is an element of being a team manager where you go, I can't do anything about this, and yes, we're in a good position, yes, we're leading the race, but just calling the car through every single sector for an hour or more. And Esteban Masson, as I say, he just had a little concern with his sinuses this weekend, but he said, I feel great in myself. And to be honest, the timing screen would not know the difference, because he was electric, just as he was yesterday.
Olivier Panis is an emotional man, and I do wonder whether or not there's a tiny element here about Mark van der Straat at the end of this race. I wonder whether or not that's part to play in the emotion we've been seeing from him. You know, a race team is a strange thing, a strange machine. If you ever get the opportunity to be a part of that, it's tribal. It's something very different from the way that you and I see a race, or I see a race as a working journalist. To be in the middle of that, and I've had the privilege of doing it a few times, it's a wholly different experience.
Yeah.
And the emotions that come with it are extreme.
Because you focus on two cars, sometimes only one car, and it feels like you against the rest of the world. And everything for the last couple of weeks, maybe the last month or so, has been geared towards this race. I mean, clearly, for so many of the LMP2 teams, the 24 Hours of Le Mans was the most important thing in June. But as soon as that is done, regardless of what result you've achieved, you then focus on round 3 of the European Le Mans Series and the races after that in trying to win this title. It is high-stakes stuff, always has been. Let's get a flavour of it, though, down at ground level. Steph Wentworth.
I am joined by the winners in LMP2. The overall winners, it's the number 29 Forestier Racing by Panis. Huge congratulations to the three of you. It's amazing to be back on the top step after a little bit of bad luck. Ollie, just tell us what it feels like from your perspective on behalf of the whole team.
Yeah, well, right now I think we can all say we're pretty hot. Other than that, yeah, we're really, really happy. I think we knew we had the car under us from early on in the week. But yeah, we just had to deliver from all of our sides, and the team did, and all three of us did as well. So we got to attribute a lot to the team as well. They were incredible all week with the pit stops, the strategy, and that's what won us the race today.
Amazing. Huge congratulations. You've got so much to celebrate, so off you go.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Good to grab a word with Ollie Gray. It was all then about that performance, perhaps in the final pit stop, together with an awesome couple of stints from Louis Rousset, who we heard a very brief word from just then. So Louis Rousset gets the better start compared to Adrien Clomenil. Of course, he took pole, or rather Esteban Masson, his teammate, took pole position yesterday. But the snake of cars heading through Tamburello and Villeneuve chicane were so closely bunched, and these first few laps of a 4-hour race, all about survival, really. Matt Kurzajewski, who got a cracking getaway to gain himself 4 positions, then started to concede 1 or 2 here and there, but to the hard-charging Abdullah Al-Khelaifi in his Mercedes. A frighteningly quick off-track moment for Nick Adcock in the M Racing car would result in a penalty for the 37 car. It was also a virtual safety car to retrieve that M Racing P3 car from the Rivazza gravel. Side by side, meanwhile, between Griffin Peebles and today's eventual victors, but we didn't know that, of course, at the time, and Louis Rousset doing the sensible thing. Side by side as well between 2 Americans the day after Independence Day, as Blake McDonald retook a good position on Matt Kurzajewski. There was a slight tag from Antti Ramo on the back of Matthew Richard Bell as he was moving his way through the order. Into another green flag phase after a recent full course yellow, and that was a great getaway again from Blake McDonald to react slightly ahead of Abdullah Al-Khelaifi. LMP2 Pro-Ams having to go either side of a P3 car on the run into Tosa, and that will keep us thoroughly entertained as well, of Massimo Capietto with Sami Megatuniv, who would eventually come to blows actually going into one of the virtual safety cars in the future. Really good fight in LMP2 between United Autosports and the chasing Ollie Gray Forestier racing car, but that was Gregoire Sauce proving a stout defence. This is how the 29 car eventually got ahead. It was in the pit stops, and the Forestier Racing by Panis car doing a pit stop 3 seconds quicker than the United Autosports car. Maybe a slight bit of short fueling there to gain it a position that it would not concede. 85 had contact. That will take it out of the LMP3 lead. Then the final pit stops for GT. Now, how many tyres should everybody do, we wondered. Some just doing the right side tyres as Maxime Martin drew level and then would eventually get by the 75 of Tom Sargent. Corvette also fighting hard with Klaus Bachler's high-class racing Porsche. So the 3 in LMGT3 found one another, but through the final sequence of corners, a second win of the year for Forestier Racing by Panis. And there's the celebration from Olivier Panis himself. They don't quite get the championship lead, we reckon. Esteban Masson, Ollie Gray and Louis Rousset, though, a second win of the year. The win in LMP3 goes the way of CLX Motorsport, and Corvette and TF Sport for the 2 Americans and the Irishman in that car, Blake McDonald, Alec Udell and Charlie Eastwood, take the victory for TF Sport. How busy do you like it if you are Vector Sport, taking their first ever win, we reckon? Lorenzo Fluxa bringing the 7 car to the finish to bag a Pro-Am victory.
Neatly done, Johnny. There is the overall result. It is the 29 Forestier Racing by Panis car, 126 laps and 51 seconds ahead of the 22 United car. 25 Alga Pro Racing machine claims third. Vector Sport do indeed seal that first ever win for the British team out of Alga Pro Racing and United Autosports, the 20 and the 21 cars respectively in LMP2 Pro-Am. In LMP3, CLX Motorsports take the win from Rinaldi Racing and Team Virage in Alicia 123, and TF Sports 33 Corvette heads home. The Team Qatar by Iron Lynx 62 AMG, and the first of the 2 Proton competition Porsches that finished line astern, but a 77 car, the pink car it was, that made it to the podium. All sorts of shenanigans at the back of the field. Lots of off-track action involved. 4 non-finishers in this one. It was the United Autosports McLaren, TDS Racing's 14 LMP2 car, the second Iron Lynx car, MG, and the 59 Aston Martin clashed, and neither would finish. Over to the green room and some happy faces ahead of the podium ceremonies.
Just caught a sight of 2 of the 3 drivers in the 77 Porsche, because Martin Berry, who I didn't catch sight of, but he will be there, first ever time racing a Porsche 911, and they managed to get on the podium together with his teammates Oop van Eindhoven and Harry King.
That would have been a push at the end from Harry King, by the way, to get by Tom Sargent. That was one heck of a stint at the end of the race from Harry.
Yeah, just a couple of seconds between them at the flag. So it was pretty tight, and again managing to perhaps change all 4 tyres.
There he is.
There's Martin Berry saying we're not AMG. Well, everyone kind of recognises that he might be. He is in the World Endurance Championship.
I will admit, I bumped into Martin the very first moment I walked into the paddock, and it's something in the back of my head was saying, why are you here? But I didn't have the moment to say it. It's only a little bit later that we realised it was a replacement for Banksy. And if you're watching, sir, back in Japan, heal up quickly. We want you back. But they've served the brand well today.
Yep. And depending on, I mean, it's probably hard to assess how long Banksy's going to be out of action, but he's done a vertebrae, so it's a significant injury, and obviously his health is far more important. So it might be that Martin Berry's drafted back in for the 4 Hours of Spa as well next month.
Well, you have to say, on the back of the performance he's put in today and the result they've put in today, and I know he's been loving that Porsche this weekend. I think if he can make it, he will. So we've got the podiums ready to go.
Final few words to be done.
Well, we've seldom had 4 hours in the European Le Mans Series with quite as much action. Not always welcome.
True.
But there was plenty of great racing in all 4 classes.
Yep.
No doubt about that. Yes, we tend to focus on the dramas, but when you look at actually some of the wheel-to-wheel stuff as well, it was of high quality there too.
Yep, and those here at Imola, when the grid walk was very well populated indeed, and I hope everyone that enjoyed that was able to stay for the duration, but it was pretty warm out there, so some shelter needed at times as well, and some hydration, no doubt. So we are nearing the point now where we can start to welcome the top 3 finishers in LMP2. Just spotted the European Le Mans Series media manager, Jean Vatat, hard at work there behind the scenes as well. And we will be joining in a moment then, or rather bringing to the podium in reverse order, Algarve Pro Racing's trio in car number 25. 22 United Autosports, who should just about hang on to the championship lead, and the 29 Forestier Racing by Panis crew, who are winners again. The time now between this race meeting and the next is probably about 6 or 7 weeks, so once more a chance to just calm things down a little bit. It's funny to think we're only now at half distance, with championships starting to take a little bit of shape, but there is still a number of points, 78 points on offer for all of the various different categories, so lots up for grabs. And Portimão at the end of the year is always a barnstormer,
isn't it just?
Where so much of the narrative changes. So 3rd position to the 25 crew of Algarve Pro Racing. This is Matthias Kaiser, Tristan Vautier and Jake Hughes. 2nd place to United Autosports, Griffin Peebles, Gregoire Saucy, with one of the standout stints to keep behind him at the time. The eventual winners, Oliver Gray it was, but that Saucy-Gray fight was nose to tail, lap after lap. Ben Hanley's in that lineup, of course, as well. But here are your winners. A retirement last time out, but 2 wins will bring them very close to the championship lead. Not quite there yet, but they are on track. Louis Rousset, Oliver Gray and Esteban Masson. And it will be the national anthem of France for the winners in LMP2 here at Imola. Forestier Racing by Panis are the winners again in the European Le Mans Series. They took a number of victories in 2025 on course to the title. Differently named team on that occasion, but 2/3 of the driver lineup retained, and they're at it again.
Absolutely. Marco Pigneri, the mayor of Imola, hands out the trophies. APR, United Autosports, and the FIA Racing by Panis operation. It wasn't close at the end, but the lack of closeness came in spectacular fashion from one of their emerging stars. They take the win, but we believe we'll see confirmation shortly that the points lead is retained by United Autosports in what we believe is their 500th race in all formulae. Is that what we're about to see?
The other thing that's impressed me today is Louis Rousset's speed, because he's often put in, well, nearly always put in at the start of the race and sometimes loses spots. I seem to remember that's what happened at Le Castellet as well. Doesn't panic at the same time,
no.
But the racecraft, I just wondered whether it might have needed a bit more polishing, but it seemed much more meaningful today.
It was on point today.
And it's a learning process for a silver-rated driver as well. That's quite a responsibility. Once your pro has done the hard work on a Saturday to put the car in a good position, it's then down to you, and you've got to do an hour as well. Normally from the start of the stint to the end, you'll be in the car for a stint and a half to tick off that hour rather than splitting the driving stints, because that just means more driver changes than are necessary. There is confirmation that it's going to be a 6-point lead then at the half-distance mark for United Autosports over a catching FIA Racing by Panis into Europol competition third.
43 points to 58.
Yeah.
So 15 points astray.
The 34 car with 43 points.
Yes.
That's how I'll try and remember it. Jamie Chadwick, Laurence Hoare in the 18 car, together with Valerio Vinicella, who I think has been with them all season long. So they will all have 36 points. But it's starting to show signs of a two-horse race. But it will only take another non-result for any one of those to bring the others back into the fight. And there are the rest of the runners in LMP2. More podia to come, but before that, some reaction again from Steph.
Joined now by the winners in LMGT3. It's a huge congratulations to the number 33 TF Sport. Blake, it was a fantastic job in qualifying yesterday. You put it on pole. The Corvettes looked quick all weekend. What do you make of this victory?
I think this was perfect teamwork across the board from everybody on the team, not just the three of us, but everybody at TF. And we just put a good weekend together finally, and this is what it looks like.
Alec, jumping in that car, how was it for you? We saw a couple of cars struggling with the tyres. How was the car underneath you?
Yeah, I think, it was always going to be a challenge in the middle of the day here. It's super hot this weekend, and so not only challenging for the tires, but for the drivers. And very happy the Corvette's, a good car to drive and keeps us as cool as it can inside on a hot day like today. But TF gave us a great Corvette to race, and so tire deg was manageable, and I think for a lot of cars, just energy, just trying to make the car go as long as possible. So that was probably the hardest thing in the stint, and yeah, you saw it worked out. We gave Charlie a great car for the end, and he brought it home.
Absolutely. Well, huge congratulations. Off you go to the podium and enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, another full team performance from TF Sport. There's our third place car, the number 77, the Banksy livery aboard that car. Martin Berry for Eindhoven and Harry King, who brought the car home. The Team Qatar Bayern Lynx, Abdallah Al-Khalifi, Hanses and Maxime Martin. But there is our winner in LMGT3, the number 33 Corvette Z06 GT3R. Blake McDonald, Alex Udell and Charlie Eastwood. And we go to the LMGT3 podium, Johnny.
The way all of that worked out, the pros could do a maximum of an hour and 15 minutes, but I think most of them did only 50 minutes in total, because that's the way that the fuel loads were working. So even more pressure and responsibility on the bronze and the silver elements of those driver trios. So yes, third position to 77, Martin Berry, who changes manufacturer, sitting in for the injured Banksy. Oop van Eindhoven, the Porsche specialist, as is Harry King, of course. They're two former Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux racers who were here as a guest category this weekend. Second position going to the 62 Team Qatar by Iron Lynx Mercedes, but the win is in the hands of Corvette for TF Sport, the American squad, American manufacturer, but British team.
Strikes me as the British national anthem fades that we're going to see a very different points table at the end of this one, because a number of the teams that were riding high did not do so well today, and this is going to see TF Sport as the general manager of the Imola circuit, Pietro Bianvuti, presents the trophies. It's going to put them right into contention. I don't think they're going to quite lead it. I think the lead is going to go the way of the 75 Porsche.
Okay.
But marginally after this. Kessel Racing's 57, of course, led the championship, but they finished outside the points today.
Yeah, 11th position, but they did get to the finish, even though the car was in the gravel for a reasonable period at Piritella after some contact with an LMP3 car.
But I think they're going to be overhauled by both the 33 and the 75 when we see the way the points go at the end of this one. But that to be confirmed. I'm sure we will get that confirmed very shortly rather.
And the success ballast that is still part of this category is designed to just try and hold back one or two that have some early success, but the point should be made that both TF Sport and the 75 Porsche were carrying weight themselves. They weren't as heavy as the Dayglow yellow car guy Ferrari, but nevertheless there was 10 kilos on board the Corvette and 25 kilos for the 75 Porsche. It's actually TF Sport by a point.
Wow, there's 44 points for TF Sports, 43 for the 75 car, 40 for Kessel Racing, who indeed do not score. So 4 points cover the top three at the halfway mark in this championship.
I was making the point to Blake McDonald and Alec Udell earlier in the day that point for pole position from yesterday could be crucial. Well, that's the thing that's giving them the championship lead now at half distance.
Also into contention, by the way, Team Qatar Iron Lynx, a fourth and just 10 or so points off the lead. Let's go back down for some more reaction with Steph.
All smiles here by the winners in LMP2 Pro Am. It's the number 7 Vector Sport. Huge congratulations. Lorenzo, just bringing it home there. Were you sure that you were going to come out in P1?
No, you're never sure. I mean, until you cross the checkered flag, you're never sure. I mean, it was a huge team effort, and it was really, really close. I mean, I didn't even know if we were in the lead or not at some point, so it was just push. You know, it was really hot today, so really hard to manage everything. But I mean, as I said, my teammates did an amazing job. The whole team did an amazing job, flawless on the strategy. So it was a whole team effort, and they put me in the best position to just do my job and win.
Huge congratulations. The podium's waiting for you. Off you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Big grin from Jem Bollock-Bashi as well, saying thanks to Steph at the end of that. So a third place finish in LMP2 Pro-Am for the 21 crew, United Autosports. Second spot, Malte Jakobsen, who gave it his all in the closing stages, nearly ran adrift or ran aground versus a GT car fairly late on, you might remember as well. Lorenzo Fluxa labelled as the closing driver as he was for Vector Sport. We'll get the other two alongside him very shortly. And a team member from Vector Sport as well to sample for the first time in the short history of this team from the UK. The chance to stand on the top step of the podium. And there is definite significant progress that Vector Sport have been making over the last 5 years.
Would say, by the way, it's also a first ever ELMS race win for both Cembol Bezi and Jens Reino Müller. Rather remarkably, Lorenzo Fluxer takes his second win. His first came in his debut in 2024.
With
Cool Racing.
Cool Racing, who are now CLX.
Yes, indeed.
They developed into a slightly different team name, but yeah, that's where we first encountered the talents of Lorenzo Fluxer. So third position to the 21 squad, Daniel Schneider, whose driving's really coming on leaps and bounds as well now. The bronze from Brazil, Marino Sato and Ollie Jarvis. Second for the Algarve Pro trio of Michael Jensen, Enzo Trulli and Malte Jakobsen. But here they are for the first time in a team formed in 2021 from Silverstone, where we go in a couple of races' time. Vector Sport in the number 7 car for Jens Reino Müller, Jem Bolok-Bashi and Lorenzo Fluxer. And it'll be the same national anthem as we heard on the GT podium for LMP2 Pro-Am.
One other quick moment, Jens Reino Müller did take some race wins in the Michelin Le Mans Cup with GMB Motorsport a few years ago, but in the predecessor to the European Le Mans Series, his last appearance on a podium, then the Le Mans Series, came 20 years ago. He finished second in Istanbul for Lister Storm Racing.
Marco Panieri, who is the mayor of Imola, who was here for the race start. Big grin on his face as the cars left the grid for their 2 rolling laps. And thank you to Marco, who is still here to present the trophies for LMP2 Pro-Am.
Not the first time we've had Marco. I recognise him. He's clearly a popular figure here in the beautiful city of Imola.
Nobody's realised yet that he's not actually mayor anymore. He just loves motor racing. Keeps rocking up with the sash. No, I'm joking, of course. But that's how, you know, ingrained this racetrack is. Been here for almost 3/4 of a century now. So in a couple of years' time, they'll be celebrating their 75th. You could walk it to the town centre. And
we do for ice cream.
We regularly do for pizza and beer and ice cream. It's one of our favourite stops. Tied for points at the sharp end, Algarve Pro Racing, who finished second today, and Vector Sport, who won at the race. So that is a dogfight, as it is in behind for Duquesne, just 5 points further back, a further 2 for Algarve, for AF Corsa, I should say, and their number 83 car. So this is far from decided.
This is going to be a cracking second half of the season, isn't it? And as you can see and hear, and you can see with the smiles on the podium, this is a battle fought in great spirit as well.
And certainly in the bronze stints, of course, the bronze drivers have to do the qualification time. They have to do an hour in the race as well. It is fascinating stuff. That one is going to run and run. We still need to catch up with our final category. Here is Steph Wentworth.
Now I'm joined by the winners in LMP3. It's a huge congratulations to the number 17 CLX Motorsport. Louis, we're going to come to you because fantastic job in qualifying yesterday, carried through to the final of the race today.
Yeah, it was a good race. I mean, we do the good strategy, the car was mega, my boss teammate do great things, so I just have to finish the job and it was really good.
Paul, just talking about the strategy, you burnt the long stops quite early, which was very effective.
Yeah, having Louis this weekend is the real asset for this weekend and the end of the season. I'm very happy to make again on the first gap. The two drivers did a good job, and the team also. Is very happy to be on the top this weekend.
Congratulations, team. Off you go to enjoy your celebrations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Lancher, and before that, Louis Iglesias, the guy we didn't hear from, Alexander Jacobi, of course, doing his part as well. So Team Virage in the number 8 car eventually caught and passed by Rinaldi Racing's number 5, and it was a tidy manoeuvre from Mikkel Garde Pedersen in the end, the silver-rated Danish racer, joined by Alvisa Rodea and Jose Fernandez. But there's the winning car, and perhaps the warning signs were there from the number 17 crew, because the qualification driver was Louis Iglesias, and he put the car on pole position by 0.2, nearly actually a quarter of a second in what was a very, very tight session. But Louis Iglesias going to be there at CLX for the remaining 3 races. That's exciting.
Yeah, it is, and there's going to be a tough nut to crack, isn't he? It's going to be Virage on the 3rd step of the podium. The Rinaldi Racing crew make it to 2nd place. So Team Virage, the number 8 car, Louis Stern, Matteo Quintarelli, Daniel Nogales, Rinaldi Racing's Jose Fernandez, Cortella, Alvis Rodella, and Mikkel Garde Pedersen. But the top step of the podium, and absolutely delighted to be there, Paul Lancher, Alex Jacobi, and the phenomenon that is Louis Iglesias.
So CLX, cool racing previously, certainly no stranger to winning in LMP3. This is looking like a good season again for the team from Switzerland. CLX Motorsport winners again in LMP3, and we'll find out in a moment or two what that does to the championship. But there will potentially be a new leader now, because this weekend started with the 13 car leading, and the 13 car has not had a good weekend. It will get points, finishing in 10th position, but the fewest amount.
Yeah,
so
this is going to put the cat amongst the pigeons, without a doubt. And CLX with an injection of new talent as well.
So thank you to Jerome Capuano, who's the competition technician at Total Energies, for making the trophy presentation for LMP3. We do in fact have one more podium to come, which will be for the Wingfoot Award in a moment or two. But massive congratulations again to, well, all 9 drivers, but particularly to the CLX trio, together with their strategist as well, and all the guys calling those shots. The brave decision to get 2 1-minute 55 pit stops out of the way very early on. In fact, during that opening virtual safety car / safety car, which ran the risk of that car falling off the lead lap, but in the end it was all under control, and paid dividends towards the end. So let's have a look at the championship then. It's a gap of 8 points for Rinaldi Racing now, with their second place finish today, ahead of the former championship leaders into Europol competition number 13. Today's winners up to third on 40 points, just 9 points back, and then a bigger gap of a further 9 to the Fabian Michal, Hugo Schwarzer, and the rest of the 85 RHGP crew. So there is a little bit of a gap now developing between the top 3 teams and everybody else. Not insurmountable, but nevertheless it's starting to take a bit more shape now. Pierre-Alexandre Prévost is the other driver in the RHGP gang. And then we've got the third place finishers of Daniel Nogales, Louis Stern and Matteo Quintarelli, who are 5th in the championship in P3.
So that's the competitive podiums done. Still, as Johnny says, we have the Wingfoot Award to go. This is the winners in LMGT3, the 33 TF Sport Corvette. 17 CLX Motorsports. Ligier takes LMP3. First time winners, Vector Sports, take LMP2 Pro with their number 7 car. And the overall winners on an emotional day for the team, for SDA Racing by Panis, the number 29 Orica. As we'll prep for these podiums, we'll say just this: we started this weekend and today with a tribute to one elder statesman in this sport, Bill Gibson. Gave it so much in terms of technology and quality, and passed away a couple of weeks ago at the age of 78. Remarkably, another 78-year-old who passed away, as we said to you in the closing minutes of the race. And still a reigning champion, by the way, in the European Le Mans Series. VDS Panis Racing, the reigning overall champions. Mark van der Straten has left us. And on his score sheet, an LMP2 championship that stands at the moment. The 2015 Spa 24 Hours with Mark VDS Racing. And 3 world titles in Moto2 on 2 wheels as well. That is quite some legacy for a man that would list himself, I'm sure, principally as an enthusiast of the sport. So farewell, Mark.
And it really does go to explain a little bit about the emotion of Olivier Panis as well, with that partnership from last year, which took them to a title. So here are the winners then of the 4 Hours of Imola's Wingfoot Award.
It's Valerio Ancella.
It is indeed, thank you, in the number 18 car. Blake McDonald from the TF crew, from Corvette, and from
Enzo Trulli.
CLX.
Yep, it's Enzo Trulli from APR for LMP2 Pro-Am. And here come the, I have to say, very attractive Wingfoot trophies. It's Matt Butler, the senior track support engineer for Goodyear, handing them out. Goodyear Racing taking their investment very seriously. We said at the start of the weekend, announcing an increased contract to supply P2 Pro-Am and LMGT3 in the European Le Mans Series now through to 2029, so confirms it takes them through into the new era of LMP2, and they are the 3 drivers that caught the eyes of you, the viewing public, to get them that bit of silverware. The OU, all of them. There'd be nothing without you, nothing.
Well, I have to say, on behalf of the fan base of the ELMS, you sure can pick them, because they were, for me, the standout performers as well. Valerio Rinicella's opening stint was an absolute cracker. Blake McDonald, clearly with his victory for TF Sport, and Algarve Pro Racing's Enzo Trulli. Nice for him to get the Wingfoot Award at his home race as well, hailing, well, at least his father hailing from Pescara, out on the east coast of Italy, a little bit south of here. But some lovely photographs now being taken with, as you say, the smart trophies for the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. So congrats to all 3.
And it's a nice feeling, I think, you know, particularly for a young driver, to think they've got a fan base building behind them. There we go, another reminder of the overall classification. Quite the day for SDA Racing by Panis, in a very happy way and a sad one too. United Autosports on the podium for their 500th race, and Algarve Pro Racing. We're getting used to seeing them regularly. We saw them on both podiums, as we did with United in LMP2. Vector Sport taking the win, their first ever in competition ahead of the 20 Algarve Pro Racing car, the 21 from United. LMP3, great run from CLX Motorsports. LMGT3, TF Sports Corvette proved to be unbeatable today. Quite the 4 hours of action. Not all of it entirely welcome, but boy, it was spectacular.
Sure was, and that's only half distance in this year's European Le Mans Series year. I'll miss you all at Spa-Francorchamps. I'm off to Cape Town to be a best man, but I'll leave you in the capable hands of some bloke called Martin Haven.
Yes, indeed.
And, of course, Graham Goodwin and Steph Wentworth, who I offer my thanks to for all of your hard work this weekend. It's been a barnstormer. It kind of always was going to be. And don't forget, from Spa-Francorchamps onwards into Silverstone and Portimão, we will welcome back to the support package not only the Michelin Le Mans Cup after a really good race for the Road to Le Mans last time out at Le Mans, but also 2 hour-long Ligier European Series races as well. So I'll have to do a lot of catching up once I return to, well, what will be the UK when I'm back in Silverstone. From Johnny Palmer, from Graham Goodwin and from Steph Wentworth, hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you on the 22nd of August for the next bundle of races as part of the ACO ladder and the European Le Mans Series. Bye-bye.